Blood Meridian, or Evening Redness in the West, is Cormac McCarthy's magnum opus, following a group of scalp hunters along the border of the United States and Mexico. It's often thought of as the great American novel of the 20th century. However, it's also garnered a reputation as one of the most difficult and violent novels ever written. Its ideas are as resonant today as they were when it was written in 1985, and yet there still remains such mystery about so much of the story to this day. Today, Luiza and I are going to discuss this book chapter by chapter. We've read the book multiple times between us, though neither of us know the perspective that the other has or will want to discuss. There are going to be elements we disagree on and some we share, but the aim of this conversation is to open the discourse further around this novel, its thematics, and the ideas in this incredibly rich tome. If you want to further and be part of the conversation, on our Patreon-exclusive Discord, we'll be having a book club, in which we and many others will be discussing the novel on the 26th of October. Our previous book club was on Dostoevsky's Notes from the Underground and was a resounding success, so we hope to see some of you there. Without further ado, let's begin the conversation. We begin the novel meeting the child. After this, we're going to follow him for the rest of the novel. We're obviously going to discuss the kid, which is the protagonist. Would you call him the protagonist?
Yeah, I think he is the protagonist.
I think in many ways he's the moral center of the story.
Yeah.
I don't see him as the protagonist, but I see him as, well, by the end of the novel, he's the crux in which the entire morality of the novel is dependent on.
Interesting that you wouldn't say he's the protagonist.
Well, because,
I get that.
Because by the end of this chapter, I'll ask you again if a certain character is also the antagonist. Which I'm sure you probably know who we're talking about. Before the opening, there are some epigraphs at the beginning. One that I find the most interesting, there's an epigraph that shows an archaeological evidence, which is about 300,000-year-old skull that shows evidence of scalping. And before we even begin the novel, Cormac McCarthy is introducing to us a very specific brand of violence, which is as old as we are, of that violence is something that has occurred throughout human history, that it's tied to the very bones of humanity, to the very blood of humanity. But returning back to the child, the birth of the child is prophetic in and of itself. In the opening chapters, it suggested that he was born on the Leonids meteor shower, which was an event, a real-life event in 1833. The event is so renowned because of the amount of meteors that were falling from the sky, and reports were saying that there was hundreds of thousands of meteors that were falling from the sky. I have a certain opinion on this, but I would like to hear what you have to say about it.
Yeah, that's something very transcendental right away, I think. I think he's playing with the idea of destiny, and I think it's something that he does throughout the novel, this idea of destination, final destination, witnessing something. And I think the kid being born at this moment, and there was meteor showers happening every hour. I think that's interesting because a lot of people at the time thought that was the end of the world as well.
Yeah.
Like, as some form of presage to the end of the world. And I find that very, very interesting, especially, and I don't want to keep jumping so much between the novel, especially in the face of the end of the novel.
Yeah.
That cosmic hug. At the same time, we know now in our contemporary lens, when we look at the Leonid showers, we know that is just a scientific, we can explain it scientifically. We can understand it. We can pinpoint what it is. We have control over what it means.
Yeah.
And I think Cormac McCarthy does that a lot. He plays with things that are transcendental. And if you were to look at the history of the world and how we see things and how our perception of things has changed. And then he has these moments in which, but that is also something that it doesn't really mean anything. It's just not if we use the contemporary lens of science.
Well, I think that in these opening pages, we get an idea because the way that Cormac McCarthy writes, it seems to stem completely from the subconscious or the unconscious world, in that things can simultaneously, as you say, mean something very material and have nothing else. But the way that human beings operate, I think even by mentioning the scalping is a ritualistic thing that we hear exist within humans. We are prone to ritual. We are prone to symbology. We are prone to storytelling. And I think that even if, I think this is a major theme of the novel, even if the things that we see and the things that are described to us, if they are exactly what they are, we still won't see them as that.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's actually, because obviously the idea of fire falling from the sky is a very biblical reference as well. One of his biggest influence in his writing is the Bible. And we see throughout this that there's very deep Gnostic symbology throughout the novel. There's tarot readings, which we'll get into. Mm-hmm. But there's an element, there's actually a passage from the book of Revelations, which I think is very interesting when it comes to the idea of fire raining from the sky. Mm-hmm. In the book of Revelations, it speaks that fire is brought down from the sky by a beast. It says, "And this beast exercised all the authority of the first beast, and caused the earth and those who dwell in it to worship the first beast, whose mortal wound had been healed. And the second beast performed great signs to cause even fire from heaven to come down to the earth in the presence of the people." The purpose of a first beast existing is to promote the idea of another. Is it possible then that this idea of fire raining down from the sky is prophetic in the spirit of the universe as Cormac McCarthy sees it, that it was prophetic for the judge to continue to exist, that the kid is offered almost as this kind of sacrificial lamb, and that it is destined to happen?
I can see that as well. But I think that's what it's so powerful with McCarthy, the way he writes, because at the same time that he's writing about this really transcendental, cosmical, in a cosmical level, subconscious level, he has a strong materiality to his prose, right? You can sense the materiality. He writes very shortly, like very succinct.
Yeah.
He barely punctuates in many times. Like you feel there's a flow to his writing, but at the same time, it's very precise. And that's why I think that's like, there's always this dichotomy. We're always going to be in this dichotomy with his work. That's this big cosmic idea, the kid and the judge as this almost polar opposites. And I think when he says, all history present in that visage, the child, the father of the man, he's not only talking about the relationship between the child, his father, the child, and what he's going to become as a man as well himself. I think he's also hinting at the judge. Oh,
absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely, because we're going to see throughout, even before the end of this chapter, paternity is going to play a big part of this. Mm-hmm. And I mean, obviously we're still right at the beginning of the novel, but this idea of the child, the father of the man, you know more about this as well, is that it's a reference to Wordsworth, isn't it?
Yeah, My Heart Leaps Up, a poem by Wordsworth. The central idea of the poem is also about the innocence of the child, right? Like seeing a rainbow, rekindling that joy of childhood, looking at that. And I think it's interesting because even in the beginning of the novel, like Cormac McCarthy is making allusions of this child having a taste for mildless violence. It's almost the opposite of that Wordsworth joy that a child would have. And I would say, like, again, I find it interesting and an interesting nod to McCarthy himself when he says that his father, although drunk, and I'm not implying that McCarthy was a drunk at all, but the father of the kid is also someone that's reciting forgotten poets. And I think it's interesting that McCarthy is then using a reference to poetry specifically in the sentence as well. There's like a cyclical nature.
Are you implying of McCarthy also seeing himself as the father of the kid?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. I've never actually thought of that, but for me, the line where he says that his father quotes dead poets or poets that are forgotten, I think of the judge with that.
Also, yeah. Also.
Well, what I find interesting at the beginning is that we have this idea of the boy enters the world, the kid enters the world, bathed in blood with the killing of his mother as well. Mm-hmm, yeah. He actively kills his mother, and with that comes the separation of the kid from the feminine. And throughout the novel, there are almost no aspects of the feminine world. And the ones where they do emerge, they're very, very salient and so antithetical to this world of men. I would say this world of fatherless men, in which the relationship between man and his father has become so warped. We obviously have the parallels of the relationship of Jesus with his father as well, which emerge throughout. I think that it's quite telling, this idea that he's born with a taste for mindless violence. Do you have anything about that you've thought?
I think, in a way, McCarthy is hinting to this idea of the primal state of man, like without civilization, without being civilized. I think, in a way, he's hinting towards that.
I just find that there's something, again, I think it's quite prophetic that the boy emerges with this taste for mindless violence. I think that what you get with the kid as a character is that we know nothing of his past other than this. This is everything that we know about the kid up until the novel. And then everything that we know about him, it's described him in his totality. It's as though he has no other past than this. His entire first 14 years are within these first page and a half. And there's something about that which lends me to get this impression that the kid is someone of great potential. I think that one of the major journeys of the novel is this idea of what that potentiality is going to be fulfilled as, whether it is going to be mindless violence or whether there is going to be some redemptive arc for someone who lives in a world of mindless violence. Will he be able to overcome it?
Just before we jump into that even further, there's something else, though, that I think it ties very interestingly to what you're saying. And the kid is illiterate.
Yes.
And that is very important throughout the whole story, but also to McCarthy's prose itself, because a lot of his prose owns a lot to oral traditions. A lot of the characters tell stories to each other. A lot of the knowledge passed through the oral tradition. And I think the kid being illiterate and almost like the past, his remembrance of his father is his father being drunk, quoting poetry, kind of like half-assed, forgotten poets and all that. It is almost like he is cut from the history of civilization at that point, you know, because he cannot read, you know, and that those are the records of history, right? And I think McCarthy plays a lot with that, even in the sense of like the first thing we see, like, you know, we see those epigraphs that you're mentioning too, but you also see this very, very, very weird way of presenting a chapter introduction, even before we see the child. If you're reading the book for the first time, you're gonna see this, like, well, a lot of people call it a spoiler. You know exactly what happens in that chapter. There's a level of detachment that he creates, because you have this, like, those are records of the story that we're going to see.
It's a synopsis of the chapter that's to come. Well, interestingly, I learned that those were actually traditionally used in classic Western stories. And it's funny because as a genre piece, you would say that, just based on setting, that Blood Meridian is a Western. Yeah. But people often call it the anti-Western as well. And I just find it interesting that he would use some of the forms of tradition, setting the tone for a chapter, and then go in a completely other esoteric direction with it.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's also his play. I mean, I don't think people give enough credit of how playful he is with his writing.
Yes.
Yeah. I wanted to say that, like, he is very playful with his writing. He's very self-aware as a writer, right? And I really enjoyed that. Yeah. In a sense, like, this is such a serious book, such a dense book, full of allusions, of a book that owns so much to other books. You know, McCarthy believed in that himself, that books are made of other books, right? And it's interesting that the wording that he uses actually is, the ugly fact is that books are made of other books. It's almost like something that you almost have to, like, you have to take it, you have to accept it, right? And at the same time, he has this playfulness with the genre itself, you know, his acceptance of, like, he is using something that is quite, you could even say, like, out of fashion, like, if it's something that was used back in the days, in you know. Yeah. But then he's subverting it completely. But what I was going to say, I also think that this is a nod to that, is a nod to the historicity of the novel. Not only the fact that he was so deep into studying history to be able to write this, but even this play with what history means. You know, the kid is illiterate. That means, I mean, he would never even be able to read his own story. But how it ties to the idea of mindless violence, I think it's, again, this idea of history as a record of civilization and almost like a clean version of this predatory, inescapable fight between men.
I think we should move on?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Because I think that, we're still like on the first 2 pages
I know.
of the novel, so we should work our way through it. But I think I just wanted to add one thing, just on the prophetic level as well of the child. Something interesting that I discovered also was that with the Leonid's meteor shower that the boy is born under, Joseph Smith, who was the founder of the Mormon Church, he actually believed that event signified the second coming of Christ.
Oh, that is very interesting. That is a very interesting piece of information. Yeah. And I'm sure that Cormac McCarthy was also aware of all of these perceptions. Yeah. Because again, as you say, it is a work that is entrenched in the real history of the period. We're going to learn that within the Galantin Gang, most of the people that I mentioned in there were actually real people, even some of the side characters. But to move on, to carry on with the story. So the child leaves home at this point. He's 14-year-old and he leaves home, and he is completely formless. He's completely aimless. He has severed ties with his mother by killing her, and now he's severed ties with his father. And he is about to wander the wasteland of the American West and conform into any shape that he possibly sees. He hikes around with strangers and whatnot. And there's an interesting point that actually happens. There's an interesting description that as he's hiking around with strangers, you see him getting in fights with people and whatnot, and he's only 14. And it's very, very violent, but it's described, the men that he gets in fights with, they're men from lands so far and queer that standing over them where they lie bleeding, he feels mankind itself is vindicated. And this is the first instance in the novel where we see the idea of race and otherness in the world becoming a crucial role. It's almost as if there's a sense of duty that one feels for one's race. But what I think about that is that it seems as though it's the nature of mankind. If he feels that mankind itself is vindicated, then it's the nature of mankind to destroy everything that is other to him. And depending on one's perspective, what is other to him can be anything. And so in many ways, we're going to see this idea that it's mankind's duty to destroy everything that is other to him. In essence, everything that is in existence. Because we've both mentioned little points to one another about little ideas that we feel are within the novel stronger than the other, but we didn't want to say anything because we wanted to save most of it for this conversation. Yeah, we were trying our best.
And I've said that I find one of the most interesting aspects of the novel for me is this idea of otherness and how it relates to mankind's evil. This for me is the first time that it emerges, and it emerges and grows much stronger and much more intricate as the novel goes along.
So that's interesting in our approach to the novel and how rich this novel is, that you can read it and interpret it and I suppose make notes completely different and separate, but also that marry each other so well. Because I haven't I didn't make a lot of notes about otherness, but I did make a lot of notes on control. And I think what you're saying about this idea of this idea of otherness and like almost this duty to destroy, it comes a lot in the judge himself.
Yes.
Towards I don't want to super jump, but and I think it ties again to the idea of control, to the idea of civilization, which is those are notes that I made. And of course, when you think of that, you think of otherness too. So in a way, it's already inside my notes in some way or another, So one thing that I did write really quick before we skip through is that the kid runs away to the West. And like this idea of the West almost symbolizing freedom and the reality of it being completely different, right? In the zeitgeist of what we believe, what we understand, running West.
Well, that's interesting as well, isn't it? Because, one of the most prominent Western artists, someone like John Ford, he has this interesting take on the West as well. Like, even if you watch, say, his adaptation of The Grapes of Wrath or something, it's like they say California, it's the promised land in many ways. It's the place of absolute freedom. And this is just like a weird way that I like to imagine it, is that when you think geographically of California, you think it's as far west as you can possibly go. But what I like about that is that if you keep going, you're going to run into the ocean. So you're going to reach the end of the land and you've got nowhere left to go.
Well, there's a chapter that we see that.
They're on the beach.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to talk about that. I have so many notes on that.
I thought the same thing about that.
I have so many notes on that. So okay. I literally refrained myself from saying that now.
Okay. Well, that's the thing. So this is the thing about this conversation. Like, neither of us know what each other wrote about the novel.
Maybe to our detriment. Wait, I did thought something about what you said, but John Ford's idea of the West is also very pastoral, right? There's a pastorality to it. There's like an idyllic, utopic almost, and
almost Arcadian, would you say?
and here, McCarthy is like he's almost like leading us in, but pushing the whole thing, you know. I think when he says,
I think from the very beginning, this idea of like. I think the idea of the boy going out, I think he set the tone of the novel that we know that there's going to be nothing of benefit to him that lies out west. I don't think that there's any hope that he's going to find something in the lands that will benefit him. But just so that we can keep going, I had a note. There's something very interesting that happens just before we get to the town of Nagadoches, which is he encounters a parricide as the child is moving along. This is the thing about McCarthy's writing. There are brief paragraphs in which this very intense event can occur, but it just occurs, and the kid or whoever is there is just a silent observer, just a witness to what happens, and then we move on. There's a sequence in which a child is also hanging his father from the side of the road.
From the crossroads.
Yeah.
Yes, I wrote it down about that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's so dispassionately expressed. One, that this is the landscape that the kid recognizes and he completely harbors, and that fatherhood just within this landscape is depicted almost as this ultimate evil, and that which must be expunged and ultimately replaced. In many ways, the severing of that connection is the kid in and of himself.
Yeah, funny enough, because I also really took note of that, and I took note
because it's so brief.
It's very brief, but I wrote down as well. What I wrote down is that the hangman at the crossroads, I mean, symbolically reflecting the fall, he killed his own father and so ceased to be a son, a child. But at the same time, you have the image of the crossroads itself.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's this idea that the killing of one, it must be replaced by another.
Yeah.
And this is why, you know, all throughout this, I'm sure that you probably think the same, especially the way that Blood Meridian goes, is that it is perceived in one way as a coming of age novel also.
Yeah, and don't forget as well what the crossroads is. Like, crossroads are a place that you can summon the devil himself, right? Like, symbolically. Like, especially in Westerns, especially in that idea of this biblical place that he's creating.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I was thinking about.
Yeah.
Like, what is a crossroad? Like, symbolically, really, you know?
Interesting.
Yeah. It's so interesting that we both know the same thing, because there's so many things. This book is so dense. But that image is so strong. And then again, is what you said in the beginning. There's so much in his novel that if you don't pay attention, you miss.
Yeah.
And it's a book that really, really... It invites you to read over and over again.
But McCarthy knows this, and I know that there's very specific passages, and because he doesn't use punctuation, because he doesn't say specifically who he's talking about, certain things can be interpreted as someone else saying it. Because when there's a room of 10 people, and he just says, he says, you assume one, but we still don't know, and he doesn't clarify it, and he knows this.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing with this. But moving on with the novel, the kid finally found himself in the town of Nagadoches after traveling, and a lot has happened within the novel, and at the same time, it moves at its own pace. You know, we're right at the beginning. And he finds himself inside a tent where a reverend is giving a sermon. Reverend Green is giving a sermon to a congregation. The kid is present inside there. He speaks, he has kind of a charisma about him. And then all of a sudden, a man enters the tent. And as this man enters the tent, the judge goes silent. And it's here at this moment that we are introduced to the judge. He walks to the front of the tent and addresses the audience. He's described as being around 7 feet tall. He has no hair anywhere on his body. He has very childlike hands, and he is completely and utterly white. So as he's at the front of the tent, he spreads the story to the congregation about the reverend who's behind him. He tells the people in the tent that the reverend has been responsible for the certain debauched acts. He claims that he's bedded young girls. He claims that he's bedded animals. He says that he's no man of the cloth, that he doesn't know anything about scripture, that he's a complete charlatan. The Reverend then at that point, he starts calling the judge the devil. But before we know it, people within the tent have started to turn on the Reverend, and a riot breaks out. They're claiming to hang him. This entire chaos breaks out in the tent. The judge ends up leaving. People are, what looks like they're trying to kill the Reverend. And then the boy leaves. I'm just going to summarize everything because I know that there's a lot to talk about here. So I'm going to summarize the event. The boy leaves the tent. He turns around and then he just sees the tent collapsing with everyone inside of it. He goes over to the bar and he sees that the judge is also there. The judge, in many ways, appears that he's waiting for him because he has some drinks that he's already paid for and that the kid has. As we're there with him, we see that the judge is towering over the bar, and other people that were inside the tent come inside and they speak to the judge and they begin to ask him, when were you at the fort where the Reverend was? He says, I've never been in the fort. Say, well, how do you know him? How do you know what he did? And he says, I've never seen that man before in my life. This is the first time I've seen him. And then everyone starts to laugh. It's time for us to talk about the judge because this is the introduction. And even like now, even just talking about it, just thinking of the impact of this character. I don't normally say this, but that there is this like deep emotional resonance and this chilling feeling that you feel when speaking about this character because he is one of the most unbelievable characters in all of fiction whom we will never understand. And yet we are going now to have to speak about him endlessly. And I'm sure that there's a multitude of things that we can talk about. So take the reins for a while. This is our introduction to the judge, Judge Holden.
It's interesting because even again, like writing down, revising my notes for a second time now in this morning before we sat down to talk, I realized how much I wrote about the judge. And basically this time reading the novel again, I was so focused on trying to figure him out, and I still have like no one can, He talks about him being serene, having a childlike face, and small hands. There's something so innocent about that. So innocent about having small hands. It's almost like you cannot even grasp the world. You cannot grab the world. And I think this is the first time we see also the judge lie.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, the first time we see the judge bearing false witness, which I think is a central point of this novel. It's a central conversation of this novel as well. In a way, it alludes a little bit to the religiosity that McCarthy is bringing to the novel as well. I mean, you can allude to God and the devil, but also Jesus and Judas as well. But it's almost like he breaks it all when that laughter again. He always plays with the idea of meaninglessness. Meaninglessness, in the end. And you always see the judge smiling. You always see the judge, someone asks him a question and the judge smiled. There's always laughter. There's always dance. There's always a level of debauchery around the figure of the judge.
So you say that the judge bears false witness against Reverend Green.
The Reverend, yeah.
Have you ever considered the possibility that he hasn't?
Yes, of course, I have.
Have you considered the possibility that he did meet Reverend Green before? That he was actually telling the truth about Reverend Green? And that only when people else came, once the Reverend had been dealt with and was now expunged from history, that when the people came in to meet him, that he lied to them.
Yeah, of course, there's also that. And also the possibility that he never met the Reverend at all, but he also still knows.
Yes.
Yeah, which I think is even more chilling.
Well, I don't know which of the two is scarier, that he met the Reverend and lied to the people, or that he never met them, that he never met the Reverend. I think when it comes to the laughter, I think that I don't think it's meaningless. I think that it's a representation of people will go along
with anything.
I think that people will go along with violence as long as they get their share of it. The fact that they were able to be in the tent, the fact that they were able to be part of this mad riot, I think that's the joy of it. There's a catharsis with violence.
Yeah, when I say meaninglessness, I don't say it that he didn't put meaning into that. Actually, it's the opposite. Is that people would see violence as something so casual, so meaningless, that the laughter is a play with that, the layers of that, actually, You ask, what I think is more chilling. I think it's even more chilling that he wouldn't know him and that he would, that he would have met him, but he still know. Because I think, again, we have this metaphysical aspect of who the judge is. And right in the beginning as well, we see the first church collapse. I mean, it's a fake church in the sense that it's a tent, but it's something that people put together to celebrate religion, to come together, to congregate. Yeah. And it collapses in itself. And you see so many ruins throughout the book, so many ruins of the remnants of the church in that landscape. Yeah. And I think, again, it just foreshadowing this aspect of the novel.
I always thought from the first time that I read the novel that the depiction of the judge was that of a cherub.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a giant cherub. He uses all of the traditional archetypal descriptors of purity, but puts them in the face of this Leviathan being.
And we can talk about this now as well. We were both talking about this yesterday. The whiteness of the judge is always, to me, and even more now, a reference to the whiteness of the whale in Moby Dick, but also to that chapter in Moby Dick that we have just the idea of white in what it represents, the terrifying aspects of it.
Yeah.
He's just opposing white in the history of art as well in Moby Dick. And he's doing that again here. Harold Bloom said, which I think is very beautifully put, that the Judge Holden is this Melvillian human Moby Dick. I never thought of him as a cherub, so I'm interested in that because, again, is another allusion to all the themes that I actually wrote down to.
I think the image of it, I think that this interesting dichotomy that McCarthy has between that which is sacred, that which is profane, that which is disgusting, that which is beautiful. He often blends the two, to which there is really no definitive descriptor of it. They are both within the same. And I think such is the nature of this world that the judge, I mean, it's also the element of the metaphysical. It's also the element of the supernatural in the real, which is one of the key enigmas of the judge. But what I also found interesting was that, I knew about, the first time I read this novel, when I first read it, I knew about the novel in a simple way. But I'm curious because the way that the judge is introduced, he imposes himself, he barges in on the tent and introduces himself the same way that he barges in the novel. He just emerges unannounced completely. And you don't realize until after that he is, I suppose you could say, the antagonist of the novel, because there is a possibility. We see time and time again, people just emerge, things just happen, like we mentioned the parasite earlier, that this is just an event in the kid's life. There's nothing specific that stands out about this more than anything else. And yet, as a reader, you can see how reading this, you might not be aware that the judge is going to be the central character of the novel until a few chapters after. But we're going to see more of the judge later.
Yes, let's not. Yeah.
In the meantime, towards the end of the novel, the kid encounters another character who will be incredibly important called Toadvine. Toadvine, he meets him, and he's this incredibly disheveled, worn-looking man. He has an ear missing. He has HT tattooed on his head, which was traditional for what you would do to a horse thief. You would tattoo HT on their head. He has F on his head, which typically would have meant felon. And it's the same with the ear missing. What they used to do, actually, was for horse thieves, they would put them in pillories, like stocks where you would put your hands and your head through in public so people would know you're there. And when you're in there, they would cut your ear off and nail it to the pillory. And it's
history is amazing.
It's an interesting deterrent to do for people. But Toadvine wears his history, he wears his past, he wears his story all over him. And a strange encounter occurs between the two where violence emerges out of seemingly nothing, essentially out of the path that they both encounter each other and neither of them want to give an inch. And so they just start to fight out of the blue. And someone hits the kid on the back of the head, he collapses, he almost dies, and then he wakes up and Toadvine is above them again. And then from moments away from trying to kill one another, there's this camaraderie between them both. They are alongside one another. And the only thing that you can see is that they've bonded through violence. That's the one thing that they share with each other, is this tenacity that they have for violence. Because of this, Toadvine then takes the kid, again, without any explanation. He takes him to this room where this man is lodging, and he wants to get in there. He proceeds to burn him out, and the kid goes in with Toadvine. As Toadvine tries to gouge this man's eye out, the kid is kicking him. All of this happens within a couple of paragraphs. Nothing is explained. And before we know it, the kid leaves with this man who is trying to kill him. The place where the man is lodging is being burnt to the ground. It's completely on fire. And then just as it ends, we see that the judge was there watching all along. The judge is watching the burning building and he's watching the kid leave it. And he's on this little horse and he turns the horse directly to stare at the kid as well, as if he's commanding nature, that nature must be subjected to his whim. Like he wants to mold the world in his image by debasing any purity. And we leave as the kid again goes along his path. Toadvine leaves him, the judge leaves him, and the kid is once again left to wander the wastes.
I wrote something down about Toadvine, and you hinted it as well, because we were having this conversation yesterday. He bears his history in his body. Yeah. And I think it's interesting that the judge doesn't. You have this paleness, this whiteness, again, coming back to that. A blank canvas. And at the same time, McCarthy is also hints at some point that the kid has oddly innocent eyes behind the scars. So the kid in a way also bears a bit of his history in his body. And I think it's interesting that. And I also really, really like that they start with a fight, and then I also wrote that about the camaraderie that just happened between them, almost like an understanding that they are almost the same, or that they've been through the same path.
Well, it's funny because when you mention about the kid wearing things on his face, it speaks about this just in terms of him leaving home. McCarthy writes, "Not again in all the world's turning will there be terrain so wild and barbarous to try whether the stuff of creation may be shaped to man's will, or whether his own heart is not another kind of clay." This idea of destiny, of what you are in control of what you can mold within the world. This is the dichotomy. This is the power process that exists within the judge. There are remnants of this within the kid, and we may see after as to whether or not the judge also recognizes that and seeks to expunge it from the world. So now in chapter 2, the kid is wandering the lands again, and there's a very, very surreal, strange encounter that he has, especially I find this early on into the novel, where he encounters a hermit. It's a slaver that's on the prairie. He always came across to me as almost like a shamanistic type of character, and he begins to explain and ponder to him about the laws of the land, the workings of the land. There is a lot of tarot, a lot of Gnosticism in this chapter, which I'm sure that you probably have a lot to say about.
Yes, I do. But before we skip through the hermit, I wanted to talk a little bit about the way that he paints the picture of the landscape. Yeah. He goes on to say, the sun that rises in the color of steel. And I think, again, just imagining the color palette he is creating in our minds is very gripping. And that's something that I find particularly interesting, is that the kids see oblique smoke and decides to ride towards that oblique smoke, which will also be the opposite one should do, almost like he's riding towards danger, not away from danger. And then in that process, he meets then the hermit. And I find that very, very important. Because a lot of what happens in McCarthy is also in the context of things that happened before. And it feels very early. It's such an impactful point in the story. And it's one of those passages that I see people reference time and time again. And he has a dried human heart with him. What do you think that symbolizes? Because I have some notes about what I think the hermit himself symbolizes, but I would like us to go back and forth with this.
Well, I can read a small chapter from him, and I do have quite a bit to say about that.
Go on.
So as the hermit speaks to the kid just listens to him, and he espouses on the way of the world. And he speaks about this. He speaks about man. He speaks about his spirit. He speaks about his heart. And he says, "A man's at odds to know his mind, because his mind is aught he has to know with. He can know his heart, but he don't want to. Rightly so. Best not to look in there. It ain't the heart of a creature that's bound in the way that God has set for it. You can find meanness in the least of creatures. But when God made man, the devil was at his elbow. A creature that can do anything. Make a machine, and a machine to make the machine. An evil that can run itself 1,000 years. No need to tend to it." This is this strange... You just raised your finger.
I raised my finger because I wrote down the same quote, but you admit it. One of the most interesting parts for me is that right in the beginning, before that, he says, "No, it's a mystery." And then after, in the end, he says, "You believe that?" And he says, "I don't know." And then the hermit says, "Believe that." So go on.
No, it's fine. I was just going to say, I mean, when you say that, I think that there is also this recurrence throughout the novel of multitudes of people from different perspectives that are absolutely set in their truth, that they have discovered the mystery of the world.
Yeah,
that they know,
exactly.
They know exactly how the world works. They know about God, they know about man, and there's no mystery to them.
Yeah.
And yeah, I find that is a telling thing in that he knows that this is exactly what man is. There are no questions to it.
The certainty. And then the kid asks, "You believe that?" And he says, "I don't know." And he says, "Believe that." He meant it. He gives him this mystery.
Yeah.
You know, it's very interesting.
I felt that this is, particularly in this chapter, we start seeing McCarthy lean into the unconscious in his way of his writing.
Yeah.
That there is truth inherent, but it's man's mind. It's perhaps even civilized man that knowingly or unknowingly dismantles these eternal truths, as if there is an idea that because we have characters with such certainty, that somewhere within there, even the way that McCarthy describes the world, he describes it in scientific terms, there is a singular truth out there. And perhaps in order for us to survive and perhaps in order for us to live in this world, then we have to inhabit those truths. But it is the mind of man. There is something about the spirit, the heart of man, that destroys this. And I find it very interesting that the hermit does then, at that point, grab a heart. It is the heart of man. It is a material thing. It's real. But for him, this is the heart of the enemy. And I find that the theme of otherness alongside this idea of materiality becomes very telling in this chapter. Mm-hmm. He says, to quote him, he says, "4 things that can destroy the world: whiskey, money, women, and niggers." And it's a very, very powerful thing that he says. I find it telling that, speaking of great evil, the shaman's still obsessed with material evils as he would consider them. He's able to talk about the spirit of man, and yet when he lists these things, he lists things that are of his contemporary world. They exist in the here and now. Destroy the world implies that these are the poisons, that these will cause decay in the world. So what is it about the otherness of human beings that would have one to cause decay? Is it because one becomes aware of one's own heart, one's own evil, that one has recognition, that dehumanization can occur with one's enemy, but that you ultimately are no different? It is the human being in totality that is the enemy of the man. And I don't think that we should simplify this man's evil just because he was a slaver, and so that we explain his evil as a bigotry, as a slaver.
I agree.
Because we'll see throughout the novel how this language and this perspective is key to understanding the element of otherness. And I know that people don't particularly like it, but the idea, the word nigger, becomes an incredibly important facet especially how I've read this novel, this idea of otherness in race in linguistics. But one thing that is telling is that he mentions that he paid $200 for the heart. He emphasizes the money. And so he puts value into the thing that he says will destroy the world. He emphasizes the money and so puts value into the thing that is an evil thing in his mind. He's even traded in slaves, which again would have put him in the perspective of someone that spread an evil thing within the world.
I also think it's interesting here that McCarthy chooses to call him a hermit. You know, the proper etymology of the word means alone in the desert. So it's, I think, a hint to hermetic philosophy in itself, the idea almost of a journey that the kid is going towards the desert of his mind, right? I see the hermit also almost as a gatekeeper, a passageway into evil. I don't necessarily see him just representing bigotry. I think that's actually a very surface reading of what he is.
Yeah.
That's why, in a sense, he explains evil to the kid. He wants to categorize evil as well. Again, in a way, he almost justifies what evil is, you know?
But what do you think about that element? The thing that he describes as what will destroy the world. It is not this spiritual thing. He lists four things that are of his contemporary society.
Yeah, of a very materialistic nature.
Yeah, and things that he's actively engaged in.
It's interesting because at the same time in tarot, the card of the hermit means soul-searching, introspection, right? If it's in its upright position, but reverse, it can mean loneliness and isolation. And I think if we were to draw the card of this hermit, he would be upside down. He would be in isolation. He would be in the opposition of the soul searching. And I think that's why, in essence, even though he has this deep idea of what it means to have the mystery, to pursue the mystery, to understand the human heart, he then uses very material aspects to describe his own relation to that. And I think it's very interesting that you pointed that, because I thought the same, exactly the same. But you wrote a lot about otherness, specifically in your notes. So how do you see it then, the hermit, in that point in time, him particularly owning the heart? As you said, he puts a monetary value to him.
I think that we see throughout the novel and throughout human history this idea of we take trophies from our enemies. And we'll see also later in the novel this idea that kind of becomes warped because we're about to follow some scalp hunters who it's a monetary thing, but we don't understand if it's simply a monetary thing or if it is something that is it's the same as like decapitating your enemy and holding their head aloft. There's an idea of taking the heart out of something, of complete control over that thing. When you have complete control over something, then it can't have control over you. And the hermit mentions about the heart. He says, it cost me $200 to get the heart that hung inside that thing. It is, for me, otherness in Blood Meridian in particular. We're going to see it in every chapter that follows this. It is, particularly in the next chapter actually, is whatever a human being can apply to another. The idea of otherness. And it's why, for me, the use of the word nigger in this novel is so important because of how it's applied and even how some people refute it. It's not as simplified as people would see, even though there are layers of bigotry in the novel from characters that do mean that. There is this dehumanization process that occurs and gradually grows throughout the novel where otherness just reaches a point where it's either me as an individual and everyone else in the world. And I think that there's an illusion of otherness that is applied within the novel that people apply to race, like this racial purity, and it's an illusion that they feed to themselves.
Yeah, and I think McCarthy choosing to use the word in its entirety, like not shying away from using the slurs, I think it reinforces this aspect of linguistically that we can very easily attach ourselves to our race, our culture, our group, and then eschew someone else just by creating one word that embodies so much meaning in itself. But I also agree that towards the end of the novel, we see that means nothing, that groups, there's so much betrayal as well in this novel.
Yeah.
Betrayal within if you want to talk about race, betrayal within the same races as well. And ultimately that means nothing by the end. And I think it's very by design that he uses. And I know a lot of people it's very uncomfortable to see the word being said like that. But it's supposed to be uncomfortable.
Yeah.
He wants to make you feel uncomfortable. You should never be in a position reading Blood Meridian that you feel comfortable with the violence. And I think it's good that we still have that sense of that we still feel that it's touching us in some way, you know.
Yeah. Do you have anything else before the kid leaves?
Yes. The way he wakes up with the hermit. I mean, he says he woke something in the night with the hut in almost total darkness, and the hermit bent over him and all but in his bed. What do you want, he said. But the hermit crawled away, and in the morning when he woke, the hut was empty, and he got his things and left. I always thought that the image of him on top of the kid at that point is just terrifying. I mean, because there's a sense of like, and again, you see there's a sense of camaraderie between the kid and Toad Vine in chapter 1. You don't really feel that in this encounter. It's very, it's very elusive encounter, almost like shrouded in a fog,
Well, it's like the hermit. It feels as though people have wandered into the hermit multiple times, and he probably says this exact same thing over and over again by rote. Mm-hmm. It's just this idea. He's probably at this point he's just monologuing. He's just speaking out loud, and the kid just happens to be there listening to him. Yeah,
and I think it's interesting that we don't know for sure that. What were the intentions that the hermit invited him into the hut? What was he about to rape him at the moment that he decided that during the night? Did he decide that before he even invited the kid in? There's always this imminent danger. The encounter between people, between fellow humans, is always shrouded in danger. Even when we see a moment of that you might think is a moment of peace in the novel, he always breaks your expectations, McCarthy, by putting something quite ambiguous, and he does play with ambiguity a lot. In that point now, there's also this idea that he decided to do that during the night, and I like that a lot because the ambiguity that McCarthy brings to the story, this idea that we never can be too sure. It keeps you on your toes, and it keeps the violence, for a lack of a better term, really, it keeps the violence fresh. Yeah. It keeps it at the reading of the novel. You never settle down. You're always uncomfortable. Yeah. And after that, would you think, like, do you think that he was, what was his intentions in being, there's something about that I thought about, I wrote it down, but that's just like en passant. I also thought of the sleep paralysis in the sense of like, that painting, The Nightmare of someone on top of that woman. I imagine it painted like that figure.
I feel that they're both lost. You talk about the hermit literally being lost in the desert, and the kid. I mean, they speak about them being lost on their way, and it's not just a physical thing; it's a spiritual thing also, that they are both lost. And what is interesting to me is that the hermit speaks when he has that passage about man is a machine and when God made him and everything, and it's a bit like it's kind of like in the Odyssey, that kind of classic archetype where humans do human things and they meddle and interfere in the goings-on of the gods and whatnot, and they're the ones to mess everything up. And I just find it interesting, the dichotomy of the hermit, in that he is speaking of these godly spiritual things, and then at the same time comes back to a material world, that he's obsessed with the heart, that he talks about the money of the heart and everything like that. And even if what you're saying, if there is like the sexual element to it, even just like the carnal lust, the earthly pleasures of now, is that he speaks and he knows all of these things, but he's just doing what a human being does, which is human things, and that messes up and interferes into the plans of God or the gods. But moving on, the kid eventually, he does leave the hermit and he wanders for a while. He drinks and he awakens in this drunken stupor. But as he's wandering again, we get a true sense of what the American-Mexican border is like, and it's just this miasma of death, and it makes itself known. McCarthy describes carriages of horses with carbolic scents. And then he wakes up in a church. And the way that McCarthy describes the church that the kid has woke up in, it's like a husk. It's just you hear like, it's like a nest for animals. Birds are just flying overhead, and all the people inside it are dead. It acts like it's some ruin of some bygone time. And this is the perception of religion or the sacred in the world, in that we see inside the church that there's images of saints have been actively shot at.
That's this, the way he describes this place, filthy, full of animal bones and feces, right? I think it's interesting that they are desecrated, the images of the saints. You have the baby Jesus image completely desecrated. And then it's almost like he wakes up at the end of history at that point, at the end of something that was like. And when you think of a church in all its glory, you think also of Europe in all its glory, right? You think of like the story that almost the Americans would have run against. They would have try to defeat, I suppose, in a way, in terms of the ideals and the morality of it, the values of it. And I like it that the imagery that he's placing here is almost like in a painting. You see the story is just completely marked in the space itself. And he does that a lot, that you don't need much more than just the landscape to tell you exactly where you are and exactly the type of place that you are. You know, and I like that idea that you said that is almost like a nest. I don't see it as a nest at all. But yeah, it's interesting. It called to mind to me Angel's Egg, you know, those dilapidated churches. And even when you said it, like the idea of this nest.
It reminded me of Nostalgia by Tarkovsky, like the final scene where he's in the ruins and there's like snow falling on the inside. For me, the kind of imagery that it evokes is this idea that although the people inside it are dead, it's still inhabited by the souls of what was before. Yeah. And I think that this is the key to understanding the entirety of the landscape in Blood Meridian. Something else that happens within there, something else that's specifically pointed out, is a carved stone virgin held in her arms a headless child. And again, this is an example of the feminine archetype, which is so rare in the novel, but when it emerges, it's still this idea that the feminine archetype is still going to care for, and she's still going to cradle that which is beyond help. She's still going to be present. She's still in this world willing to love something. So I thoroughly enjoy this chapter. Actually, I suppose that chapter 3 in many ways is like, it's like the beginnings of the plot. The framework in which the novel is based around. The kid meets Captain White, who he is a captain of the US Army. And essentially a lot of the chapter is just him expounding to the kid on what his beliefs are, of what the purpose of the US Army is. And he's a strong-willed character. He believes that he's against anyone that's not white, Christian, and a citizen of the United States. And I'm going to read a quick passage by him and then we can discuss him. Because, again, when it comes to that theme of otherness, I think this is a very, very important chapter in understanding the novel's perspective on how people perceive otherness. Captain White, when speaking to the kid, says, speaking about the Mexicans, "What we are dealing with is a race of degenerates, a mongrel race. Little better than us, and maybe no better. There is no government in Mexico. Hell, there's no God in Mexico. Never will be. We're dealing with a people manifestly incapable of governing themselves. Do you know what happens with people who can't govern themselves? That's right. Others come in to govern for them." This seems to be a bit of a direct commentary about the American ideal of manifest destiny, but one wherein not only you forge your own path, but you demand that other people follow your path, that you must forge the rest of the world, and forge the rest of the world for others that don't fit your image. And this is the way of the New World, the America being represented as the New World in a way to replace the old one. I think that what's interesting about this, what I take from all of this, is that when this novel is set, when Blood Meridian is set, it's just really shortly after the Mexican-American War. And that, for me, completely reshifts the perspective of Captain White. Because he describes Mexicans as this race of degenerates and whatnot. And that he has like this kind of like this idealistic view that through American ideals, he's going to go to Mexico and he's going to liberate and spread the American dream of manifest destiny and the default correct way of living in Mexico. Because Mexicans are this mongrel race. And yet, in the framework of the novel, if we go back a couple of years just pre the Mexican-American War, then we would find that the border of Mexico takes up a large portion of the United States. Probably the area where he's in right now, 2-3 years prior, would have been Mexico, and the people from there would have been Mexico. But now the lands, I think, if I'm correct on this, I believe it was the Treaty of Guadalupe, in which it was signed that after the Mexican-American War, that Mexico had to give 55% of their land back, to America, had to declare it as American territory. And this land today, that was California, that was Texas, that was New Mexico. By Captain White's standards, this invisible border that was created, everyone beneath that border is a mongrel race. 2-3 years prior to this, it would have been the same. However, that border would have still been everyone in Texas, in New Mexico, in California. And this is incredibly telling to the way that otherness is perceived, in that the illusions of characters is that they are bonded by race, that is the purity, those are the distinctive markers of people. But the reality is that it's just other man. It's the otherness of mankind in which we can pick and choose at any point how that manifests itself.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, because you have the sense that like he's really trying to sow this big dream to the kid, like about like the army being something that's gonna raise him up like Lazarus. He uses like this very interesting lingo, and he says, "Son," said the captain, "we are to be the instruments of liberation in a dark and troubled land." And at the same time, the kid only joins after when he knows that he's gonna get the saddle, when he knows he's gonna get
a gun.
Yeah, he's gonna get a gun. So it's also very American in a sense, because you have this sense of like materialism again, right? Yeah, I like that as well.
Yeah. I enjoy this chapter a lot because it's within the historicity of the novel. You can't also not look at the novel in terms of a commentary, not only just on the nature of man, which it primarily is, but it is also the new world represented by the US. Mm-hmm. And I also think that it's probably quite important also. I don't think that we can just turn away from the fact that the judge also is white, that he is a pure white man. I think that's very important as well, of the idea of the New World being represented by, the whitest of the white man, in which a lot of people, a lot of natives would have perceived the enemy, in which they call him the white man. And I also have another reference, which I haven't encountered anyone mention before. They may have, people may have done it, but this is just a personal one. So if people that listen to our podcast and whatnot, that they know that we're also big fans of Leonard Cohen. And I just wonder if the song The Future is a reference to Blood Meridian. On the line where Leonard Cohen says, you'll see a woman hanging upside down, and then he says, there'll be fires on the road and a white man dancing.
And the white man dancing. I like that a lot.
I believe that might be a direct reference to the judge. And I have nothing else to say about it, but that I've just always thought that listening to it.
I like that.
Yeah.
I never imagined the judge. I always imagined someone like Charles Manson, because he also references that, like someone trying to pose like Charles Manson, like a lousy poet and all that. But I like that a lot. I love that.
I don't think it's
now I'm gonna listen. That's gonna be my go-to. I'm gonna listen to. I'm a big Leonard Cohen fan.
Especially because the song is also about like tied towards all history. Yeah. And he speaks about the devil and that it's always been present and whatnot.
I like that a lot. I love that.
But that's
a little side note.
Yeah, my take on the. If you have anything about it, let me know.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
I did wrote down something about this moment that the kid decides to join.
Yeah.
That we just see him in chapter 2, right in the end, just bathing in the waters at this dilapidated church, like completely still unclean spiritually, but clean outside in his exterior, right? And here we see again another false truth, because you see the kid completely anew, dressed like a man.
Yes.
Like, you know, dressed in clean bathe, dressed as an army man, but then again is a false truth.
Yeah.
And I think McCarthy plays a lot with those.
Yeah. Well, in fact, while you mentioned that, there was the line that we didn't actually get to mention at the end of chapter 2, in which it describes the kid as some wretched baptismal candidate. And I like that because it calls him a candidate. So there is a suggestion from McCarthy that his spirit can still be cleansed, but it takes more than just entering the river. I think that's a worthwhile thing to pin onto. We'll move on through chapter 3. At the end of the chapter, after the kid has gone into the army, he goes into this cantina, and in there is a Mennonite. Now, a Mennonite is another kind of prophetic-esque character. They're similar to sort of a proto-Amish type of people. In essence, they're from an ancient world. They're from a bygone time. They're from a world that is trapped in time, essentially. And I see that the Mennonite is the symbol of this kind of tradition. And he begins to, just before they go on this expedition, the Mennonite is the last person that speaks to them before they're about to venture out with the US Army into Mexico. And he speaks of this line. The Mennonite says to them, "The wrath of God lies sleeping. It was hid 1,000,000 years before men were, and only men have power to wake it. Hell ain't half full. Hear me. You carry war of a madman's making onto a foreign land. You'll wake more than the dogs."
Yeah, this encounter with the Mennonite, I wrote down here, is a direct allusion to chapter 19 from Moby Dick, the prophet, when you see Queequeg and Ismail, just before they enter the church, they do meet a disheveled man that speaks also of this Faustian exchange that's going to happen, that by signing the papers to, or the quote is, well, what's signed is signed, and what's to be will be, and then again, perhaps it won't be after all. Yeah, I think he's alluding again to Moby Dick with, in a way, do you think that the Mennonite in that moment there is actually prophesizing something true?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I do too.
I do, and the reason is because McCarthy, as he's writing, like the only person that we can really trust about the nature of the world also is McCarthy as the disembodied narrator, as just the person watching over this world. And the way that he describes the world is also that ancient spirits do lie sleeping in the world, and it's only when men come in that they disturb them, as though, like, the Mennonite is a symbol of like ancient tradition and of the old world. And prior to this expedition, he suggests that ancient sands of time must lay undisturbed. Otherwise, there's going to be an unfathomable evil that will arise. And just as it is, perhaps it is God's will that they remain still. And just like I mentioned earlier, like with the Odyssey, it's the nature of man that he will go in there to disturb them.
I think there's also this death wish that the characters have in the novel, like underlying unconsciously, you know?
Do you think? Yeah,
because there's so many moments in the novel that someone makes an almost prophetic remark of doom. You have the prophet, you have the hermit again, just to talk about the beginning of the novel, you know? And I find it interesting that you mentioned McCarthy being a disembodied narrator, because in so many ways, I mean, in Moby Dick, for example, which is he uses so much of Moby Dick in Blood Meridian. You have Ishmael, which is a very charismatic narrator. And in here, we don't have that. We have almost like a detachment between the narrator and the story.
I mean, even now, like we're right at the beginning, and it will happen all the way through. Like we barely even mention the kid.
Yeah,
he only comes at very specific points of the book.
Yeah, but I do think there's a death wish in the sense. I mean, you know, the kid is walking through the oblique smoke. You know, you have so many moments of danger that is prophesied or something is telling you not to do something, like the landscape almost, like as you said, like, you know, the world, it's hostile, but they still choose to go to that direction. I think that's a bit of a death wish.
Interesting. Now, chapter 4 is an interesting chapter because I find it's where McCarthy's use of simile and metaphor really starts to render itself. And it's because throughout chapter 4, not a lot happens. There is a lot of wandering, and the only thing to keep us company is McCarthy describing the world. And this is a motif throughout the novel, that we move from one place to the next, and McCarthy is describing to us exactly how the world works, and at the same time he's giving us as specific a description as he possibly can, and it remains so elusive and mysterious to us. So just an example, as we are following Captain White's crew attempting to, I suppose, liberate Mexico, they slowly succumb to cholera, and here we're granted the overwhelming power of nature almost as a cautionary tale on their journey. So here is how McCarthy describes one segment of that journey. They rode on, and the sun in the east flushed pale streaks of light, and then a deeper run of colour, like blood seeping up in sudden reaches, flaring plane-wise, and where the earth drained up into the sky at the edge of creation, the top of the sun rose out of nothing, like the head of a great phallus, until it cleared the unseen rim and sat squat and pulsing and malevolent behind them. The shadows of the men and their mounts advanced elongate before them, like strands of the night from which they'd ridden, like tentacles to bind them to the darkness yet to come. And sometimes this stuff simply doesn't need explaining from McCarthy, because he says exactly what the world is, and everything that you need to know are in the words.
Yeah, there's a lot of that feeling nature of, in here, for example, as you said, he's just trying to create a feel in you. I feel that this landscape is overpowering, you know, is overwhelming. You have the coyotes, the scattering the bones of the dead. You have the sun rising in the color of blood. I mean, he's really playing with the idea of nature as this inevitable force. But there's something I wrote down that I find it interesting, that even amidst this inevitable force and all these men dying, getting sick from something that they caught from nature, I suppose, he goes and says, they came to know the night skies well, Western eyes that read geometry, Western eyes that read more geometric constructions than those names given by the ancients. Is almost implying this necessity to control over nature, to understand it, but to ultimately imprison it in these geometric shapes, these constructions, to enslave it and then to destroy.
Yeah. There's points like he describes wagon wheels as astrolabes, and there is this like cosmic watch constantly over, because he refers to the stars, and in this chapter he speaks of the Dipper and Orion overhead and whatnot. But he describes things as if molded by the hand of man before man ever existed, and it is this idea. It relates back to the Hermit, of this idea that there is a truth that's out there, but man has to imprint his view on things, and it is the goings on of man that completely disrupt that initial plan.
Yeah, do you know something I wrote down that I think you will find interesting? Is that there's so many ways in which he's describing the landscape here as something almost alien, right? Yeah. It's something almost, I mean, it doesn't even feel natural. It's the way he's describing so over the top, but at the same time, he uses the term alien hearts to speak about man. You know, to speak about their alien hearts. They are the alien here, you know? So the survivors lay quietly in that cratered void and watch the withhold stars go riffling down the dark, or sleep with their alien hearts beating in the sand like pilgrims exhausted on the face of the planet Anarita, clutched to a nameless wheeling in the night. Anarita is an old astrological term for a planet that signals ill fortune. Yeah, in your horoscope, any planet in your horoscope that would be located in a position of ill fortune. So it used to be called also a destroyer, a ruler of the 8th house, considered the house of death. I find that very interesting.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
Well, do you believe then, from the perspective of the novel, or from McCarthy's perspective, do you believe that man is innately an ill-fortuned being in the novel?
Yeah, I do.
You think you think that he is entropic by nature?
Yeah, innately, but I think he gives enough opportunities for man to redeem itself. And then I think you see that very late with that Bible that the kid carries.
But can man redeem himself?
Exactly, yeah. Can he really? I don't know.
Yeah. In this novel, I'm not sure, because I'm also not even sure if man is considered part of nature or if he's seen as like an accident or a mutation of nature in this.
And I think when he see the Comanches doing the massacre in this chapter, I think he's again not only telling us that this is not the nature of the other man, meaning the man that opposite to our race or the man that is opposite to us, but this is the nature of man.
Yeah.
And I wrote down here that the imagery he closes the chapter is one of my favorite imageries, because it's this idea of all the horses are dead, pounding out the smoke and dust and circle with flapping leather and wild manes. There's almost this extremely prophetic, apocalyptic way, but it's just death.
Yeah.
Those are just bodies.
Well, yeah. Well, he says that actually in the chapter. He says death seemed the most prevalent feature of the landscape. He says that it's a feature of the landscape, as though not that it's something that was supplanted there, that it's intrinsic to it. It exists within it, that it is a part of it.
Yeah. And I wrote that down as well. Not only that man would be a new fortune, but I wrote down that the way that he's writing in the end with like the horses lay screaming and also the alien heart of man, I wrote down that he's almost implying that we are a parasitical creature, you know? Not only a ill fortune, but that we are parasite.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's what I wrote down.
There's a lot of this that emerges, especially as the novel does grow more violent over time. But that brings us to the end of this chapter, actually, in which we encounter something that is the most violent that the novel has been so far. So as Captain White's crew are wandering along, they encounter this small herd and they realize that Comanches have actually been waiting for them. And all of a sudden, there's an ambush and they attack the crew. The level of violence is unlike anything that we've encountered thus far. It's animalistic, it's brutal, and it describes the hacking of limbs that people are parading in viscera. Some of the killers become so enraged in their bloodlust that they proceed to sodomize the corpses of their victims. They're scalped, it's intensely violent, and at the same time, blood is viewed as this cleansing thing, as this cathartic experience. Violence to those who perpetrate it is seen as something celebratory, something as though you are bringing, like what we saw in the first chapter with the child when he spoke about standing above his victims bloodied, that it vindicates mankind, its very self, that there is this idea of violence and the destruction of otherness, and death is a duty of mankind to not only go to, because death is a part of the landscape, that not only death is something that we are all working towards, but the actual inaction of death is something that not all men must do, but all men in the nature of their darkness will do. So we open chapter 5 and the kid somehow has survived the massacre from the Comanches. He wanders on again once more, almost where he began the novel, alone, lost physically and spiritually in this landscape with no one to guide him. We hear, we hear descriptors of the landscape again. He says that dead babies look larval, murdered lay in their communal blood. Again, there is something so sacred and profane, and the blurring of the two in McCarthy's beautification of death in this landscape. And we stumble upon things that have already been, like some resurrection of an ancient war, the revival of some deep human conflict. Bones are discovered that lay there that have been there completely undisturbed for generations. And he refers to the land as a terra damnata, which means a condemned earth. I really find this descriptor in particular interesting, because the idea of something being condemned means that it's been cast judgment upon. The kid has experienced so much, and yet it's considered that he probably has some degree of agency of himself. And so if that is the case, if it is a condemned land, then who is it that's judging this land? And if someone is judging it, then how is the kid able to traverse it? Just as a side note, I want to hear an answer to that question. Who is judging the land? If there is an answer to that, who is judging it?
I think there is a God in this story.
I think there is, because McCarthy also says in descriptors, he talks about things that God planted there.
Yeah, and I think the kid surviving the massacre just before and being able to be lucky enough to escape, kind of like we don't really know how he does it, is very en passant. It's also an idea of predestination.
Okay, well, here's something.
Okay.
Because you mentioned something where man, by his nature, is an ill-fortuned being. Mm-hmm. So then how are we encountering the kid to have such fortune?
To have luck.
How?
Because I think man might be an ill fortune on earth, but not in himself, to himself.
Mm.
Yeah? And I think in a way, by making the kid survive, he's not only allowing the book to continue for us readers in a selfish way, but he's also, again, playing with bearing witness. Because the kid bears witness to that massacre. Yeah. And if that massacre
is unobserved,
then it doesn't exist. It's completely forgotten in that landscape. The dust will go on top of it, and it's just going to be, again, part of the landscape again, as we see time and time again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, the kid works forward, and again we see cosmic references. We have this idea of the Great Bear, which is one of the constellations in the sky. Interesting, the idea, the mention of a bear, because a bear becomes a creature which is referenced throughout the novel, particularly in the ending. But then the entire chapter follows the kid and a character called Sproul. Sproul is one of the other remnants of the survivors that was found there. But Sproul is a bit of a nuisance, and it's interesting because the kid being 14 years old and being described as the kid, the first time after everything that he's encountered, we see the human element of the kid, and he's probably one of the few characters that has any kind of humanism within him that he displays. This traveling between the two culminates in a peculiar scene where a vampire bat bites Sproul. Now, Sproul is a character that he says that he has consumption, and as he's walking along, he's becoming delirious. He's not quite seeing things the way that they are. So he has this toxicity in him. In essence, his very blood is poisoned. And the vampire bat biting him is taking that toxicity out of him. But when the vampire bat bites Sproul, the kid jumps up, and because he's trying to get the bat off him, and Sproul thinks that the kid is about to do something to him. He has this accusatory look towards him, and the kid then says about him, because of the accusatory look that Sproul had towards him, of just the very idea that the kid was going to do something negative towards him, that he was going to harm him. There's a line that said, "What's wrong with you is wrong all the way through you." And with this theme of poison blood, which links to another epigraph at the beginning, which is from Paul Valery, and it's this idea of the thing that we fear, not death, is blood. And I've been trying to figure this out all the way through. I've been trying to figure out why the fear of blood and the constant mentioning of blood, even more than death in the novel, constantly emerges. And I've tried to figure it out, but and it just feels as though that it's something, that it's a representation or some parallel to the spirit of man, that it's something deep within us. The way that the Hermit describes man as a machine, then blood would be the fuel of that machine, and then that blood can be poisoned or that it can be impure. And
It's interesting because ritualistically, like, blood also symbolizes life, which is the opposite.
Yeah.
And I'm interested. It just got me pondering here for 5 seconds. Yeah.
And what we see with Sproul of him having this, then he is a being that has this poisoned, impure blood within him because he's being, he has consumption, suffering from delirium with it. And there is this predator of nature that's trying to take that out of him. And at the same time, there is the kid who is trying to protect him. The kid is a character that we see is still putting himself in danger, even though he's completely separated from the feminine in his life, from the feminine archetype in his life. He still has, more than any other character that we're going to encounter, the most caring aspect. He's still willing to care for this man who he's never met, who is a nuisance, to have impure blood.
Interesting.
But that line that's spoken, I was trying to figure out, like, what's the relationship with blood within this and this line that's spoken, which is, what's wrong with you is wrong all the way through you. The kid says this. Or does he? Because we don't know. All that's said is, he said, what's wrong with you is wrong all the way through you. Now, either the kid is saying that to Sproul because he still believes in this idea that you are an impure soul, or that that Sproul said it, and the soul of man can be corrupted so much that he would look at the kid who, as you said, he wears that kindness behind his eyes, that he's still willing to help him, that he's the one that looks at him and says, what's wrong with you is wrong all the way through you, that you have something inside of your soul that doesn't fit in with this world. It's the reason why he was able to survive the massacre. It's the reason why he's able to care for people. The kid is the outlier in this world.
I find it interesting that you said that the kid is caring for him. Because if there's one thing that I noted about this, is that the kid is doing this through survival instincts. Again, he's not caring for him per se, but keeping himself alive by caring for him. Do you know what I mean? But that being said, I do agree with that in the novel, there's this sense of predestination. And because of it, this idea of the blood being completely rotten would also be, it would be something that would be unchangeable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if the kid did say the line, then there is this idea of this hatred of weakness that we see, especially in the Glanton gang that are going to emerge quite soon. There's this constant hatred of weakness and this easy disposability of those that are weak, which comes, but by the end of the novel, the kid has grown and he doesn't harbor this.
I want to pin an idea here.
Yeah.
At the same time, McCarthy keeps using imagery of animals moving towards the slaughter. You have the wolves, the vultures, the chicken pecking at the dead people, completely unaware of what an atrocity is even.
Yeah.
The idea of an atrocity. They just going through the motions of survival of the cycle of life. And then you have also, I'm pinning this idea because I'm bringing it back in the future. This idea that the judge says that the perfect kid, the perfect child will be thrown into the wolves, So I just want to pin this here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it goes back again to the hermit, where it's this idea of, he says that all animals can show meanness, but man is evil.
Yeah.
And this, we're going to see, because the judge is about to reemerge, and we're going to see this with this characteristic that the judge has, where his evil is not in the acts specifically that he commits. The evil that he displays is the manner in which he displays them, because we're going to see that the judge, even when he is completely victorious, even when he has completely overpowered his victim, it never ceases. He still has this strange, for someone who is so based in the material, he still has this strange obsession with completely dehumanizing them, with having elements of Machiavellianism or of the unnecessary aspects of evil that he displays, which animals don't.
Yeah, that's true. It's interesting because I also think in here in this chapter you have a lot of interactions between the kid and some Mexicans that he meets, right? Can we skip through a little bit?
Yeah. I mean, what ends up happening is that there is Sproul ends up getting killed, and the kid encounters bandits, and we see that they were riding the horse of Captain White, but we don't exactly know what's happened to Captain White yet, and so they take him into their town, and before we know it, we see that Captain White finally, we see what happened to him, and his head is in a jar. And this great idealism, put it this way, Captain White was trying to invoke manifest destiny. And this is where this leads you. Because if you are a true upholder of manifest destiny, then you are also an upholder of everyone else forcing their will upon you. This is the very nature of freedom that he was purporting to spread to Mexico. And in many ways, you could say that when he got to Mexico, the act of him being decapitated, it shows it's already there.
Yeah, it's also the nature of history, isn't it? So then again, it's a bit predestined one more time. I wrote down that one of the things that I found interesting about this chapter is that you have so many interactions between the kid and the Mexicans. And when you have that, because he doesn't speak the language, all you have within each other to talk, it's almost grunts. So if you were to imagine the scene happening, it's almost like, mimic, or it's almost animalistic. So I find it interesting, again, that you point about this idea of the blood, the essence of human beings, the knowledge of violence, but then the interactions between them, it's going to have to be primal. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I find that interesting. And what do you think then that around this part of the chapter, you also have this dilapidated town again? Civilization is always, there's not a moment that you see any glory of civilization, even after they have this head in the jar, even after they conquer in some way.
Yeah. I haven't, do you know what? I haven't really thought of it. You become so entrenched in the world that you start to believe that this is the world entire. So chapter 6 is in essence a very transitory chapter. It's just going to set the groundwork for everything that's going to come. So the kid is in jail and he's actually encountered Toadvine in there. He's introduced to these strange, profane characters around him. They talk about there's mystics in there. He talks about there's perverts being in there. But interestingly, when we meet up with Toadvine, what I found interesting was that we see a perspective that he has, which is quite unique for a character, especially we know he's a horse thief, we know he's a felon and everything. And there's a character in there called Brass Teeth, who has loads of gold teeth. And he's concerned about him. He's worried that people are going to take advantage for him. And he prays for him. And he does that, but then he wonders how much his teeth would be worth. And it's interesting because reference very, very later in like chapter 16 or 17, it's not even mentioned, but we see that Toadvine has around his neck a necklace of gold teeth. And so we can only assume that the only place that he got them was Brass Teeth, which was this man that he curiously prayed for and hoped that it would be okay. But then was still willing to, we don't know what, but still dehumanize and victimize him in one way or another.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you carry something around your neck, it can also be endearing. Yeah.
So we're in the prison, and then all of a sudden, the judge from chapter 1 reemerges, and he reemerges with a new character called Glanton. So it is as quick as them arriving as it is as they leave the prison. Toadvine says to the kid that, look, I've spoke to the guards. I've convinced them that we're the 3 best scalp hunters in here. Just go with it, and we'll be able to get out of here. And he does. He's convinced them that they're well versed in the killing of natives, and so they're released and they join the Glanton's gang. So Glanton is introduced, whereas the judge kind of makes his way into the tent and he just turns around and everyone stares at him. The way that Glanton is introduced is that he kicks open a door. And it's the complete juxtaposition between the two. The judge, meanwhile, is off to the side again, smiling, watching it all occur. This is Glanton's gang. He is the leader, which is very interesting because the judge is present. And you can only assume that the reason Glanton is the leader is because the judge allows him to be the leader.
Yeah, you get the sense from the judge.
But Glanton doesn't know that.
Do you think?
Glanton does not know that. Glanton is too insular within his own chaos. He never at one point thinks about anyone outside of himself.
I get the sense that the judge is there almost to propose like some type of Faustian exchange with Glanton. And I'm not sure if he ever did. Not in this chapter, but in general, like waiting for the perfect moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get this sense that.
Yeah. I mean, this is a very quick chapter and we'll be able to speak about those themes. But just in terms of what this chapter ends with, when they leave, so it's Glanton and the judge as well as Toadvine and the kid, and they ride out of the town together. And when they leave, it's as though people are caught in some kind of mania. Like there's some unexplainable magnetism towards the gang. They're greeted by the mayor, and then there's song and dance and all of this pomp around them. And even though we've just seen so much violence, the chapter ends with them leaving, and it is a bit like a dance macabre that occurs there also, because you have all the women dressed up, you have the leader of the town, and as they ride off, they ride off from the town assuming that they are going to be the heroes to save them from those savages that are destroying them.
Do you know, I find it interesting at the same time that they have this sense that they're going to be the heroes. The way that McCarthy describes the way that they dressed is very primitive as well. He goes to say, brutal, the whole like a visitation from some heathen land where they and others like them fed on human flesh. Like it's almost a presage, already, again.
Yeah. We end chapter 6, a very, very quick transitory chapter, so that we lead into chapter 7 and the introduction of the Glanton gang. So this is our first encounter with the Glanton gang, and we're introduced to many of the key players that are going to be with us throughout the novel. So we hear about White and Black Jackson, two men called John Jackson, one white and one black. We see that the judge is here with us. We see that Glanton is here with us again. We learn of this Welshman called Bathcat, who Toadvine has quite a close relationship with one another. So we are introduced to Glanton and the kind of person that he is. We've seen already, he kicks the door open as he's introduced. He's this embodiment of chaos. He's just an archetypal bandit criminal. And when we're introduced to him, he's buying a gun. And he's got this really powerful pistol that this man's trying to sell to him. And the way that he does it is that he looks around at the animals around him and he just shoots them indiscriminately, one by one. He shoots this cat, he shoots a mule, and there's this image that there's a goat cowering away from him with his neck leant up against the wall, and then he just walks up and blasts away. And there's an interesting bit. McCarthy says that when the cat is shot, he says that there was no noise. He just disappeared. That the cat just died, and that's what that meant. But Glanton is this hateful, chaotic man. The pistol raises the attention of guards because he's been going around indiscriminately shooting things. But this is why I think Glanton doesn't think. Glanton has never thought outside of, in many ways, his idea of control. Glanton gets what he wants. He just doesn't have the philosophical aspect that the judge has. But what happens is that as he's been shooting these animals, guards come, and then the judge, as this diplomat, goes and he deals with it. And when we see the judge encounter people, he has this complete control over the situation. When he starts to speak to the guards, he starts to speak in Spanish. He speaks their language. But not only does he speak Spanish to them, he starts to explain to them history, geology. He says that he mentions the Israelites to them. And he expounds on all of this because the judge essentially believes that all of history can be conveyed and specified to an individual. The judge essentially possesses all knowledge, but his power is that he knows exactly how to disseminate it. And can I read a little passage?
Yeah, I also have
this?
one, but it might be the same, to be honest.
It might be the same. But he says, the judge smiled again. It's not necessary, he said, that the principals here be in possession of the facts concerning their case, for their acts will ultimately accommodate history with or without their understanding. But it is consistent with notions of right principle that these facts, to the extent that they can be readily made to do so, should find a repository in the witness of some third party.
It wasn't the same.
It wasn't
the same one. Yeah. But that is an interesting thing because it's the first time we see the judge's gift of oratory, right?
Yes, yeah.
And for a novel that is so concerned with the oral tradition, I think it's very interesting that one of its main characters has also the command of language, right? And you see the judge again, as you said, like, you know, he presents them with talks about Bible, the Greeks, the Israelites, anthropology, science, geology. I mean, he has this command. And then Black Jackson at some point asks him what he said to them because he's speaking in Spanish. And then he says, that doesn't matter what he said. Words are things. The word he is in possession of, he cannot be deprived of. Their authority transcends his ignorance of their meaning.
Well, here's something, because we're going to see, I believe, that the judge's truth is absolute, and he explains this throughout the novel. He begins to actually expound on the reality of this, in that the judge believes in materialism. The truth of the world is here, and you can grab it. And it's interesting that because he has so much knowledge of history. But for him, history is the humanities. History is the story dictated by witnesses, other humans, their interpretations of things. And so for him, it's almost as though history doesn't really exist, that it's just a tool, that whatever witnesses were present at that point, they dictated it. And as he says, words are words. There is this thing about the oral tradition, but there is this idea that the idea of history is a concrete thing. And that is just one of the tools. It's almost as though the way that oral tradition works, the way that history works, it's simply a material puzzle that someone can put together. And someone with an immense power, with absolute power, would be able to construct history in a way that only their truth would continue to exist.
Yeah, I mean, that's that common saying that we know history through the side of the whoever won, right? I think he's saying that it's material that is concrete, but at the same time, just as we see before, is also what's happening right now at the present moment, right? You get the sense a lot from the novel that there is this oral tradition, this grand oral tradition, but the character of the judge is always bringing things back to the material world, to the present moment. Yeah. I wrote something very silly. But my note on Black and White Jackson was that they're almost a yin-yang, keeping the balance of the gang.
No, I had this in the following chapter.
Did you?
In the following chapter, I had this.
Yeah. Okay.
Because that's going to... we can speak about that.
Yeah. Okay.
And funnily enough, when I thought it's probably a foolish thing to think also.
Thank you, because I felt the same.
Yeah.
I wrote down
But I couldn't think of anything else. We'll save that for the next chapter because that actually emerges. But what ends up happening is that the crew, the Glanton gang, then encounter this travelling troupe. They follow the gang, and there's a juggler. And in the beginning of the chapter, it's described as Hiccius Docus. Now, this is at the beginning of the chapter, the chapter heading where it tells you everything that's going to happen. And Hiccius Docus can only be related to the juggler, because that was a Latin term that meant juggling. It ended up meaning juggling. However, the etymology of it initially meant this learned man. I find that very intriguing, because what is juggling? It's this trickery of dexterity. in the illusion that you're seeing someone that is doing something almost magic, but it's still within the realms of reality that you can see it. However, to witness it, to explain it, it comes across almost as this illusion.
Interesting as well, because I wrote down about the juggler in the face of tarot, what it means in tarot reading. So the juggler indicates commencement. It is the first card after a 0 where the self exhibits itself. So it's the first, I suppose, the first time that you exhibit some self-awareness, some understanding of your subconscious as well. And I think it's interesting that with the relation to the learned man. Well,
if it's the learned man, then this would be a threat to the judge, because the judge doesn't want a learned man. The judge wants a blank slate of man that is just an enactor of war. That's the only thing he wants. When freedom and choice exist in man, then the judge aims to destroy it.
Yes, that foreshadows the end. His relationship to the kid as his perfect son, betraying him.
Particularly to the kid, but I also believe throughout, because we're going to see that when members of the gang or when members of anyone start to display some manner of moral choice or even just a personal choice in the presence of the judge, they often meet very bad ends.
Do you think that's why at some point that Glanton perhaps was someone that he thought could, I suppose, embodies that because of his complete chaotic nature, and then when he meets the kid, he starts thinking that the kid, because the kid is illiterate, has no past. I mean,
no, I don't. I actually believe something very specific with this, and it will make more sense once we see how things develop with the gang. I know what you mean, though, as if the idea as though, well, chapter 10, we're going to learn about how the gang came together.
Yeah.
But there is this idea of, is it a possibility that the judge is this kind of, this forger of evil within people, and he's gathered these people together individually to try and almost like make them in his image. It's definitely a possibility. Do you know what? I mean, again, I don't really believe this, but I think the idea that this image comes in my head when I think about all the gang together. I don't believe it, but the fact that I can't remove the image from my head is telling me something. Is the image that I have when they are all sat around the fire explaining stories with one another is the Last Supper.
Well, that's interesting. I thought that too.
Did you?
Yeah, but I also don't believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I also don't think that he would be as banal as to just subvert the Last Supper. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, but I also wouldn't. I also know that because there's so much of the unconscious in the novel, that if that was one element that can be true, it doesn't mean that just because that's true that it's exclusively true. Yeah.
That's interesting though that we both thought the same, because that was a point that I thought that too.
Yeah. Well, actually, as well, do you know another image that happens when they encounter this troupe? The troupe follows the gang, the juggler and whatnot, but there's also a blind man that's being led by a child on a string.
I know. I wrote that down too.
The obvious parallel is with the kid and his father, of leading a blind man through the desert, the child, the father of the man. But we're also going to see this idea emerge of people tethered to one another.
Destinies as well that are tied. Would you say that?
I don't know, because it's a very rich symbol, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's also, something that I like as well about this particular, I also wrote it down. It's such a simple and easy symbol too.
Yeah.
But because it's so easy and simple, it allows for such depth.
Yeah.
Because you can keep going, you can keep going.
Yeah.
And he does that a lot. Like there's many minuscule things like that. He just peppers around the story.
Yeah.
I also wrote that down. Yeah, I didn't make a connection with the child, the father of the man, but I can totally see that. I see it more as, the next generation carrying civilization and civilization being blind endeavor.
Well, I also saw it as this idea of what we mentioned earlier with the parasite that you see in chapter 1, is this notion that even when the father is physically gone or when he is spiritually gone or mentally gone, it still has to be replaced by something else. So even if the father is blind, the child still must find a way to keep that tether with the Father. If that means that he must walk ahead of him, he still will be physically, in this instance, but spiritually, always tethered to the Father.
Yeah, I can see that.
I think that talking about symbols and this idea of the unconscious leads us to the finale of this chapter, which I don't know how exactly to tackle, because there's a tarot scene that occurs at the end, and it's a very strange scene. It occurs by the fire, and the judge is the one that begins to instigate the idea of a tarot reading to occur. And the lady of the troupe, she goes around and begins to give each individual that wants to engage with it a reading. Do you want to speak on this a little bit?
Yeah, I just want to introduce a bit what tarot means for those who don't know. I mean, the tarot is a story told in arcans, minor and majors. And it really does tell the story, which we know as the Fool's Journey. And the way we can see our reading in it is knowing in which stage of the Fool's Journey we are in currently. And that is constantly cyclical. You'll always go back to the beginning again. And I think it's interesting because McCarthy is always playing with this idea of history. Again, the kid bringing along the blind man. I mean, there's a cycle in that is already happening. That because who is to say that the kid cannot become the blind man next and his child become his guidance, right? So I think he's playing with that, and he's putting the tarot reading right there with the juggler symbolizing the, between many things, also in the cards, the idea of commencement is also the commencement of their journey together as a group, even in the most basic way, right? I wrote down little notes about this. The kid drawing a Four of Cups, which would signify I need to reevaluate your current state of mind and perspective. Which I find it interesting because it's almost like the cards are telling him that he's making a bad choice. And the judge smiles to that.
Well, see, now the kid's card for me is the most interesting one. It's the one that I'm most intrigued by. Mm-hmm. Because when he gets the Four of Cups, if you see the actual image of the Four of Cups, it's often a man who is looking down and there's 3 cups in front of him and a 4th one emerges. And the four of Cups to me signifies that for the kid, there's been some kind of offering, that there's some kind of freedom of choice. But at the same time, the fact that there are already 3 there and a 4th one emerges, it's as though that there's no other path. The 4th cup, this offering that he's getting, is the 4th and final offering he's going to have in his life. And I think it ties into the final chapter.
Yeah, I have a note on that actually, because if you look at the image of the Four of Cups, as you said, usually the Four of Cups is also floating through a hand, almost like it could be said divine intervention.
Yes.
Yeah. Or, a temptation.
Yes, again, but that's the thing. It's an offering of some kind.
Yeah.
And I think that this ties into the final chapter, this idea, again, leading to the idea that the judge doesn't necessarily actively mold. I mean, he may, but I think more than what he is that he intervenes.
Would you think that the judge, in a way, is also a cup? In that regard, he's also offering him something?
I think that my instinct, if I were to give a definitive answer, is that the cup is offered by the judge at the finale. And and what we will see with the judge, as I said, is an absolutist. Things either are or they aren't. Is that he has this cup and it's the 4th and final offering he will ever receive in his life. And he either takes it or he doesn't. There's no in between.
Yeah, that's interesting. I see as both as well as duality, like, the 2 options that he has. In essence, like the cup could symbolize temptation, but it could also symbolize God's will in the sense of like an offering for the great path, the good path, the divine path as well. And I find it interesting because ultimately towards the end, I don't want to jump ahead too much, but ultimately towards the end, just spinning this idea that we really don't know what happened to the kid. We know this some sort of a cosmic embrace. I don't want to get too deep into it, but then we see the reaction from people towards that image, which I find it interesting as
Yeah.
well, because again, he's playing with the oral tradition.
I mean, just to speak on that card, one last bit. There is the idea, again, the judge smiles when he takes the Four of Cups.
Yeah.
There is also this idea that it is God's destiny, that God is offering him something, and the possibility that the judge has demonstrated time and time again that he can supersede God's will. That he smiles because he sees that God and destiny have implanted this thing on the child, on the kid, and that he knows that by his will, he will be able to supersede that. The destiny of the kid will be forged by the judge is the alternative way of looking at it.
Yeah. What do you think about Glanton then, with his reaction to the tarot reading?
I do not know. He looks at the card. She tells him that it's the Chariot, and I've thought. I mean, it could be that it's very destined for his demise. The way that I think that people would naturally look at it is that every card that a person picks up is some way tied to the end of their journey, because we know that everyone's journey on here is going to end at some point. And if that's the case, you could look at it like that way. I mean, it could just be a representation of the ferry in which Glanton will meet his demise. But I haven't quite figured his out, because even the act that he rejects it.
Okay, so let's talk about the card that he rejects and the card that's not in the card that is not in the game really quickly. So we know that the fortune teller says that he draws the Chariot reverse. Yeah? The Chariot in its normal position symbolizes willpower, but reverse means lack of direction, which is very significant of what Glanton is as his chaotic force. But I think McCarthy is hinting in a double ambiguous way that this is a fool's game, and I'm gonna, if you permit me to just elaborate a little bit on this, because he describes that the interlocutress, which is the woman that is taking the card, is sitting between Boaz and Jacquin, which is the B and the J, which in tarot means yes or no, which is the black and the white pillar that the high priestess is sitting in between in the image of the tarot, the tarot card. And I think that implies in a way, because the high priestess symbolizes in the card itself, symbolizes subconscious mind, intuition, spiritual knowledge, and the mysteries. I think he's kind of doing like an offhand that this is a fool's game, because the high priestess is not in there. So meaning the spiritual knowledge is not in there. So I think he's digging at the truth itself. But also, a fool's game is interesting because in tarot, this is a fool's journey. Yeah. And a fool in tarot is not stupid man. In fact, in the traditional tarot reading, he's almost a heroic character. He's unafraid of pirouetting at the edge of the precipice. He is the spirit in search of experience. And I wrote that down because I was really interested in this double take that McCarthy is doing, and especially when you see the reaction of Glanton or denying that and the card being revealed to him. I mean,
but there's also, just in terms of character, I also see it as anything that what card would Glanton have taken that he would have accepted?
I think it hints to maybe him being someone that wants to be in pursuit of his own faith, in his own destiny, but because of his chaotic force and who he actually is, he's incapable of doing that.
I think that by the
Sorry, I have to interrupt you.
Yeah,
Does the judge get a reading?
No, of course not.
Of course not. Of course not. Because I didn't make a note, and I'm like, I would have made a note on that.
No, of course he doesn't.
Yeah. That is interesting.
If anything, what happens is because the kid isn't the first one to get a reading. I think he's like the third to get a reading, and he doesn't quite want to do it first. And during this, the judge calls him Blasarius. He says, I think it's young Blasarius that he refers to him. And that is a Latin term, which is essentially like an igniter or an arsonist. And it's interesting because the judge characterizes the kid from his first encounter, which is when he burnt down the hotel with Toadvine, the judge doesn't know about him before that. So we can infer that the knowledge of the kid is only the judge's knowledge of the kid. And his story begins in fire. His story begins with him burning it down.
The meteorite shower.
Exactly.
He's born in fire.
Exactly. He's born in fire in the mind of the judge.
Yes. And I think it ties to something I wrote it down beautifully, actually beautifully. I said, I almost think there's something important about the character of the juggler and the family of magicians, especially because in the whole scene, the judge seems to be the one in tune with all the knowledge. He seems to be the one in tune with the real knowledge of their destiny.
Yeah.
That's why he acts as though this is not important. He laughs. He perverts the reading by smiling. He taunts Glanton a little bit, you know? And also he prevents Glanton from killing her. After in the end, there's a point that he's like gets kind of agitated. I'm not entirely sure. I just feel he's playing with the idea of real magic, this almost cosmical and unexplainable force that someone like the judge symbolizes. And then you have this mundane, almost magic, this almost circle like banal fortune telling. You know, you have the real magic almost in conflict of the anti-real magic.
Well, the end of the chapter, which is the day after the tarot reading, because we've seen like Glanton wants to kill her and whatnot. And then at the end, they encounter this really decrepit woman stood in the middle of nowhere. And then Glanton goes up to her and shoots her in the head. And then he gets a knife out and he says he wants them to scalp her. He says, go get the receipt. And he does it in this callous way. And I think that what is quite telling about Glanton's perspective is that just as the judge is the one that's ultimately giving him the power to say it's your gang, it's still this idea, you know, he wasn't able to, he's never able to completely enact his will. He lives in chaos, but everything that he wants, he thinks he can get, and he doesn't quite get it. And I think at the end when he just kills that woman discriminately, it's like a young child throwing a petty tantrum. The only difference is that when a child throws a tantrum, it's a very, very minute scale. But when you see these men who've been completely devoured by their evil, their tantrums will result in the deaths of hundreds of people. So again, chapter 8, after we've finally been introduced to all of the gang, we kind of just carry on and spend a bit more time with them. But we also are exposed to just the level of supposedly indiscriminate violence, or perhaps violence that isn't as indiscriminate as we might think. But we start with this discussion about Mexico and blood, where we're in a cantina and there's Mexicans that encounter Toadvine, Bathcat, and they're speaking to them as though they're kind of saviors. They are going to liberate this land, and they kind of continue this idealism that's invoked by Captain White. And it leads you to believe that every man that we encounter does believe the same thing. And so you begin to question as to why there is so much violence and so much violence based on the otherness of people that we encounter throughout the novel. But then what occurs is a gathering once more by the fire of the gang, and there is a confrontation between Black Jackson and White Jackson. Again, I don't think that it's just a coincidence. It's a bit of dark humor in itself that we just have Black Jackson and White Jackson. But I don't think that the amount of symbology that exists throughout the novel, I think the idea of having two men with the exact same name as one another, one black and one white, your immediate... you immediately think of duality between two people, don't you?
Yeah, okay, we pinned a little comment right before about this idea that we both wrote down, the idea of yin-yang.
Yes.
Yes, and I think in essence, there's a level of equilibrium that they're keeping in the gang because they're also observing them kind of be aggressive with one another, and they don't do anything. Like, they just watch, you know?
Yeah.
They're taking each other. And the way that McCarthy... talks about Black Jackson and White Jackson is almost like they're the same person, just separated by the color of their skin, right? Yeah. So I wrote down really quick, like just the definition of yin yang, like a Chinese philosophical concept that describes the two opposing yet complementary forces that make up the universe and life. Almost this idea, a bit abstract, but this idea that they need each other also. And then what you see here, jumping a little bit ahead, is that Jackson kind of choosing to finish that equilibrium in a way.
Well, the way that I wrote it was this idea, black and white being the polar opposites of one another. I just put this idea of, though, one splits and severs the tie from one's own soul through violence.
Yeah.
I think that it clearly... The most obvious parallel that you can think is this idea of a person being whole in the unity of two forces with one another, and Black Jackson severs that. It could have been White Jackson, but it was going to be severed at some point. And go on.
I think it makes sense that the Black Jackson is the one to decapitate the White Jackson and sever the connection, because what in our symbolism, what blackness symbolizes, not as the color of the skin, but in darkness, you know?
Well, that's definitely an aspect to it.
Yeah.
But I also think that the racial component is also quite vital to it as well.
Okay, I don't see it like that.
Well, because the illusion is of, okay, what on the surface, the otherness that both have with one another is their race. One is white. They both have the same name, as though there's only room for one Jackson to exist. And I think that the perception is that there's something about their innate otherness which would trigger that violence. But again, for me, this is the illusion that the novel is trying to display that people live in, is that their otherness, there's something deeper which isn't bonding them. And it's why that everyone else is willing to sit around and be a bystander and a witness to this violence occurring. The same way that Toadvine and the kid are essentially betrothed to one another through violence, that they find a camaraderie within it. There is this sense that slowly begins to emerge in the novel, that the otherness from the Glanton gang is those that are willing to wage war, those that are willing to be violent, and those that aren't. And it's either a with us in our enaction of violence against whomever that may be. But if you are a violent man, then you are here. If you're not, then you're a victim, then you're dead, then you're White Jackson. It doesn't matter. They may still use the vernacular of otherness, and they may start to portray that in their language and the way that they act, but the truth of it is not that surface layer, it's something deeper.
Yeah, in that sense, the racial tension makes sense that it's disrupted there, because then it just brings the humanity within. It doesn't matter the race and the otherness with that. I agree with that.
And I think it's why it makes sense, because Black Jackson, he's the only black one there, and I think it makes sense as to why if it was the racial component, if that's what binds them together, then there would be an outcry from Black Jackson killing him, especially because he's using our perceptions of the world, wherein in the 1800s that blacks would be subjugated. Black Jackson would be the inferior race, but no one seems to be bothered at all. But they'll still carry on the illusion that the races is where the otherness lies, but it's not, whether they know it or not. So, as many of the chapters begin, we continue to find the gang travelling along with one another, and they stumble upon this dead Apache. And the judge approaches him and starts to investigate his wares, and he pulls out this thing, a madstone. And I didn't know what a madstone was. I had to research it, and essentially what it is, it's this stone that people used to carry around, and they believed that, say if someone had a wound or if someone had an injury, then this stone would take any toxins out of it, that it would heal them. So it's kind of this archaic medicine that they have. And the judge, out of all the wares in this man's pouch, he takes that and it intrigues him, as though he's seeking some kind of arcane knowledge. There is this idea that the judge is still constantly trying to learn about things, that he may not know everything right now, but it appears as though that is his goal. So they continue to venture on with one another. The corpse is left, but McCarthy characterizes the corpse as a living being. They scalp him, and the way that he describes it, I was very drawn to this description. He says, about the corpse, leaving him to scrutinize with his drying eyes the calamitous advance of the sun. To me, this indicates that the sun rising is described as calamitous. It describes to me that the passing of time itself is a violent act. That, going back to what we said earlier, that men are by their nature are entropic. We are moving towards our own destruction. McCarthy animates the dead as still living, as though what has been still lives in the pores of the earth, that they are a witness to all history. And this idea that the sun itself is advancing on us, that this cosmic element is going to keep moving. And as time passes and with every sunrise, it advances further on us, that we are inevitably going to find our own destruction.
I think in a way he's inferring that's the only truth that exists.
You think?
Yeah. That beyond everything that permeates the time that passes, the history that we write, the medicine that we discover, all advancements, civilization, anything, that's only one thing that is certain. And it's this passage, this cycle, I think that in a way he is kind of pondering on that.
I see. I think that I don't think he's pondering. I think that the description itself, it's very finite. To think the calamitous advance on the sun, something advancing upon you, is very threatening. And just the idea that the nature of daylight, the nature of the sun rising and the sun will set, is something calamitous to us. Calamitous indicates that it's the destruction of us, and it's constantly encroaching on us. I think that McCarthy, the perspective from that, if what you can take from that is that things are entropic, and that if the meaning is ultimate death, I'm sure that a lot of people would say, oh, well, then what's the point of anything?
Yeah, interesting, because I've seen a lot of people say that they find this book quite nihilistic, and I don't see that at all, actually, even though I do see this sense of finality that you're mentioning, this sense of doom and almost certainty of this, the encroaching threat of the passage of time, as you're saying, and the descriptions that are so vivid and all that. I still don't think the book, although it contains in itself the pure aesthetic of violence, it's not a nihilistic vision of overall living. Yeah. I still don't see it like that.
Fair enough. I haven't quite decided my perspective on that, on what the book's final perspective is, although I'm inclined to believe that there is one in there. I'm not sure I've settled on what it is. I flip between it quite often.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think it also depends on the reading, and after you read a book so many times as well, like you do get the sense that depending on the time that you're reading, what is around you, what you have been reading up to that point that you read the book again, it will influence your reading as well.
Yeah. But moving on in the story. So after traveling, they encounter a carriage that's been attacked, and the gang reach a refuge, and there's a lot of squatters inside. So they take refuge inside of this place, and the most interesting thing is that the squatters are there, so they don't typically belong there. But also inside of this refuge is a snake-bitten horse, and the description of the horse is very, very vivid. It shows that he's poisoned, he's swollen. But again, here comes this theme of poisoned blood, that there's an infection at the core of what this thing is. And I think that a parallel is that in the writing of McCarthy, he doesn't necessarily... I don't necessarily believe that he says that men are part of nature. And it's why so often that when he describes men, it's like that there's nature and then there's men, and that they are imprinting themselves on nature. They're disturbing nature, that they are an accident, as we said earlier. But I think that because of that, I think that McCarthy often uses animalism and animals themselves as a reflection of the men. And I would find it interesting that in this refuge that they have, that one of the first times that they're all really together in a different place, they find this snake-bitten horse. They find this animal whose blood is poisoned. And I think that this is a reflection of them. And it says that the squatters, the men who are inside that, are waiting by the sidelines like buzzards because they're going to eat this horse. The only reason that they don't kill it right now is because the meat will rot quicker. what's interesting about this is that it compares the men as buzzards, but there's other horses there. And the horses attack this horse, this poisoned horse, this impure horse. Nature, as the hermit said, doesn't have evil innate to it. And yet what nature does is try and kill this horse. It rejects it completely. The men have this quasi-act of mercy that they're not going to kill the horse, but they're still going to feast upon its corpse. As though but then in doing that, the horse will suffer longer through poisoning. So the mercy of men ultimately still engages, like we see the laughing men in chapter 1. They're still happy in this instance to, how would you say, to gorge themselves upon the results of violence. As the laughing men did in the beginning, they still want to be a part. As long as they're a part of it, they will allow it to ensue. What do you think about that?
I find it interesting. I think it's an interesting indictment of the way McCarthy sees humanity and people. What I wrote down in this part here, as well, it's in a way, again, it's indicative of McCarthy's way of seeing nature as inevitable, almost like the only truth. And I wrote something down here. It calls to mind Genesis, the creation, as the way God spoke to us, as the things, the matter that it is, the things that are here. Even in Genesis, this is the first time we actually hear God speak in the Bible, right? Really. And the wording is always, and God said, God calls, right? Mm-hmm. I don't know, there's something about the way he's writing here that has a relation to that in terms of the way he's describing the matter of the horse and the way that the corpse is decaying, the poisoning, you know, almost like God has mastery over us and we have at that point mastery over nature, even if it's not real, because I don't think that men in Blood Meridian actually have mastery over nature. But they think that they do. And in moments like that, they exert that.
Yeah, I don't think that men have mastery over nature in Blood Meridian. I think that they have the ability to destroy things. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I don't think that they have mastery over anything. I mean, there's the argument that does man even have mastery over himself if he doesn't have control of his destiny? If he can't in one way force his will upon himself, then he would never be able to enforce it upon others.
Yeah.
But moving on within this also, there's an interesting element alongside the horse and alongside the squatters inside there. There's also a naked child within there. It's unknown why the child is there, but the first person that confronts the child directly is the judge. Mm-hmm. But he addresses the child in a very unique way. He says, "Whose child is this?" And I find it interesting that the judge perceives the child as a possession. It belongs to someone, not about the urgency of the care of the child. He sees it as almost opportunistic, as though it's something that he can have control over.
It's interesting because the faith of that boy in that particular chapter as well, the child, I suppose, that he sees nude. Nakedness is something interesting as well, because in Blood Meridian, there's two reads of nakedness and nudity. There's the nudity that comes with being a victim, being victimized, being in a position of submission. You know, oftentimes you see people being attacked are nude, or people that are being had just passed it through violence are nude, like the child, for example, right now. And then you see also the judge that oftentimes appears naked, but almost like as an act of defiance, you know, of civilization itself. Like the judge appears so many times naked in the story. So I think in that sense, it's interesting, there's just a position as well, because at that moment the child is nude. And for us, inferring that he's nude, means very clearly that he is vulnerable, right? Mm-hmm. But I think it doesn't even pass to the judge's mind, because of his approach to that as well. Not in the empathy way, you know? Not in an empathic way, sorry. You know? I also see it as an opportunistic thing. As, I haven't thought about the possession thing, but that's an interesting no.
Well, the next morning they wake up and the child is found dead. And we don't know why, but we know it was the judge. We know the judge had something to do with it.
Yeah, he's still naked and he's face down.
Yes.
I find that important.
Go on, why?
Because we know for a fact that the judge engages in, certain level of... I think it's implied that he raped the child.
Yeah, the way that the child is found.
Yeah, after as well, we see moments of that throughout the book. Desecration of the most innocent, I think is important. And I think it's... and again, McCarthy is always putting this ambiguity, but our mind and the violent nature of our mind also fill in the blanks.
There's an interesting thing that happens just as they... There's an interesting thing that happens just as they leave, because they spend the night, the boy is found the next morning dead, and then Glanton and his gang leave. But what happens is that the squatters that were in there, they supposedly had no relation to the boy. The boy was also just a squatter, probably wandering like the kid was when he initially left. But McCarthy says about the squatters, soon they were conversing senselessly about the virtues and merits of the dead boy. So the squatters did nothing for him, and now through death, they almost deify him. This is something that will emerge later. I think it may actually be in the next chapter, of this idea of death as we mentioned earlier, death as this idea of this duty that we are all working towards, but then what this does for history. Someone that dies as some kind of witness, because these squatters, there was a naked child. We assume that the naked child was with them as long as they've been there. He's just been there and they did nothing for him. They allowed him. They didn't comfort him. They didn't clothe him. But now all of a sudden they're talking about his merits and his virtues as though he was greater than they were because he's dead. It's this deification, it's this martyrdom of someone that only once they've been victimized by evil are they woven into history.
It's almost also like that he's creating this narrative that evil can only exist that goodness can only exist in the face of evil as well, that those two things exist and that necessary to validate one another, to position one another in the hierarchy of this cosmic logic, you know. I think it's a little bit of that as well, because only after the child goes through terrible evil, then we can justify his goodness, I suppose.
So the gang end up leaving, and we follow them for one more aspect during this chapter, and it's when the judge starts to look at rocks, and he's quite magnetized by them, as though therein lies the knowledge of all the earth. He's confronted, well, not necessarily confronted, but he's addressed by Tobin, which is a character that we haven't mentioned, who he's called the ex-priest, although he never actually made it into the clergy officially. But he's seen as the most clerical of the Glanton gang, is that he's probably closest to God in that sense. But when the judge starts to speak about the depth of God's knowledge in all of the minerals and the rocks around him, Tobin is the one, and he starts to refute him with scripture. But to which the judge says that, he speaks about books and whatnot, and he says that books lie. That's what the judge says to him. But then Tobin says, God don't lie. To which the judge respond, Gods don't lie, and these are his words. Speaking of the rocks, reality to the judge is material. It's life and death. It either is or isn't. And all interpretations of reality are merely tools that he can use within a power process. There's nothing... It's why that he's obsessed with weaving these things of history. It's why when we see him speak to the guard early, he speaks of the Israelites and geology and anthropology. It's that everything that has been is merely a tool in some manner of power process to the judge.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well because just like I feel like McCarthy is making like a little hint to Genesis in that part, I think the judge, he's not particularly, but it also reminds me of Genesis because almost like God, when he speaks to us in Genesis, he speaks to us through the things that he created, right? And I think there's a mention to that here, even if it's subverted through the vision of the judge, which is a vision that aims to control everything that's been created. I find it interesting because when Tobin says God don't lie, he says God don't lie. He is not saying about the materiality of Earth at all. Yeah. He's speaking about something that is beyond material, I think, in that point. And then the judge keeps constantly bringing things back to the rocks. You know, he held up a chunk of rock at that section, right? I wrote it down here. Like he picked something up. He has something in his hands. In his small hands, even if he cannot contain it, right? Yeah, but I do think that it calls to Genesis, like this idea of like, and God said and God calls. What do you think? Do you think that?
In regards of what?
The first thing we see about God in the Bible is this idea that he's talking to us. He's saying something to us through the things he's creating, you know? He calls Adam to name things. You know?
Well, I have a theory, which I'm sure we'll espouse on later, but I can say it now, is that I believe, literally in the next chapter, I know that we're going to speak about Paradise Lost at some point.
Yeah.
And there is this idea that the devil, he can only destroy. There's the older adage that the devil can't create, he can only destroy. I believe that the judge sees destruction as a form of creation.
I suppose editing out the creation of God and is a way of speaking, creating grammar.
In the sense that if the judge is an absolute, if he's completely binary, on, off, isn't, then it would be a case of, this comes with the judge speaking about war, which comes up in a few chapters, but it's this idea that war is absolute truth because it's life and death. Yeah. What is history other than descriptors from the witnesses, from the survivors of war? If that were the case, then that is the creation of history. And the creation of history only emerges through the destruction, the annihilation of someone else. And because the judge is so material, that's the only truth there is. The only time creation can occur is with destruction.
So would that make sense then when he says he speaks in stones and trees, the bones of things, he's also referring to death, not only the essence of things?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes. Yeah. I'm thinking about it, but yes, most likely.
Yeah, I think that too, actually. That when he's saying, he's always referring back to his worldview, and his worldview is very objective.
Well, look at that. Again, it goes back previously to just the dead child, or this idea, at what point does the child become, he was invisible to all of the men until he died, until he was destroyed. Then the men saw him and they turned him, they were speaking of his virtues. They elevated beyond what he was. Death in this, the destruction of things, transcended to this absolute truth, which funnily enough, absolute truth in this does not mean that it was true. It just means that it was created.
Okay, espouse on that a little bit, if you can.
Because it was observed.
Yeah,
because it was
witnessed.
Because it was an observational truth, which is what we think of materialism. It was something that we can say existed.
Yeah, and I think that kindles very well, that connects very well with the idea of the judge speaking through destruction. Because as we bear witness of something, he also wants to destroy everything that would bear witness to him and to things that he has done. Yeah,
it's also like a very archetypal perspective of evil. What's his name? Albert Fish, for instance.
Yeah.
To if you actually delve into what Albert Fish did, of his perspective of it, because he was a very religious man. But he had this obsession with pain as sacred and whatnot. And he had this perspective that he was almost martyring these children. He had this religious thing. So it still goes back to the core of humanity, of this unconscious that we do believe in. Now, chapter 10 is a unique chapter in that the entirety of the chapter is the closest that we get to hearing about the past of the judge, and it's told from Tobin. The entire chapter is just a story that's told by Tobin of how he encountered the judge and whatnot. And there's a lot to speak about in this chapter, so I'll just give a brief summary of the entire chapter, and then we can just speak back and forth about everything that we encounter and everything that we think about this chapter. So Tobin is speaking to the kid, and he tells the story of how they encountered the judge, and he begins to tell him this very strange tale about how they were pursued by natives, and the judge essentially just led them throughout the wastes, and they found themselves on this strange, almost alien terrain where the judge was gathering materials to lead them to this mountain, in which when they ran out of gunpowder, he was going to create this makeshift material that was going to save them on the mountain and fire away at all the Comanches that were pursuing them. And that's the entirety of the story. But there is an incredible depth within the story that, rather than just going through it chronologically, I think it's just going to benefit us to, piece by piece, everything that emerges within this chapter, for us to just speak about it as we explore the ideas.
Yeah, I think this chapter is the first chapter that a lot of people, that comes to mind when a lot of people think of the judge and who he is, right?
Yeah.
As also like a bit of an explanation of who he is.
Well, it's funny when we speak of an explanation of the judge, because if you were to use this as a reference to explain the judge, then you've probably picked the most mystical aspect, the most mystical story and reference that we have in relation to the judge, because what he does in this chapter is borderline supernatural.
Yeah. And you can get, I don't want to just skip through the Paradise Lost.
No, yeah, of course, yeah.
Bit. I want us to talk a little bit more and then get to the obvious allusions, because I think there's a very strong inclination with this chapter to also try to explain the judge, like to try to connect him to something that will Eureka the judge, like Eureka, he is the demiurge, or he is an archon, he is from heretic Gnostic heresy, but I personally reject the notion that McCarthy just took the Gnostic Gospels as a blueprint. I think he uses that as much as he uses Ahab monomaniacal quest, as much as he uses King Lear, as much as he uses Lucifer in Paradise Lost, as much as he uses the history of literature and the arts.
Okay, well,
I think is one more aspect.
Well, it's interesting that you say that, because as Tobin is describing the judge, just before he begins the story, he starts talking. He essentially describes him as a Renaissance man, because we've already heard him speak about Spanish. Sorry, we've already heard him speak Spanish, but then he says that he can speak Dutch as well. He can speak many languages. He's never encountered the judge finding someone speaking a language that he can't speak. He's been able to speak to diplomats and mayors about everything, and he knows everything that a person could possibly know. He can maneuver within every hierarchy in society with complete ease. But the most interesting aspect, and the part where the supernatural element starts to be alluded to at the very least, is that when Tobin says to the kid, he says, everyone here has a story, and they swear that they've met the judge before that they all joined Glanton's gang.
Yeah, the kid as well.
Yeah, well, we know the kid has. We know the kid has, and Tobin seems to reaffirm, and there's no reason not to believe that they all haven't in some way, even if it's one of those weird one-off instances that, like the kid had, that they have at some point encountered the judge, or because of the way that we've seen it, that the judge sought them out and the judge found them.
I like that as well. Almost as like he's collecting them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Do you think that in facto he is supernatural?
Right, I thought about this. For a while. And I realized very recently, I had a bit of an epiphany moment that I realized that he's not.
Thank you. I also don't think he is.
I realized that he's not. And everything that he does, we have to realize that the judge is still, everything that he does is still within the realms of a human being.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything that he does that a human being, even if it's an exceptional human being, even if it's so rare that a human being could do that, there is still a possibility of a human being doing that. And I realized that after reading it and trying to come up with it, and at the ending, even at the ending, I realized that he's just a man. Yeah. I realized it.
I think that makes it even more sinister, actually.
Yeah.
I think it makes it, that's what I'm saying, like, it's very easy and simplistic, actually, in a way, to just reduce him to this supernatural being, because I think what he's saying is that the capability of evil that is within the humanity, right? And again, it goes like to this idea of like the oral tradition one more time, because McCarthy, he chooses to get Glanton to tell the story of the judge. So we having a tertiary knowledge of him. We're learning from someone else the story of him, or who he.
Tobin's telling the story.
Sorry, Tobin, yeah. We're learning from Tobin the story of the judge. We're learning from other people constantly stories about him. Even after, in the end, the kid hears rumors around about the judge, even after they are completely out of each other's life for the long time. I think that's it. Like, it's very, people become myths,
Yeah.
And that happened in the West. I mean, we know stories of people that became mythological almost, from back in the days.
Well, what's also funny is the idea of the West itself. There's some people say that it is a myth of the Old West, of this place that we said right at the beginning of the conversation, journeying out West, manifest destiny, that this was all a myth, that this didn't exist. This was history written by people, and then it became absolute truth. But again, absolute truth doesn't mean that it was true.
Yeah, exactly, right? And I think that's something like so interesting in reading the judge, not in fact as a supernatural being, but as human, because then when you hear the stories about him, when you see the reality of who he is, I think he transcends humanity just because he becomes a symbol. Just because of his actions, he becomes something more,
Yeah.
Like he could have gone completely other way.
What do you think of the fact that he can play the fiddle?
He embodies all those contradictions, right? And I think someone like the judge would want to play the fiddle because of the symbolic connotation, just as a provocation, maybe.
Well, that's or
pleasure. Well, he dances really well.
Well, that's interesting that you mentioned provocation, because him playing the fiddle is probably the closest association that is drawn in the book of him being the literal devil.
Yeah.
Because it's one of the few instances that we have a symbolism which the one thing that it's tied to is the image of the devil playing a fiddle. Mm-hmm. But if I were to stand by what I said, I think that he is just a man, then there is a human reasoning behind what he does. And if that is the case, then it could just be provocation for human evil. And I mean...
so would you think that he would be provoking people, trying to provoke a sense of myth about him in people?
No, I've got a better way to say it, and I'll bring it back at the end of this chapter, because something happens at the end of this chapter.
Pin this idea.
Yeah. So we also the judge has a gun, yeah, and et in Arcadia ego.
Ooh, do you have the meaning? Because I had it somewhere.
It's even in Arcadia. There am I. And this is on his gun, and Tobin's describing this, and he says, people have names on their guns and whatnot, but no one's ever referenced antiquity. No one has that on their gun. They have like women's names or anything like that. But the gun as a symbolic references, you can look at it in a few ways. Is your gun your guardian? Is it something that you mold the world with? Mm-hmm. But regardless of what it is, he still has, even in Arcadia, there am I. I have interpretations of this. I'd like to hear yours, though.
Yes, in the face of what Arcadia is and means in the history of art, I would say that's how my angle is more. This idea of like this idealized version of the world is almost pastoral. And I'm taking also a lot from my world, which is the painting world, the Renaissance world, not necessarily, which references antiquity, but even more utopic, in a more utopic way. So when I'm imagining Arcadia, I'm imagining those paintings that were done about Arcadia.
It's a very pastoral depiction of it, which is interesting because...
Very poetic?
Well, it's interesting because they are in nature. And I would find it interesting that, it's a heavenly it's a depiction of heaven that is related to the most utopian ideal of what the world could be. And in chapter 1, I didn't get a chance to mention this. I'm trying to remember what the exact line is, but just as the kid leaves home, he goes past the plantation, and I believe he describes the plantation somewhere along the lines, I'm paraphrasing here, but wretched agony in the garden, which would imply that Earth in itself is the Garden of Eden. And if that is the case, then that is the absolute utopic vision of heaven, that we are currently in heaven, and this is what it is. And if the judge has on his gun, even in Arcadia, there am I, who is it that he's speaking to? Because if Arcadia is heaven and we are currently present in it, what does that say about heaven if the judge is there?
Interesting. And I think this idea that you brought about the gun being something that also means destruction. You can impose your will into others using a gun, but you can also protect yourself using a gun. Defend yourself, shape yourself, right? And it's interesting because I think Arcadia also, I mean, even in paintings, if you look at like the imagery as well, people are usually nude, a lot of it in nature, running around and all that. And then we see the judge so many times literally living that, being nude. I mean, the chapter before we didn't got the chance to mention, chapter 9, he goes in the rock completely nude in the middle of the night and declaims like the epics, right? He starts like speaking like he's speaking in a, it's just very interesting. Like, there's something. Okay, so what do you think that Arcadia means to the judge? Because it cannot mean the same to us, I don't think.
No, it's not, but I still think that it's a provocation. I still think that it's a case of, even from the mind of the judge, it could still be that by his will alone, if he's not in heaven right now, by his will alone, he would be able to force himself into heaven.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought too.
It's a provocation. He will be an unstoppable force. And it's not, it comes across as a threat to us because we know that the judge is a threat to all of mankind. But it's still just a case of he will enforce his will on the entire world.
Okay, so that goes back to the conversation that when he's telling about the way that they met the judge, there's also this idea that he's sitting on a rock, there's nothing around him. He's just there, like he's been waiting for them, like he knew that they were gonna come.
Yeah.
And again, it goes back to the idea that we were talking about, that it's almost like he's selecting those people because maybe they're the ones that would help him further in that quest.
It's possible. I haven't seen it like that, and this only comes to fruition at the very, very, very end. I completely understand if the idea is that he is very specifically recruiting people for his own ends, which is definitely a possibility. I just think that I think that he's recruiting them, but for an ulterior motive. I just think that it's an ulterior motive. And I may be wrong with it, and I might change my mind by the time that we get there. But
the interesting thing as well, we're saying that he's human, that we are looking at the lens that he's human, but there's also enough information to also allow us to believe that he's not.
Oh yeah, I mean,
and I love that, the ambiguity.
Put it this way, the most rational explanation of him would be that he's not human, because he does too much that is so inhuman. But the fine line that McCarthy draws is that there's nothing that he doesn't do which a human being couldn't do.
Yeah, but I think that too. And I think all those things that he's adding from Gnosticism, from Moby Dick, from all those other layers, including the Paradise Lost layer, which I would like to discuss a little bit, they are not to reduce the character and say, oh, this is what he is, but is to weave a tapestry of complexity that allows us to question and keep questioning, which I think is just add to how sinister he is.
Yeah.
And I think, let's talk about that scene then. Do we have time to talk about that scene?
Yeah.
In which, I mean, he's able to find this place to create gunpowder from scratch. Yeah. So there's also an element of magic that comes with that chemistry moment, with that him being able to find that, and even that image of like the fire. I mean, when we think of a volcano, we think of like, something being expelled from the depths of, the depths of earth. And I think is a direct allusion to Paradise Lost, not only because the judge uses basically the same recipe that Lucifer would use, but because of the idea here, again, that he's so eloquent, you know? And this is something like the problem with Milton. I mean, Paradise Lost is one of my favorite things ever written, easily. It was dictated by someone. He was blind at the time. Yeah. So, and I find it interesting because I even think that McCarthy borrows that oratory aspect, this reading out loud aspect in Blood Meridian. And I think at that point, he is essentially creating a rebirth of Lucifer from the Miltonic perspective, in the sense of like, he is a character that is able to, even though the judge is not the central character of this book, but here we are, an hour in, 2 hours in, and we're still talking, we're still trying to figure him out. And it goes back to that, like, you know, Lucifer is unable to create, but when Milton writes him in Paradise Lost, not only he humanizes Lucifer, he makes it so that we feel for him, yeah, so deeply, but he also makes it that we're so interested in him. He's such a compelling character, as much as God is, as much his defiancy of God is the central connection that we see between us and Lucifer, you know? And I think the judge at that point, he's not only Milton's Lucifer in the sense of like, he's definitely a reincarnation of the devil, but in the sense of Luciferian intellect, this idea that we have as humans of trying to, as he mentions before, create geometry around things, to catalog things, to completely understand everything, to make those things around us, the world, the language of God, submissive to us. In essence, we're destroying those things, you know? And I think at that point, McCarthy is discussing all those things at once. And it's very, very, very telling that he says it in a way. He, again, uses the word damnation, you know? If the judge is beyond human, and humanity is also a ill in the world, he has to then be human. We are ill fortune. He is ill fortune, you know, but he's perhaps the highest of the meridian of that ill fortune. Yeah.
Well, in this chapter, there's too much descriptors of Satan that we're aware of that McCarthy uses, that he inevitably is making a direct parallel to Satan. We already have that Tobin mentioned that he plays the fiddle and whatnot, and that he's also omnipresent, that everyone's met him before, which suggests, you know, he's everywhere all at once. But then even just the landscape that he is leading them through at this point, it's like he's described as a slagland of brimstone. And he says that you smell sulfur, and he takes nitrate and whatnot. The element that I'm quite drawn to is the descriptors throughout the novel of human waste, of excrement and whatnot. And I find it very telling that he takes bat droppings, which was popularized in the vernacular by Ace Ventura. But he takes guano, and then he commands them all to piss into this cauldron, and funnily enough, again, he says the way that he describes it, the concoction that he makes, he starts kneading it. It's like black dough, which again, like this idea of daily bread that comes from the Bible, there's a direct connotation to that. And the imagery that I had in my head during all of this, when you think of this landscape of sulfur in the darkness, the image that I had, because he has a moment where as he's creating this vile concoction that stinks and is rancid of the sulfur and urine, and he's molding it with his arms. And then as he does this, he holds one arm up in the air as though he's doing like some invocation to something. And the only image that I could possibly conjure in my head at that point, without even trying, was that when you hear this maniacal man leading him through these lands, which you could only say the devil could possibly live in, but at the same time, God is not intervening on anything. The only image that came to my mind as he held up his hand with this concoction in was William Blake.
Oh my God.
And the image of Blake's what's the term? The Ancient of Days, in which you have this godlike being that has his hand measured down, held downwards. The only image I could have was Blake's image of God with his hand downwards, because the palette of that is the same palette. It's this dark blue with this ominous red that surrounds him, as though he's reaching down to the judge, and the judge is reaching up, as though it's some macabre, perverse version of Michelangelo's creation of Adam.
This is crazy because I wrote down here in my notes. Okay, you know that I love Gustave Doré and I love his illustrations of Paradise Lost. But when I literally wrote the same thing down. When I think of Paradise Lost in the vision of Blood Meridian, I think of William Blake's illustrations too. Especially because of the whiteness of the characters as well, like the way he draws people with that vertical line, really gothic. And
he always has this very, very. It's a red that does denote blood. It's a very ominous red that he uses.
It almost looks like dried blood. Would you say like dried up blood? Yeah. Yeah, that's amazing, because I wrote down here the whiteness of the flesh of his characters, the amplitude in which he draws the characters. He gives everything with this gothic verticality, reaching to the skies. That is so... I also thought the same thing.
Well, what do you think then of the parallel? Because narratively in Paradise Lost, this chapter, the parallel would be that it's the moment where Satan is creating gunpowder to wage his war on heaven. And again, this links into the idea of, even in Arcadia, there am I. Mm-hmm. Is Earth the heavenly paradise? Is he seeking to destroy heaven? What is it that he's doing with it? In the judge's mind, what is this denoting?
I'm not so sure if McCarthy is actually implying that Earth is heavenly paradise, and even if the judge believes that is the case. But I do like the idea that is a confrontation towards Arcadia, towards heaven, towards the idealistic self, towards,
anything that even has the potentiality of a utopia of purity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what I love about this more than anything is that all the elements for the creation of ultimate destruction, meaning the creation of the gunpowder, are natural elements. They are present on Earth.
Yeah.
Meaning they are present in God's creations. The option is there, the fourth cup, I suppose,
But we would see it at one point. We would see that as alchemy.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with the judges, that everything about him is suggesting the supernatural, but it is actually natural.
Yeah.
And I wanted to make a point, actually, at the very, very end of this, when they're being encroached upon by the Comanches. I can't remember the point you said it earlier, but it was when we were talking about the Machiavellian aspect of the judge, in which that his evil goes beyond, he explores unnecessary evil. Mm-hmm. In that this is, if we say that a gun can be to defend oneself, it can also be something to enact evil upon someone. As of right now, if they were to do this, and they had the opportunity to protect themselves with this gunpowder. But what the judge does is he goes down first after he knows that they can do it, and he feigns a surrender. Like he knows more than anyone else that they will not accept the surrender. He knows that, and yet he still goes down, feigns a surrender, knowing that they're not going to, knowing that they won't accept it, and then kills them. And there's something about it. It's like, in 1984. The idea of, it's not enough for you to be killed. You have to believe everything that we say first. And at the moment you do, then we'll kill you. Like, it's absolute power.
Yeah, it's absolute control, right?
Yeah.
And I think there's a disdain.
Do you know
disdain
there's
of life.
There's something about it. I think that it's like, it's almost like if they died, if the judge killed the natives that were encroaching on them at that point, they'd know why they died. But there's something almost like your spirit being lost in that for a brief, the moment before they died, they believed that the people would surrender. And so they died questioning why they died. They had no finality to them.
Yeah, it's very sinister.
Yeah, and so their memory also, I mean, in many ways, the way that they're tied to history at that point, their final moment, is as this wandering, questioning soul.
Yeah, we have this thing as well, like the questioning soul is a soul that can never reach, in
Yeah.
unrested souls stay on Earth. We have this idea of the ghost, right? Especially in Gothic literature.
I was going to say, especially in a lot of native cultures as well.
Especially native cultures, which I think is interesting. But I just want to point one thing that I think will come to fruition after as well, about this idea that we're talking about of language. There's something quite sinister as well that right a couple of chapters before, it might even have been the chapter just before, that the judge talks about the idea that he gets the rock and says that this is God's language, right?
Yeah.
And now he's using all these natural elements to create an instrument of destruction. So in a way, he's weaponizing God's language against God. God's creations also through ingenuity, through his Luciferian intellect. He's making that which could be used for purity and for good and transforming into evil. And I think it's not by mistake that the two scenes in Paradise Lost and in Blue Meridian will come to mirror each other. But it's more than just McCarthy saying that for sure the judge is Satan. I think he's questioning the integrity of God's creation itself. Almost like he's questioning why a benevolent God would allow such materials to exist, such materials to be corrupted like this, such forces of evil to be possible. He
claims multiple times about God. He claims that he exists in one form or another, and he doesn't necessarily reject him.
Yeah.
What do you think then about the finale after Tobin tells the story, and then the kid asks a very, very poignant question, which is, what's he the judge of? And Tobin doesn't give him an answer. He tells him, shush, because the judge will hear you.
Yeah. I got this part of the chapter. I literally got this part here. And I still haven't quite figured out what he's the judge of. That's what I wrote down.
I think that the fear that Tobin has of the child knowing him, I think it alludes to the idea of coming to this idea of being a witness. On the tarot scene, the judge said to the kid, he referred to him as young Blasarius, because that was what he witnessed of him. He essentially began to exist in this world the moment that the judge encountered him. But as of right now, the kid has something on the judge. He exists before him, and he knows something material about him. That is the one thing that the kid has that the judge doesn't have on him. Again, we are following the gang as they are making their way across the landscape of the Mexican-American border. I really enjoy how McCarthy describes the gang at this point, because he says, as shapes of mounted men stenciled across the stone, that they're autonomous without reference to son or man or God. If that's the case, then who or what is guiding them? Is it manifest destiny? Is it the judge? It's this idea that they are their shadows at this point. That is the great descriptor that McCarthy is using. It's shadows that are imprinted onto nature symbolically. So they sit by the fire once more, and this chapter is similar to the chapter previously, but this time we're going to hear a story told by the judge. And interestingly, at this point, coyotes are kept at bay at night. One of the great threats when you are in the desert is coyotes approaching you. They work in packs and they don't particularly fear approaching them. But he very subtly describes them not confronting them, as though something is keeping the coyotes at bay, as though there's something unnatural going on in this congregation of them by the fire. So the judge has his portmanteau of curiosities. He has bone, feathers, armour, which he sketches in a notebook. And after that, he gets all of those things and he casts them in the fire in the hope of expunging them from the memory of mankind. By sketching, the judge is in control of history. He's the author. Everything thus can be constructed through history as he sees fit. And we've mentioned this a lot throughout, but what follows is this parable. that the judge tells of the harness maker. I can give a brief summary of the story if you want, or do you want to discuss it back and forth?
I just wanted to point something out interesting about this idea of him just throwing things on the fire just before we move to the story. Do you think that at that point he thinks, when he's destroying the artifacts that he's drawing, that they serve their purpose because now he absorbed the knowledge, he knows how because he's sketching like them exactly how they look. He's making a copy that's so perfect. Yeah,
he's a master
paper.
draftsman.
Exactly. He has mastery over that object by drawing it, by imprinting that knowledge into paper, into his papers. Yeah. Okay. And I think that after that, he thinks almost like the purpose of that was for him to find it, for him to acquire that knowledge. And that after that does no matter because no one else matters because that nothing has meaning after he conquered that. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's it as well.
Absolutely. But this is why I also realized that he's not human is just because.
No, that he is human.
Sorry, that he is human.
Yeah.
I meant that he's not supernatural. Mm-hmm. The reason is because just because the judge believes, and maybe he's even correct in the things that he says, of expunging knowledge from humanity, of this power process that he wants to enact, just because he's believing it and just because he's enacting it, no man can scribe all of the knowledge in humanity and wipe out all of the witnesses, even though he is doing his best to achieve that. Ultimately, even though his knowledge, it goes back to that thing, even though what he says is absolute truth, even though there is no logical flaw in what he says, it absolutely works in the material world, it doesn't mean that it can be applied, and in which case it doesn't mean that what he says will be true. Mm. That's my perspective on it.
Yeah. I also think that the judge lives in this elusive half point between like extreme violence and the world of ideas. So even though he is extremely materialistic, he's always carrying the notebook. He is well read. He's well spoken. He's also living in this abstract world of thought,
But it's only abstract it's only abstract from our perspective because he doesn't see it as that. He sees it as though there is a piece of knowledge that only he possesses. It's a tool. And so knowledge to him is a very material thing because it's a tool to be used in warfare, in destruction against an opponent. Mm.
Do you want to give a little brief summary of the harness maker story?
Yeah. So the harness maker parable is something that the judge tells. We're inclined to believe that it is a parable, that it's not a true story, but it may be. We're not sure. So the judge tells this parable of a harness maker who begs for money. He's a white man and he's disguising himself as a native. A traveller comes up and the harness maker starts to feel shame because the man recognises that he's a white man, he's in disguise. And feeling shame, he invites him into his house and he offers him dinner. But at dinner, the harness maker still begs the traveller and the traveller gives him 2 coins. But then the harness maker asks for more because he's thinking, his wife could do with an extra coin as well. At this point, he's cursed out, essentially, by the traveller. At the same point within the parable, a hearse starts coming along. And it's a hearse with a black man. And it's portrayed in this kind of this kind of manic way, this kind of ludicrous way. But his son looks at it and he says that a place should be made for him here. Because while everyone else in there is judging them for the way that they look, the son doesn't. And he said, even he should have a place made for him. At this point, the harness maker repents for what he's done, for what he's felt, because almost as though he's caught some glimpse of humanity in his son that he didn't possess. Again, this illusion, the child, the father of the man and whatnot, keeps reoccurring. So the harness maker repents and he escorts the traveller out of the house. But somewhere along the way, the traveller is going to be the witness to this man. He's going to leave this land forever, and the story of the man is going to go out of his control. And so he kills the traveller. and he went back home claiming that they were attacked. So he was the witness to the death of the traveller, and he manages to control the story, to control the truth that will perpetuate throughout history. On his deathbed, the harness maker tells his son the truth. His son, after his father dies, casts his bones from the earth, and the judge says that he becomes a killer in the West. The gang listen to the story and they refute it. Some say that they've heard the story before, say that, oh no, he wasn't a harness maker, he worked in other things. Some people say, no, I knew this man. But then the judge halts them all and he continues the tale. The ultimate point of the tale, which was the element that none of them know in the story, was that the traveller's wife was pregnant, that she was carrying a son. And the judge tells them of the fatherless son who will forever live in the shadow of the father. And he describes it in a very specific way. I'm just going to get up the quote. He says, "The world which he inherits will bear him false witness. He is broken before a frozen god, and he will never find his way." Now, there's a lot going on in the story of the purpose of it, and we should discuss it back and forth now.
The first thing I wrote down about the story was, again, this idea of the judge trying to destroy things that would otherwise demythologize his idea, who he is, you know. And the traveler being the witness and being destroyed is also the purpose of the judge to do that to others, you know, because he wants to be in control not only of who he is in here and now, but what he would be in history, you know, how he would be remembered. Yeah, that was the first thing that I wrote down about this parable. The second thing that I wrote down that I think you might have some interesting things to bounce back on me is that the harness maker had to always exist in a false state of being, lying about himself to be able to navigate that place.
I mean, this is the very act of a witness. This is the very act of being, is that, as the judge always says, this idea of being a witness, of someone observing you, that's the only thing that causes you to exist. All you are is what you are in the perception of others. It's the only thing that allows you to exist, and it's why we see him with the supposed ability to be able to expunge things from history, because he's the only one that possesses it anymore. I felt that what is the crux of this parable is actually the ending point when he speaks of the son of the traveller, who he went through life and he was told of the deeds of his father and how his father was again martyred. We see this idea again of someone being killed and all of a sudden they transcend beyond what they actually were. And that the son will forever live in the shadow of his father. He'll never be able to achieve it. But what I think is the parallel with that is that this is the judge speaking directly to the kid, this element. Everyone else knows the story, but he's speaking directly to the kid at this moment because, ironically, the kid wasn't formed by the father. The father was formed by the kid. And that tie between them, he severed himself. And because the child in the parable inherits a world from his father who died, because the kid severed that tie between him and his father, he will inherit. He has no world to inherit. What I think about that is that because the judge is obsessed with this idea of being able to control everything, he's found in the kid the perfect candidate for the perfect human being, someone who can be as completely formless as the judge is, this blank slate. He has inherited no world. He has no allegiances. He can be anything. He can be the absolute, he can be greater than all of them. Greater than Glanton. That's why I don't think that Glanton is the one that the judge looks at. The judge is too knowledgeable to look at Glanton and say, this is the guy that can further my message.
Yeah.
The only one with the possibility is the kid, because the kid is shapeless and the kid is formless.
And I suppose the kid is also illiterate. So he cannot even acquire his own knowledge. His knowledge can completely be, subjugated by the judge's worldview as well, if the judge so wished. to do, you know?
Because the judge's perception of knowledge is not what we think of as knowledge. It's not the acquisition of facts. It's a power process.
Yeah.
It's a utilization of things to your benefit for the absolute truth, which is just what exists.
I think in a way he's also saying that history is a power process.
Of course it is.
Yeah. And because of it, deceit and death are forms of controlling this power process.
I mean, the reality of our knowledge is that if things went throughout history unrecorded, or if things are in history that forgot, then by all intents and purposes, they never happened because they're not within our story. No one knows about them.
I find it interesting reading that, particularly now where there is a tendency to revise history of the world and what happens and looking at things in a different way. And there's a big push in contemporary society to try to revise the mythology of people that existed, of wars, I find that interesting because it's almost like we could see that if the judge was inserted in that myth, that he would have ended up being revised as well. Like, because that's the only way that you can have absolute mastery over what everyone understands of you is that no one else exists, you know?
There's a brief reading in the book which I think might be related to what we're saying in this chapter. If God meant to interfere in the degeneracy of mankind, would he not have done so by now? Wolves call themselves man. What other creature could? And is the race of man not more predacious yet? The way of the world is to bloom and to flower and die. But in the affairs of men, there is no waning, and the noon of his expression signals the onset of night. His spirit is exhausted at the peak of its achievement. His meridian is at once his darkening and the evening of his day.
I think this passage is key to understand Blue Meridian, actually. Specifically, his spirit is exhausted at the peak of his achievement.
What do you think about that?
Because I think that speaks a lot about the judge himself, but also about the decline of civilization and the processes of decay that will always happen.
Yeah.
I mean, we outside of this conversation in our podcast, as is Bad for Business,
good plug.
Great plug. We always talk about this idea of entropy, right? And I think if any point of the story, there's a place for this conversation is here, you know, because it's almost at the zenith of culture. The only place that it can go is down. It can always decline.
Well, it's also within the novel, this idea that civilizations emerge on the top of other civilizations and either destroy others or destroy themselves. I mean, we know that the idea of the fall of the West is an idea that Cormac McCarthy was also quite attuned with.
Very interested in, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure these ideas are going to emerge throughout the conversation, but so that we can keep it moving, we can move on to the next chapter. So the gang rides for 2 weeks. They find what McCarthy describes as Argonauts, with their genitals dismembered. Here, McCarthy once more talks of corpses gazing at the rising sun. Upon inspecting the slain, the judge discusses a set of tracks that indicate a witness to this massacre that's unfolded in front of them. However, he states that the tracks are not additional, rather they are the prime tracks, because what can occur if it is unobserved? He said that his proximity... I
have the same section here.
In seeing the tracks, the judge says of the witness that his proximity was no third thing, but rather the prime, for what could be said to occur unobserved. This is something that we've spoken about throughout, and this notion of witnessing history as being the only thing that brings it to fruition. It's the only thing that is able to scribe it in the history of mankind. History and truth and observation and memories and things that can be moulded as one sees fit. we've seen him create history with Reverend Green with no witnesses. And it's why it doesn't really matter, because we know that the ultimate story of Reverend Green was that the only witness, if he even was a witness, is the judge. Because if he was there and he was willing to come and announce or denounce the Reverend, we know that the judge would have ensured that no one else could have refuted it. But if he knows for a fact that there were no witnesses there, then there's no one else that can refute it. We know that the actions that he takes will completely dictate history. They will become the truth in history.
I note something here that I think it's very telling of this as well. Like, if the judge goes around as the sole witness and witnessing something, or bearing witness to something so tied to the construction of history, is also tied to the construction of the myth of oneself, right? As we were saying. But I also think that the judge going completely unwitnessed from anyone else, being the only one standing, is also what would make it so that he's free, so that he has total freedom, so that he has, do you know what I mean? Like, he transcends then humanity, because even in that sense of like, very existentialist, but like right now at this moment, the fact that I'm looking at you and you're looking at me, we are reaffirming each other's existence in this place, because otherwise who is to say that we're here right now, right? And I think in that sense, you know. Yeah. But if I'm not here, then you're just here and you're just talking. Then there's a level of freedom to that.
But also then, like, say if we're going to tie that into the judge, there's also, if the judge is completely material, then the only absolute truth that he can instill, and it's the same one as us, is that we both assume that we both have consciousness. I'm assuming that you can see me, but the only truth that I will ever know is that I'm the only person with consciousness, just as you will. Like, you know that you have consciousness, but for in the material world, mine is just an assumption. For all you know, this could all be I could be a complete illusion, because you will never be able to recognize my own consciousness. And because that is a truth that is out of the realm of the judge, what else would he be able, like, again, this comes to this theme of otherness, of people, of otherness, ultimately is just a deciding factor of what you choose to believe is against your own will. The judge just happens to believe that what's against his will is the totality of humanity.
Yeah.
So we see them riding along for 2 weeks, and again we see these cosmic elements of nature. The star-spent reaches of the galaxies hung above the riders' heads. If there is anything watching it, the cosmic is watching them as they make their way through the desert. And then we reach an encampment, and there's an assault on an Apache encampment from the gang. There's an assault on an Apache encampment from the gang, and it is now the most violent section of the book up until this point. The gang ride in, and we have imagery of babies having their heads smashed against rocks, scalp skulls blackening in the sun, bloodied woman at the feet of Glanton's warhorse, an ash-covered child stood amongst the dead. We have one of the characters, one of the members of the gangs, of Glanton's gang, who we haven't really been introduced to, called McGill. He gets impaled, and Glanton doesn't hesitate to shoot him. Interesting at this point, though, is that we don't really know if the story is told from the viewpoint of the child, who, for the past 5 chapters, has just been a bystander. We haven't really said anything about something that he actively does in the chapter. But interestingly, this is the first time that we see the description of the Apaches turn. They're called warriors, and I find this is very interesting. Very interesting, especially when we explore themes of otherness. That there's no reason as to why, like the narrator, the disembodied narrator, has no allegiance to anything. But if there is some kind of idea that the perspective of the story is at some degree influenced by the kid, the way that we've seen, like, you know, a kind of a slightly caring aspect towards Sproul when he's injured, to now seeing these completely dehumanized by the gang Apaches as warriors, that they are also defending themselves. There is a sense of empathy that comes within that. There is a possibility that this is the perspective of the kid. The most of the chapter is this assault on this camp, and it is just a endless onslaught of violence, of violence of a sort that just seems indiscriminate. And this, from now till the end of the Galantin Gang, we are just going to see endless sequences of this indiscriminate, brutal violence.
Yeah, I wrote this down here on my major note. I wrote it in caps lock. This chapter is so violent. Yeah. And that is saying something because the whole book is very, very, very violent. But here we see, I mean, it's just because it's non-stop. Yeah. That's something very, like a fervor to the violence that he writes. It's particularly in this chapter. It's like it's incessant. It goes and it keeps going and it keeps going and it keeps going. The way he describes gore and whatnot, and the idea of, like, say when someone gets shot, the idea of gore oozing from a wound in their head, it is, as you say, it's non-stop, and it just, because it goes throughout the entire book, the violence in the book, it just feels like it's got no end. And when you think you've read the worst thing, it just more and more comes. And I mean, I suppose you could say the problem with the book is because you are in the perspective of these characters. These are the people that you're following. And they just have this bloodlust that, no matter where they go, no matter what situation that they're in, and we see it time and time again, they are just going to cause violence as though they are driven to it. And they're a force, I mean, ironically, a force of nature that just can't be stopped. And it's only as we follow them, and it's as though the land is completely desolate, that there's nothing left that can stop them. I wanted to ask you actually something a bit more personal, because we read this book multiple times between us, and by all means, I don't think this book gets easier to read with time. And actually, this last time reading and annotating, the violence really got to me, which is different in retrospect to the first time that I read the book, which was very shocking, but I don't think I captured the emotional violence that is happening here as well. Not just like, the gore and the grotesquerie, but the elements of it. And I think the closer you read this book, which is always ideal to really, really, really close this book, but the closer you read this book, the book opens up to you, but then the violence also opens up to you. Yeah. And that's, I struggle this time more. Well, it's interesting because on your first read, you don't know what's coming, and there is this feeling of, it just keeps going. It keeps going and it keeps going, and people die, and innocent people are slaughtered in the most awful way, and animals are ripped apart. And you just, and there is an idea, like you said before, of the meaningless of violence. It reaches a point where it's just sewn into the tapestry of the world. But then if that's the case, you try and explain it, because you think that there has to come some moral judgment. The irony that we're following a man called the Judge, and we're waiting for a judgment for this action. I actually also found that reading it the first time, you don't know how long it's going to go on for. You don't know if there's going to be some kind of reprieve from all of this. But the second time, I suppose that when there may be moments of reprieve, but even knowing it still just feels as though it really wears you down. But what I felt was always like in chapters like this, which is like very incessant and like almost like feverish and all, they are very uncomfortable to read. But what I thought was more uncomfortable, really, even more than this hyper violence, what the in-between calm, hazy almost, like when they're in the journeys and then when they meet people and they have these weird calm interactions they are calm only in paper, really. They are, if you actually imagine, Hazy is a very, very good descriptor of it, because you do feel as though you're caught in this fervor. And those moments in life, I mean, just bringing it to our reality for a moment, those moments in life when you are filled with adrenaline, where something either traumatic or unbelievable occurs right in front of you, and then you have to carry on and figure things out, and nothing feels real.
There is a very strong parallel between this violence after violence after violence after violence, to walking amongst the, quote, tranquility of nature, the serenity of silence, but it just doesn't feel like it. It always feels like something's around the corner, or not even around the corner. It feels like that there's something embedded in the very earth itself that is, I don't know if it's instigating this, but they don't necessarily feel as though they're separate. There's after the slaughter at the encampment, there's a sequence where Davy Brown, who's one of the members of the gang, we found that he's shot with an arrow and no one is willing to help him. There's also the doctor who's part of the gang, and no one's really willing to help him. And so the kid, out of an act of mercy, is the only one that's willing to remove the arrow from Brown. And again, this is another instance that we've seen the kid, even amongst all this, just moments before he's been in the presence of this absolute carnage, and seeing a perpetrator of that carnage, he's still willing to help him, and no one else will. And the thing is, if no one left him, he would just be left there. He'd be left there to die, and they'd all move on and they would all forget. Because he is weak, and he doesn't have the capacity to enact violence as they would. So he becomes other to them. And what is also interesting is something that we haven't mentioned, is that part of the gang are Delawares. Now, Delawares are a actual tribe of Native Americans, but they are with them that are going around scalping other Native Americans, and they were present at the Apache camp. And the Delawares are the ones that take babies by the legs in the previous one and swing them by their legs and cast their head amongst the rocks. Their own kind, what people within the racial element would say. Go on.
No, I was going to say, this is also like, when I was reading that, I thought this is very biblical, even though like natives are so detached from the Western tradition of the Bible. I was like, this is very biblical. It has to come from some passage in the Bible. And then I actually found Psalms 137, versículo 9. The idea, it goes, happy is the one who seizes your infant and dashes them against the rocks. And he's talking about the anger and the sadness that the Jews felt in exile, wishing to enact complete destruction on their enemy. And then it comes with the idea of otherness. Otherness, again, that will cause you to kill the sons of your enemy, the lineage.
But here's the thing, like, when we're talking about that, we have the idea of, we've heard the Israelites mentioned, we've had a reference to Jews in Psalms. But in this instance, if it's following that pattern, we're watching natives slay natives.
Yeah.
So my enemy is one that is closest to me. Mm-hmm. So if they're my enemy, then who is it that I can really find affinity with? Mm-hmm. It's this idea, again, I see it perpetuated in this book. It's very, very strong to me. Otherness is something that every man in the shadow of man has the ability to, there's not a term for it, so I'll say, otherwise the entire world. I find it very, very, I think it's such a strong element of returning inward like a Glanton, not even like the Judge, but like a Glanton, in which he more than any others, and I'm not including the Judge in all this because it's a different perspective, but Glanton more than anyone else has reached the closest to what the Judge currently is, of the world will be shaped by his image and he will not care for anyone else, and he can find the otherness in any single person that exists. He doesn't care. We just saw McGill was impaled, and in a moment of weakness, someone who can actually benefit him because he's part of his gang, he will kill indiscriminately, because you cannot match my violence. You can't match the dexterity of my violent will. But go on.
Yeah, can we skip through that part in which Toadvine almost kills the Judge? Because I think here is also another. There's some.
Well, yeah, there is actually, because I've just one more bit. For it. So at that point where the kid removes the arrow from David Brown, Tobin is the one, because Tobin almost comes like the voice of God towards the kid, and he's telling him constantly not to do it. Almost like a God on his shoulders, no one else on the other shoulder, but Tobin is like, he's always in his ear. Mm-hmm. He's saying, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. And he's also maybe the closest to another human character within the gang, but he tells him, specifically, he uses the phrase, God won't love you forever.
Whew.
Suggesting that it is, in fact, the kid's humanity that will kill him. And this is probably true.
Yes, and fast forward to Tobin's particular... I mean, we don't know what comes of Tobin. Anyway, I don't want to jump too ahead, but just pinning this down.
But linking that back of the idea, God won't love him forever. I mean, the suggestion is that is what will kill him. And the idea, going back to Sproul, who's an infected, impure soul in his blood, that he might have been the one that said to the boy in this delirium. And again, you know, oftentimes you see people in delirium that they also have, you know, like Jerusalem syndrome, where they start to connect all of history. The idea that an impure soul in delirium would look at the kid who's trying to save him and says, what's wrong with you is wrong all the way through you. The kid is the only pure soul in this world, and that's what's going to get him killed.
Whew, that really hit me.
Yeah.
But the idea of delirium, I tried to bring this up, I think, around chapter 2, but I think it's a perfect time now, because I also think that when I mean that they're in a hazy state from the killing and all that, it's almost the antithesis of what saints used to do. So again, I'm going to bring it in Tears and Saints by Emil Cioran. He goes he's a nihilist writer, but in that aspect, it's an aphorism book, and he's just talking about the lives of the saints. And there's something very interesting that happens, which saints try to keep themselves in a state of delirium, so that because they think that like that, they will be able to get closer to divinity. In essence, they don't eat, they don't drink water, they don't sleep, they hurt their bodies, sometimes they do draw blood from their bodies, like with so much pain and suffering that they cause themselves. They completely eschew any material good, isolate themselves in trying to reach this voice of God, trying to listen to the voice of God, right? And I find it interesting because a lot of the divinity here, even if the characters are not trying to find it per se like a saint would, a lot of the cosmical elements come also from the violence, because that is also what keeps them in that state of frenzy, of that state of delirium, and delirium is always closer to God.
Well, I've just thought of something then that I haven't pieced together related to what you said. Of, you know, when Black Jackson and White Jackson, when Black Jackson kills White Jackson, his head is cut off, and then the next morning they find him there. He's still there with his head cut off. And the word that Cormac McCarthy uses to describe him is an anchorite.
Yeah. And then, do you want to explain what an anchorite is for people that don't know?
So an anchorite or an anchoress is someone that chooses to live a completely ascetic life of complete subservient prayer, removal of the secular world so that they can be closer to God. And again, this relation of you say that they remove themselves from the earthly world to try and get closer is very, very interesting that he would use that term for someone who is decapitated.
Yeah. And again,
Martyred almost. And then again, it goes back to the child that dies. And after he dies, everyone sees divinity in him. Yeah.
This cycle also, in so many aspects in the book, we also see churches with saints with bullets in the statues. We also see destruction of the church itself. I think there is a theosophy question that McCarthy is asking here from us, about suffering, the image of Jesus is suffering.
Yeah.
The image of Jesus elevating himself, transcending himself, is him on the cross.
It's the image of the West.
It's the image of the West, is the image of sheer violence too.
Yeah.
How much blood is in that moment of the Passion?
But it goes back to the beginning of the novel, of those epigraphs. It uses quotes from poets, but it also uses that one that we mentioned, which is there's a 300,000-year-old human fossil with indications of scalping. We are intrinsically these violent beings, but as we were saying, like Cormac McCarthy will describe things in absolute scientific terms. He'll tell you where the stars are and whatnot, but it won't matter, because there's something about our story, there's something about the nature of what we are, which we are learning for more. And we don't need to kill our enemies. We need to take the top of their skull off so that it's completely exposed to the God that lives above. And we've always done this and we'll never escape this. I just before we move on to the next chapter so that we can finish this chapter, there is one more element which happens in this chapter, which is after the slaughter at the Apache camp, they find like this boy who was from there who's covered in ash and he's completely naked, but they bring him back to the encampment and you're inclined to believe that there's good intentions within it because, you know, they give him a blanket, they give him some beef jerky, whatnot. But there is a strangeness to it in that it does seem sincere that they're giving him a level of humanity, even though moments ago they were just slaughtering everyone that they saw. But we find him the next morning and, well, Toadvine is actually the one that finds him. He's in the next morning, he wakes up and he's on the lap of the judge, completely scalped. And Toadvine puts a gun to the head of the judge. And the judge tells him as he's smiling, "You either shoot me or you don't."
Let's go back. I think the child being covered in ash, I think is a Christian symbolism as well. The idea of repentance, the idea of Ash Wednesday, the idea of, especially in the light of what we're discussing just before, of this transcendence of this Western symbolism of Christianity. But I think that this particular time, go on.
I've just made a connection. I just realized.
Go on.
Right. What? Okay. Where's the ash from? I don't mean symbolically in the Bible. I mean the materiality of this chapter is that the ash is from the burnt houses of the Apache encampment where the boy is from. He says that he's still covered in ash. Like Toadvine, like the reason that Tobin doesn't want the judge to overhear that the kid knows about him, this new child is wearing on his skin the story of his past. He is a witness to what has happened.
Yeah.
There is still this history that exists that the judge can't allow this child to have control over.
And what does the judge do? I mean, he desecrates this child. Not only violence and towards the innocent, the repentance of the ash, right? Not only just that, he desecrates this child, he scalps the child, right? And I find it very, very telling here that Cormac McCarthy is doing a parallel with Moby Dick again, when Starbuck almost kills Ahab. And the interesting thing between Starbuck and Toadvine is that they both are such different characters, because Starbuck in Moby Dick is this well-read, this intelligent man.
Yeah.
This, I wouldn't say priest-like figure, but this, eloquent figure, you know, this wise man, I suppose. And Toadvine, he wears his history of violence. He wears his history of crime. He has the HT horse teeth in his forehead. But they both are in the crossroads, because the monomaniacal situation there with Ahab in the quest of Moby Dick, he is going to kill them all. And Starbuck knows that, and he feels that in his bones, really. And he goes and then he stops. He doesn't kill Ahab. And here Toadvine does the same. He points the gun at the judge. The judge smiles, because the judge always smiles, but he doesn't kill the judge. He asks him, like, are you going to do it or not, right? And he doesn't do it. Why is it? I would like to hear from you a little bit. I have my own thoughts on that.
Oh, about this?
Yes.
The judge isn't concerned about death, and he never will be, because things either are or they aren't. And if someone was willing and able to kill the judge, then it would be deservingly so. I think that the reason that Toadvine aims the gun at the judge is actually from a pure human level. I think that it's a rejection of what the judge has done. I don't think that at that point Toadvine is worried about his own welfare. I think that this is a human element of Toadvine, which we saw in the chapter where they were in the prison, where he was praying for brass teeth. It's this idea that there is within Toadvine a human element. It's the first comrade that we see of the kid. Even though it was born through violence, he still trusted the kid enough to get him out of there. Even in the prison, don't forget the reason that the kid got out is because of Toadvine, because he said, listen, I've convinced them that we can get out. He didn't have to. He could have just looked out for himself. But Toadvine is someone that doesn't do that. And again, the judge knows freedom is an affront to the judge.
Yeah.
And to put a few things the judge knows will happen from this. Either he will die and he will be dead and that will be the absolute truth that occurred, or he will live and he knows that he cannot allow someone to continue that enacted their will upon him. So that's why he smiles, because things either will be or they won't be. And because he's in control, they will be manifested through his will and no one else's.
I also think at that point there, I think there's a futility that maybe Toadvine feels. I don't even think that McCarthy meant, and he doesn't mention that, but I think if that's what I'm inferring about Toadvine, because he knows that the judge committed an act. And I know he comes from his human side to just point the gun at him, like almost like a defiance of that situation. But at that point, he also realizes that he is part of this brutality. He's part of this brutal pragmatism. He is also inserted in that world, whether he likes it or not. So to kill the judge in that sense is pointless, just like it would be pointless for Starbuck to kill Ahab.
So right now, the gang return to Chihuahua after they've gone on this expedition to gather scalps. However, from this point on, what the gang is going to do is they're going to ride on scalping anyone that they think will pass for an Apache. So they return to Chihuahua, and there is a slight reprieve from the violence as our gang receive an undeserving hero's welcome. The citizens come around to parade around the American heroes for helping a people as lowly as them. There is this idea that, the Mexicans, they wanted, okay, we will give up our land to the Americans. So at the very least, we can have the freedom of Americans, this thing that they keep telling us about and whatnot. And they bow at the heels of the US and they start calling out their historical betters. Do you know what's really interesting? There's a moment where you can hear people and they're calling out the heroes, like old American generals and leaders and everything like that. And Galanton and all, doesn't know a name of a Mexican one. He has no idea, and yet he's been going through, him and the gang, slaughtering them mercilessly. And the Mexicans are still hoping that they'll save them. It's a very, very hard read because you realize just the depth of humanity and the callousness of the violence that occurs all the way throughout. But what ends up happening is in Chihuahua, they arrive as they were supposed to, and they give the gang a feast. So they come and they start to get all dressed up, and we see them as the town would want to see them, which is as heroes. They're paraded around and whatnot. They're granted this feast. The governor of the town is there, and they're celebrating their works and whatnot. And this quickly turns into debauchery, fights, burning of furniture, rioting. I think it's Black Jackson who goes outside and sees an image of Jesus, and he shoots him. And meanwhile, the judge is still trying to dance with everyone. And you see Glanton jumping up on the tables, starting fights with everyone. And this starts to go on for days and days and days until they've essentially taken over the town that they were supposed to protect. And there's they see graffiti on the wall at one point, which is "Meo los Indios" that's written on there. Because in their hope for finding saviors, the locals have found something far worse. And all the while, the judge dances. So for the remainder of this chapter, the gang continues to go from town to town, and they're greeted as heroes. And by the time that they leave, the town is left as a ghost town. There's another group. There's another tribe, the Tigways. They're a very, very peaceful tribe. And by this point, we see the nature of the gang, because they ride in there and they completely desecrate them. They wage war on them. People just living their lives that aren't even the Apaches that they're supposed to be going for, but they'll scalp anyone that might pass for them. Toadvine at this point expresses distaste for the slaughtering of innocents, and it's in this chapter that we see that he does carry a gold necklace of brass teeth. And we don't really know why or how he got it. We don't know if he got it by force or if brass teeth, gave it him. But there is still this parallel that Toadvine is somewhat of a redemptive character. Even though he's with the gang, we don't know specifically who is doing what in the gang unless it specifically says. So as far as we know, it's never mentioned that the kid is involved in the scalping, but we know he's present within there, but we never hear the idea that the kid shoots someone. It's just that violence is this large-scale thing that occurs. I think in one of the chapters, I think it might actually be in the previous chapters, that Cormac McCarthy says the violence was general.
The violence was general.
Yeah.
I wrote down something here which I found it was interesting, like right when they get to Chihuahua City and they having this like big welcome and all that. They also take a bath in the public bath.
Yes.
And the water is pure and clean. And as they sunk themselves in the water to clean themselves, they just make the water like red as blood. And I think that's like another one of those presagios that McCarthy puts in this like foreshadowings of the future of the gang, but also even just in the chapter as well.
Yeah, I forgot about that bit. There's a moment in that which is just a perfect characterization of the judge, and it's a very, very brief moment because we describe how the judge looks, and I said, it's like a cherub, everything pure about a human being brought into reality, and it's just the most heinous image of a person. You imagine how the judge looks, and he's like completely naked with a small bath robe around him first. He takes it off, and then he's completely naked around everyone. And do you know what he does? Like, just envision the reality of it, is that he dips his dainty toe on the surface of the water to see if it's hot. It's an incredibly uncanny and unnatural and unsettling thing about him. Of, you know how when you say the almost like the lack of caring of being naked, he cares not for any sort of decorum, and everything about him is just unnatural. This kind of, there's a certain, do you know what it is? It's like almost like a hedonistic behavior.
Yeah. Of
like this giant man dipping his dainty little toe to see if the water is hot.
Yeah. There's something about the way that he behaves and because it's interesting to see him in violent situations, but also pockets of moments that you just see him do something quite normal.
Yeah.
And because of how sinister he is and everything around him, it becomes so uncanny, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that as hedonistic as well. He does have moments of completely uncivilized behavior. And at the same time, he does this very he has a pompous way to him as well.
Well, he maneuvers through all layers of society as one would see fit, in the sense that, he's uncivilized during the uncivilized aspects of society during war. But whenever he's around, quote, the closest that we see to civilization, he conducts himself in a way that one would deem appropriate.
Yeah. Okay, so what do you think then? Because talking about little moments of normality of the judge. Nothing to say here that dancing is abnormal, right? Nothing to say here but then the image of him dancing with the two ladies, well, everyone of chaos is like going around, not only foreshadows the end dance but also it feels very unnatural. It feels also hedonistic. It feels very selfish. Sorry.
Well, because just the image of the judge, everything that he does is unnatural.
Yeah.
He is as close to unnatural as a human being can be. But it's why I still maintain that he is a human being, even though he is completely unnatural. He could still exist. I mean, a 7 foot tall, hairless, purely white human being can still exist.
Well, just like Moby Dick can exist. Yeah. And if you were to read the chapter, The Whiteness of the Whale, that chapter, which is my favorite chapter of Moby Dick, if you were to read that chapter, you would 100% sure that creature is absolutely transcendental and supernatural. But at the same time, it's so possible, right? Yeah.
But again, it goes back to this idea that we mythologize that which we don't understand.
Yeah.
And the most rational explanation is, oh no, this is either a creature that was placed here by God or by Satan. And that would rationalize it in our head, which is funny because the reality of it, the stuff which we should be able to explain, we do not have the same mindset for. And so it becomes unexplainable. I think that, again, this is a chapter where we're learning more about just how endless the violence is that the gang want to commit. They enter a cantina And now word of the gang has spread, and there's been murmurings of them, even in their presence. They all go into this cantina and they can hear people speaking about them, that they've been massacring Mexicans in their villages. And by this point, again, the violence becomes so overwhelming that everywhere the gang goes, death follows. In slaughtering those peaceful tribes, we see the judge looking over them as though they would never as though in the annihilation of them, they too have been expunged from all of humanity, that the desert wind will forget that these people ever even lived. And so by this point, they return to a town that they had rode through earlier, and there is nothing there but corpses and buzzards. There's a giant fight that breaks out in the cantina, and the strength of the judge is actually put on display, that he emotionally breaks a man's arm and that he lifts up another, and then all we see is the man fall to the ground with a broken neck, and he killed him. It's quite rare that the judge shows just how strong he is, but it adds to this mythologization of what he is, even though, again, there's nothing to say that he can't exist and that he doesn't exist. When the souls of the dead were rumoured to be about, the scalp hunters were again howling in the streets. That's one of the descriptions that we hear about the gang at the moment. They are endlessly riding out, and as of right now, they've been riding out for days in the rain. And McCarthy is describing in great detail much of the travelling. He describes them of there to proselytize the beasts of the land. Because he doesn't necessarily describe what things are like, he explains them as a concept and what it all specifically means. So they take refuge in this inn, and they find a man runs it called Frank Carroll. He runs this bodega. The judge at this point sees a fiddler and pays for a tune, to which he then is described that he lightly pirouettes around. And it describes his steps as precise.
Yeah, with a strange precision.
Yeah, what I'm inclined to believe that the steps of a dance to the judge is the equivalent of some arcane language, that every step denotes a purpose, like some ancient hieroglyphic. I think that I struggle to think that although the judge engages in hedonistic aspects, like we said before, and he's obsessed with the material, does the judge do things just because he enjoys them?
Yes.
Does he?
Yes, I think he dances because he enjoys them.
And
enjoys dancing.
Okay, but then there's no other meaning to it.
But I think that no, there is other. You mean that would be the sole meaning of why he would dance?
Because he's too. Funnily enough, he's too precise, and his dancing is done with precision.
I like the idea that he enjoys dancing.
I like the idea of it because there's something disturbing about it. But I wonder, does he enjoy them? Bless you.
Thank you. I like the idea that he enjoys dancing, but I also feel that dancing has a level of ritual behavior for the judge, because a lot of the times he dances, something else happens right after.
Yeah.
Like, it's always connected to something uncanny.
I think that what the judge does in his actions, when you see him utilize his body almost as a signal, like when we saw on the mountain where he raises his hand up, I think that he's attempting to invoke something or conjure something. And that's why I imagine his dance almost like, in Dune, like in sand walking, that it has to be done with precision. I think that the judge is something akin to that, as though every step placed in the right way will almost invoke this kind of butterfly effect, that it will have a knock-on effect otherwise, because he's trying to control everything in humanity to the point he'd be willing to control the steps of a little dance to a fiddler in a bodega.
Yeah, something so banal. That's something that I thought was interesting, because you described it, the way that he's dancing like a hieroglyph, like poses like in a hieroglyph, like precision, right? There's a point, I think, in the chapter before that we just glossed over, that he does look at a hieroglyph. He notates, he essentially keeps it in his head, and then he destroys it. And then I wrote down that it was like this, the whole belief of the civilization, like all in that hieroglyph. It's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know? But then I like the idea that you said that because I just imagined that he just danced and that was the meaning. Like, that was the ritual of civilization. I don't know. That just came to my head.
Yeah.
Probably means nothing to the book, but just the idea of him doing that with such precision.
Yeah.
Because perhaps he meant more. Yeah.
So while they're in this bodega, there's a cavalcade outside as the judge is dancing, and people are shooting church bells. And it's actually not related to the gang at this point. This is other people, which suggests that the violence of the gang isn't innate to the gang either. It just exists in the landscape. So a priest comes out because they've been shooting the church bells, and he's clutching Jesus. He's clutching an effigy of Jesus. And at this point, they push him and he falls over in the mud. And to kind of like atone or make some illusion of repentance to what they do, they throw coins at him. And again, coins have been emerging as some kind of language within the novel. And at first, the judge refuses them until they leave, and then he orders children.
You mean the priest? The priest refuses
the priest refuses them. And then when the gang leave, then he orders the children to collect them. It's interesting how quickly, when pushed, even a spiritual man like the priest in this world, he moves to try and garner some kind of benefit from the material world.
Yeah, and I'm interested specifically that it could have been any other material good. It could have been necklaces of gold or whatever. But he chooses to right now place a coin again. And coins, as you said, become a sort of a language, a nod inside the text in the book. In the Bible, in Christian tradition, a coin is often a basis for witness of Christ. So there are plenty of moments in the Bible that someone that witnessed God or divine intervention in some way has a coin given to them. And I find it interesting here because, I mean, the priest knows what a coin means in that sense of the spiritual sense. Yeah. And he still does that, which is intrinsically only materialistic, even though the coins that they throw at him are definitely not divine intervention. Yeah, I find that interesting. I wrote that down because in a way, he's always transcending and kind of playing with the ideas of the Christian symbols as well. I don't think McCarthy takes any symbol from anything that he takes and from many of the places that he takes and takes them literally.
Yeah, I don't think he takes them at face value. I don't think he inserts symbols. I think he uses symbols.
Yeah, he plays with them.
But he uses his own subconscious to read into them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, interestingly, we can speak about a short moment that happens next, which is an incredibly violent scene that appears to come from nowhere and just speaks to the judge's callousness and makes you question why he does what he does. And I mean, when I say why, it's one of those very struggling things because it's, as you read it, it's that painful kind of thing where you read and you say, why do this? So the judge buys 2 dogs from a child. And funnily enough, when he buys these 2 dogs, he does a trick, and it's a trick with a coin. Again, he is paying for the dogs, and then he opens his hand, and the coin has disappeared. And he reaches behind the kid's ear, and the coin is back. And this is something that you do to children to make them happy. He then proceeds to buy the 2 dogs and launch them into the river. 2 puppies. At the other end of the river is Bathcat. He's taking a piss in the river. And as he's doing it, the puppies are moving downstream and drowning. And Bathcat, with one hand on his genitals and the other, he gets his gun out and proceeds to blast the 2 dogs away. And we just see that the river starts to turn a slightly blood colour as they disappear into this red mist. This is such a violent moment. And there's something about it. Again, I know that McCarthy writes using his subconscious to evoke things, but this re-emergence of human waste as raw material for warfare, I don't exactly know what it means, but I know that I'm incredibly drawn to his usage of it, of the constant reoccurrence of it. It just feels incredibly appropriate that this thing that everyone is so drawn to is also tied to the waste of humanity, the pit of humanity, the thing that we should absolutely reject, as though he's subconsciously saying in one way or another that the 2 coexist with one another.
Why do you think the bath cat shoots the dogs? I think it's a bit of an act of mercy. It's both a very extremely violent act, but also it seems to be the only way out, if you consider his way.
I would like to think that, but then I realised that there is, aside from the kid, which even at the end there is skepticism within that, I don't think that there's anyone in the gang who is good, because I'm inclined to believe that they probably all partake within the killings of the Apaches and whatnot, and the slaughtering of the individuals. And even if they're not, they're still witnesses to it. They're still around.
Yeah, and we learn very quickly that the ones that don't partake, in a way or another, they are...
Yeah.
I mean, something happens to them, right?
I think that with Bathcat, it's the same like with David Brown. When the kid was helping David Brown, if he wasn't able to, or if he was causing enough pain to David Brown, Tobin, after saying God won't love him forever, he said he would have took you with him right away. He would have killed him indiscriminately. And we like to believe that, there's some redeeming qualities for these characters, but there's simply not. Like, this isn't a character tale the way that we traditionally hear about character tales of the goodness and the evil that exists in this world. Evil is omnipresent and it's all-consuming, and when you're around it long enough, there is this idea that it will take over everything about a person, that they will have nothing left other than the blackness that they've fallen into. And I'm inclined to believe that in some degree, that there is a degree of truth that you said earlier, that on some level, the judge is recruiting people in some vain hope, perhaps, that he wants to mold them in his image. And if even bit by bit, and it's like with Toadvine, it's like you either do it or you don't. You either shoot me or you don't. And if you don't, then you are along for this ride. And there's no room for compassion. And if you don't, it means I'm still going to live. I enact my will upon you. And you've made the decision to go along with us, to be part, one way or another, of this violence.
Yeah, I first I annotated that there was a level of mercy, but now I don't necessarily believe that even if someone is evil, they are entirely evil all the time. And I think that's why you see those pockets of, those little pockets of, but even so, I'm not saying that he just killed the dogs. Yeah.
Well, I agree with you. Like, someone isn't evil all the time, but sometimes there's a level of evil that a person commits that you can't say that they're anything other than evil. They don't have to be evil all the time.
There's a threshold that has been crossed.
Yes, put it this way. Glanton isn't evil all the time. David Brown isn't evil all the time, but they do enough and they have enough callousness that when they are at their limit, their default is to be evil.
And I think that the crux of the judge's evil we've been talking about for so long, it also very easily is encapsulated in that sentence that we know what it is coming.
Yeah.
It's a sentence that it has become a myth in itself around Blood Meridian. Yeah?
Yes. Well, just before we move on to it, because I think an interesting thing about that is that there's two instances I can think of that we see the judge and we see a river. One is this one, in which he's casting something into the river, which is an idea of baptism. And the other, he's, quote, saving someone from drowning in the river, which would be an idea of mercy.
Yeah.
I like the parallels of the two. We're going to speak about the other one after, but this idea, he casts something into the river. Baptism is ultimately what it's welcoming someone into the Christian family.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting about this chapter?
Go on.
Is inferred that at that point is also All Souls Day. Is inferred that the celebration that the priest is around is All Souls Day. And what is All Souls Day? A celebration of the ones that departed that had been baptized Christians. I think it's not by mistake that... nothing... Put it this way. I don't think he's using the symbols literally in this like very unidimensional way. I think he uses everything in layers, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think it's by mistake that he makes those connections.
No, it's not. And the thing is that just because he doesn't, in certain instances, use the symbols directly, it doesn't mean you still can't allude to what those symbols... that's how humanity has read them. And I think that's, I missed that little aspect, but yeah, that would marry the two.
Especially when you brought it up, the other one, because I also thought that.
Yeah.
But I don't want to go too quick, but yeah.
But again, this idea of baptism, if you're talking about the mercy, that would also tie into it, because think about it. If, okay, he's casting something into the river, what's to then not say that the baptism, the welcoming into the family of violence, is Bathcat? That by shooting these innocent creatures, he's welcoming him into the family of what the judge represents.
Yeah.
But moving on towards the maybe the most quoted line from this book occurs in this chapter. So at nightfall, Toadvine inquires on the judge's ledger of bird feathers, because the judge opens his book. It's the one that he's been sketching in, and he sees that he's been taking feathers from birds and he keeps them in there. It's this tome of great knowledge that he has. And he's asking him about it. Why does he have it with him? He starts to speak about birds, and he says that their freedom is an affront to him. That if he could have it, all animals would be in zoos. They would all be caged. They would all essentially be in control, which leads us to the most famous quote, arguably, of the novel, which is, the judge says, "Everything in creation that exists without my knowledge exists without my consent." It is an incredibly chilling line. It is an incredibly impactful line. I remember the first time that I read it, it was something that really stood out to me. Because one, I mean, imagine writing something that good that encapsulates such tremendous evil and willpower to enact evil. What I take from this little section is that from this point on, everything that the judge speaks about in here, there is no great secret to the judge, because here he espouses everything that he believes. He doesn't hold anything back. It's perhaps close enough for him to reveal this information, because Tobin was scared earlier about the judge knowing, but now he now knows everything about them. It's why I say that he never feared Glanton, or he never imposed anything about Glanton, because he knew everything about Glanton. There was no mystery. There was nothing that he couldn't, if he so chose, to, whenever he wanted, he could impose his will on Glanton. And he always knew that. So even though Glanton is arguably the quote, most traditionally evil, the judge never feared him. This whole idea is that nature must be subjugated beneath man, and the judge is the one who is capable of doing it and probably will do it.
I like, in that little section, I would like to continue to quote a little longer.
Yeah, definitely.
So he says, whatever exists, he said, whatever in creation exists without my knowledge exists without my consent. So he looks into the darkness, and then he continues to say, as he shows the specimens that he collected in his little book, he goes, "These anonymous creatures," he said, "may seem little or nothing in the world, yet the smallest crumb can devour us.
Yes.
Any smallest thing beneath yon rock, out of man's knowing. Only nature can enslave man, and only when the existence of each last entity is routed out and made to stand naked before him, will he be properly suzerain of the earth." And then he asks, what is a suzerain? A keeper or overlord. Why not say keeper then? Because he's a special kind of keeper. A suzerain rules even where there are other rulers. His authority countermands local judgment. And then Tolvine spat. He says, the judge placed his hand on the ground. He looked at his inquisitor. "This is my claim," he says. "And yet everywhere upon it are pockets of autonomous life, autonomous. In order for it to be mine, nothing must be permitted to occur upon it save by my dispensation."
The most important aspect for me that I take from that is this notion of a suzerain.
Yeah.
Is because what happens with that is that he says a suzerain rules even where there are other rulers. But then by the very logic that the judge wants to enact, I don't know if he knows this or not, is that means that this will be an endless thing. Mm-hmm. Because he wants to be a suzerain, but he wants to allow other rulers at the same time. The only way that could occur, The only thing that he could be mentioning alongside that is the kid. Is the idea that the kid is the only one that may match him, which brings, it's why when we were talking about the Leonid's meteor shower, this idea of two beasts and one is to purport the other. There is still a hierarchy. In the book of Revelation, there are two beasts as powerful as one another, but one still has to raise the attention of the other. And I think that's what the judge wants of. It's because his idea of a leader is something different. And I find that from this point on, I don't think that anything needs to be said about this chapter other than what the judge says, because he said it's all right there. He hates autonomy. He believes that everything has to be subjugated beneath him. But this idea of suzerain is something that will return in the later chapters. So at this point, the gang are given a new scalping contract, and they also have a new member, a young boy by the name of Sloat. But by the end of this chapter, he will be dead, as will many people that we encounter. They emerge and then they leave. As with most people that encounter the Glanton gang and encounter the judge, they will meet very, very destructive fates. Meanwhile, as they are making their way through the lands, scalping people, they're now being pursued by a man called General Elias. Word has spread that they are a violent gang and they're wanted for the many crimes that they've committed. So after an encounter, many of the scalp hunters in this chapter are found injured and they can't carry on. The ones that are still laying on the ground and not dead need to be dealt with. And no one, it's funny because just as no one wanted to save David Brown earlier, now no one wants to be the one to actually slay the ones, which there must be some sense of camaraderie with, because they're struggling to get rid of those which are of no use to them. And some of these characters we've spent a long time with. So what's done instead is a lottery is drawn with feathers to decide who is going to kill the remainders. There are 4 deeds to be done, and as the kid is choosing, he's hovering over the feathers, he doesn't know what to choose. And he sees the judge watching, almost willing him to take an arrow, which he does. Before he even sees, the judge turns away, and it turns out that the kid picked an arrow that means that he's going to have to kill someone. The insinuation is that the judge willed this into belief. I'm going to have to stick by my guns and say that he is a human and he is incapable of doing that. I just have to, and I think it ties into this idea of destiny and free will somehow. But I can't sit here now and say that the judge had the power to make the boy choose. I think the judge is tied to destiny. And just the fact that the kid has encountered the judge in his destiny, whatever will occur, will occur. And the judge is just smiling, perhaps at the illusion of choice that the boy has.
There's also you can infer that perhaps the judge might not necessarily be magical himself or supernatural, but there is an element of magical realism in this world. There are things that happen that supersede common understanding.
Yeah.
And I think that could just be one of those things.
Yeah. So in this chapter, we actually spend a lot of time with the kid, which we haven't done for a large portion of a chapter for a long time. We've just followed the Glanton gang. So after the lottery is drawn, we see who is left to be spared. The first one that we see is a Delaware who voluntarily takes an arrow and clubs the other wounded Delawares in that there's this, as if race or culture binds them, or that their relationship culturally with death is more defined. Again, this emergence of camaraderie and otherness that for some reason they wanted to be the ones to do it. And so all that's left is the kid discussing about killing Shelby, who is the one that's laying there, who's been shot. And again, the kid shows a sign of mercy. Whether this is the correct sign of mercy, it's still the possibility of, how in chapter 2, this idea of seeing the Virgin holding the headless child. The child is beyond help, but the mother is still the one that will cradle it, that will still be an eternal, comforting aspect. It may not be the right thing to keep Shelby alive. The right thing may be to kill him as a mercy killing, but it's still killing him. It's still allowing him to be martyred into the judge's lens of history. Whereas keeping him alive still offers some semblance of hope, which I think is safe to say hasn't existed throughout this entire novel. But he decides to hide Shelby in a bush, knowing the repercussions that Glanton will immediately kill him if he finds out that he's tried to keep someone alive. That can bring nothing but negative consequences if he's found alive to the Glanton gang. But he chooses to keep him alive. But in this time that he's been deciding, he ends up becoming separated from the gang. In essence, if we actually think about it, the gang has just left the kid also. That they've left him as much as they've left the ones that are dead. He doesn't matter to them. But it's winter time now. And so the kid is wandering around the winter desert completely alone. The wind cascades around him so that he literally cannot see where he will go. He is now, as the hermit was lost in the desert, the kid is now literally and spiritually still lost in the desert. He has not moved from the beginning of the novel. And now he's, if you visualize him, he's wandering the waste. The wind is cascading through him. It's wintertime, it's nighttime. He is surrounded by nothingness. There is nothing around him. And he's trying to find somewhere to go. He's trying to find some guiding light. Ironically, the guiding light that he sees is a burning tree. We're talking about symbolism. I'm sure that most people immediately think the obvious comparison here is with the burning bush. The burning bush in Exodus is the voice of God. And as he approaches this light, what does he see? He sees that the voice of God is silent. He sees that there's no one speaking to him. And at this point, there is a kinship that the kid has with nature. All the way throughout, we've seen that the gang and every human being is antithetical to nature. All they do is destroy nature. They are just imprints of shadows on nature. But what do we see here? We see in this lone desert, even with the silent voice of God, that all of nature, the owls and spiders and lizards, are gathered round like pilgrims, as if there's some congregation of this lonesome spectacle in the desert, as if answers are going to be found within. And McCarthy describes everything there, including the kid, like seemly gods, silent and the same, like Jeddah and Babylon, because the voice of God here is as silent as the congregation. It's, for me, like, just, there's something about this, and it's like, it's incredibly rare. Like, I don't get emotional over a lot of things, but there's something incredibly powerful about hearing this violent spectacle, that this book is known for violence and this horrendous heart of man. And even by the end of the novel, the victor is evil. And yet even here, in the loss of the desert, this kid who's encountered nothing but the most horrific elements of mankind, that there's still this hope, this drive, that even as perhaps the last person on earth that has some spirit within him, that he's still willing to be part of this goodness of this congregation, that even though they hear nothing good spoken back to them, that he's still seeking it. I don't normally get emotional over this kind of stuff, but it's very powerful.
Yeah. That's something about fire again, because the kid's born in fire. Yeah. The judge sees him as someone born in flames as well, because
it's as though it's something that he's inevitably going to return to.
Yeah, the judge often destroys things in fire. He throws things in fire that he possesses as well. Symbolically, I see fire also as resurrection. I mean, as awakening.
Yeah. Well, there's a quote later. I don't know what chapter it's in, but I know that McCarthy says, "In every fire is all fires, the first one to be burned and the last one to go out." I just think the imagery of that, there's something, again, and it comes with this idea of creation and destruction.
Cycles.
Yeah, as though it is an eternal thing.
Yeah.
And to use a contemporary reference, one of our favourites is in the work of Miyazaki, in the work of Dark Souls, of this idea of what is the correct thing to do in the world.
Kindling of the flame.
Is it to kindle a flame and allow a dead world to perpetuate, or do we let it die? And it's great that even, again, we're talking about this comes from Japan, but there is still this universality behind the elemental truths that we know. I find that after this wandering in the desert, eventually the kid returns and he finds the gang, and it's another flame that he finds that's out there, and he goes there, and the gang, like we know how they come across already, but right now they look disheveled and wild. They have something murderous in their eyes, as though they are reaching this point bit by bit where there is also going to be an inevitability to their journeys. There has to be some finality to their journeys, and right now they're just holding on. They're just surviving. Many have died. Slow, this new character, has died just off screen at this point. He arrives, finally, the kid finds his horse and he arrives, and the judge wants to kill the horse to eat it. To which the kid says, and I think it's very interesting, after he's just encountered this equivalence of a burning bush, again, Tobin, the closest to the voice of God, who's speaking to him, who's telling him to, don't speak up against him. The kid with this like the closest thing I can see to courage in this novel, he says, "Do you think I'm scared of him?" And the kid is confronting the judge as an absolute. He either does or doesn't confront the judge. So he's playing on his terms, but not because he's afraid of him, because he knows that the judge is this unstoppable force, but he will address it. And if that does mean that he will be martyred, if that does mean he'll die, he won't be afraid of him. At the finale of the chapter, the gang are at an inn, and they remove their clothes. It's another refuge that they've taken, and they're illuminated by a faint light. And there's a mule at the end of the shed, and the mule shies away from them, as though nature itself is rejecting this group of people, that their very shape is unnatural. Because if we imagine, the only thing that the mule sees is their shadows. Like, imagine their arms and shadows, like this formless creature almost becoming one.
One beast.
Yeah. And there's something innately unnatural to the mule that he shies away, the same way that the coyotes aren't encroaching on them at night. And their shadows imprinted, they're defined not as human, but as a thing, as a concept, as all of McCarthy's descriptions. And I'd like to just read the way that it describes them at the end. Then one by one, they began to divest themselves of their outer clothes, the hide slickers and raw wool. And one by one, they propagated about themselves a great crackling of sparks, and each man was seen to wear a shroud of palest fire. Their arms aloft, pulling at their clothes, were luminous, and each obscure soul was enveloped in audible shapes of light, as if it had always been so. The mare at the far end of the stable snorted, and shied at this luminosity, in being so endarkened, and the little horse turned and hid his face in the web of the dam's flank. So in this point, again, like most chapters, we begin with travelling alongside the gang. It's in this chapter that Bathcat and the Delawares are actually found as dead. Since the kid has been separated from the group, clearly a lot has happened to the gang in such a short period of time. And he hasn't been separated from them for that long, but it's enough that certain things are catching up with the gang at this point. So as they wander the wastes, it's the scalp hunters are much smaller in number at this point, and they're wandering on their horses. And then something strange happens. It says, a pale green meteor came up from the valley floor behind them and vanished silently into the void. It went over the head of them and disappeared into the horizon, and it's almost as though they're inadvertently following the trail of this meteor that appeared. Alongside the road, they encounter some Apaches and start to do deals with them, even while they're hunting for scalps, which is very interesting because as they're supposedly killing indiscriminately these people which are so other to them, they've decided now to start doing deals with them to their benefit. They trade them for whiskey. In a new town, they arrive, and McCarthy describes it. There was nothing about these arrivals to suggest even the discovery of the wheel. The absurdity of this landscape, as the gang now know not what lies ahead of them. All there are remnants. And in this town, they find an imbecile in a cage. They say he's chewing on his own feces, and he is presented as almost like a sideshow attraction. And from this point on, he's just going to be referred to as the idiot, and he will actually make himself, from the judge, a member of the Galantin gang.
I love the way that he starts, when he introduced the idiot, he goes on to say the idiot was small and misshapen, and his face was smeared with feces. Small and misshapen. There's something different about him, even before we know that he is mentally impaired. Something in his physicality that is different about him. And I think it's also interesting that around the same chapter, around the same part of the story, we also see a dog with 6 legs. It's a 6 legs. A dog with 6 legs and another 2 and a third with 4 eyes in its head.
Yes. This is at the end of the chapter, because what ends up happening is there's a funny line, I don't remember off the top of my head. It's kind of a darkish line that I just found quite funny. It's something like, I think Galantin is speaking to the guy who, I say, and it's his brother, the idiot. And he says something like, do you allow women to come and see that thing? And the guy just casually says, none ever asked. It's a very
dark humor.
It's a very dark but humorous line that, because we've reached a point in the novel now, we are essentially in the final stretches of the novel as things are beginning to unravel, as though the world itself is beginning to unravel, that the judge is going to have this idiot, which is what he's referred to in the novel, along with them. And I still like how in McCarthy's prose, his descriptors of things are very, very important. And there's something that's going to happen in this chapter, which again, I find very important in the use of language, because it's still the kid, the judge, the idiot. They are archetypes, and they always will be. They, like, no matter what they become, they are always that, unless they ultimately radically change, which the kid does go under a radical change by the end of the novel, but everyone else is still just a nickname. But at the end of the novel, at the end of the chapter with the idiot, the judge does something, just as we speak about him, is that he grabs him and he stares deep into his eyes, and it's as though he's like examining his skull. Mm-hmm. And the way I've read it, it's as though he's fascinated by the purity of his being. The way that we were talking about this blank canvas, that the kid is this infinite potentiality. I think he sees a different kind of potentiality of that inside the idiot, in that this is someone that never ever, just, you know how like in the thing of the harness maker, the moral of the story is that the son of the traveller will inherit the world that the father has left him. Because the idiot has no freedom, he knows that he will never inherit anything. He can't gain any knowledge. He can know nothing. And he is the ultimate companion for the judge. And I'm just going to print something to you. Mm-hmm. There has to be, I haven't figured it out, but there has to be some relation with the Fool card of tarot and the idiot.
Well, yeah, there is, I suppose, a little bit of a like McCarthy, because in tarot, the Fool is not necessarily someone stupid, right? It's someone brave, even like a heroic character. And I do like that we never know really what even calling the idiot, it's unnerving to me also, but let's power through it.
Well, there's another element in this which I want to talk about language as well.
Yes, same.
But in relation to that as well. Sorry, did you want to say something?
Yeah.
Go on.
Even calling him the idiot feels kind of weird, but I do want to make a point specifically about the judge's fascination with his skull, and also, again, this idea of the six-legged dogs and dogs with multiple eyes and all these quote-unquote freaks of nature. You know, all those like ideas of supernatural humanity, transcendental in form, in the shape, in the materiality of their being. It's like the judge is looking at his skull to find something physical that would define his otherness as well. And I think it's interesting that the judge, the way that the chapter ends as well with the meteorite and the judge, because I think it alludes also to the judge being a part of the salad of these freaks of nature. And I think even though the idiot is the opposite of him, in the sense of like the judge has all this acquired knowledge and all that, I still think that he sees in the idiot a weird mismatch kinship.
That's interesting.
Even if it's something to possess.
Well, that's interesting because the way I saw it, I saw the idiot as a companion to the judge. Even though there's going to be complete subjugation, there's something about, because the fool is the beginning journey in tarot as well, isn't it? Mm-hmm. And I think that there's something fascinating that the judge finds. He's found the complete archetype. It's like he's almost discovered primal man. He's discovered the beginning of man's journey. And if there's any deviation away from this, then he's impure. That's how I've perceived it.
Why do you think that? Okay, this is about the judge, and I get it. I'm interested in that. But there's a passage also about Glanton here. That Glanton kind of like looks down with those dogs. Looks down or looks away. He feels uncomfortable in the presence of the idiot. If the judge is fascinated into looking at the idiot's skull, Glanton looks a bit uncomfortable. He does the same with the dogs. It disturbs him. It makes him feel uncomfortable, almost like nature is indifferent to these people, and he also is.
Well, I thought something about Glanton, which was that I think it's similar to the tarot scene in the sense that Glanton sees something which clearly has some semblance on his destiny, and he refuses to look at it. He doesn't want to look at it, even though there's probably going to be a lot of answers, a lot of elucidation in that towards Glanton. And throughout the novel, like, Glanton has a dog, and the way that he got it is that before we saw we didn't mention it, but there's a moment where the judge is like willing nature by his very will. Mm-hmm. And there's a scene that directly follows after that in which Glanton finds a dog and he makes it his own, but he does it by kicking it, by violently subjugating it.
Yeah.
He actually has to act, whereas the judge can just... He can will something into existence, Glanton can't. And I think that this idea of rejection is that Glanton having a dog, I've often seen dogs in the novel as a direct parallel with Glanton. I think that when we see dogs and when we see groups of dogs together, they're often associated with Glanton. And there's something about man's best friend and some of them being like these wounded creatures that follow Glanton around. Glanton is clearly someone that has a wounded soul also, because I believe it's actually in the next chapter, we discover stuff about Glanton. We discover that Glanton is, and it's briefly mentioned, that somewhere off in the east lies his wife and his children whom he will never see again. Whether that means lies as in that they've both passed away, or whether that's in that they are still around and that he has left them to pursue this life of his own. We know, excuse me, we know that there is a past to Glanton, and even with all this mania, even with all this evil that he conjures, there is, even if it's somewhere deep, even if it's somewhere that he's repressed, there is a humanity in there which he turns away from. He rejects looking at the tarot card, just as he rejects these dogs, which I believe that dogs mirror Glanton, in that we're looking at ones now, the landscape itself is becoming warped. These dogs are monsters because the men are turning into monsters themselves, just as we've seen that mule, which has looked at their shadow and shied away from it. They are monsters in themselves. And so Glanton doesn't want to look at it, because there is a minuscule part within Glanton, the suggestion that there is a human in there that is refusing to acknowledge the works that he's doing.
the truth, and I suppose they mirror his deeds as well.
Yeah.
There's a mirroring that happens. I can see that.
And that's why I think that that the judge would also never look at Glanton as being able to fulfill what he's got, because there is still an imprint, there is still a history in there, even if he doesn't want to acknowledge it.
Yeah. The wording that I find it particularly interesting here is two parts, and maybe is also what you wrote down. Is when the judge, he says, took hold of the man's head in his hands and began to explore its contours.
Yes.
Almost like a geological exploration. Almost like he exploring some like cartography, some like a map of something to touch, something physical. Like even one of those, his rocks.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, interesting that you would use the term cartography for that section. Well, do you know, I also think about that is because the judge clearly has this knack for acquisition of knowledge in one way or another. But, you know, because he examines his skull, and it is this idea of phrenology, this idea that the pseudoscience of the time in which people would use the examination of someone's skull to learn about characteristics or about their psychology, how it would work. And what I find interesting about that is that the judge is using the science of the time. And what that indicates to me is that by doing that, the knowledge of the judge does not pass into the future. He cannot completely foresee the futures that's to come. So that would mean that time here is linear and those things have not happened yet. In which case, that would also come back to this idea of the judge as a human. That
humanize the judge.
Yeah, that he doesn't have a supernatural ability. That in his great acquisition of knowledge, he's still tied to the materiality of there and the lack of knowledge and the lack of development, which will ultimately inhibit him from becoming this apex being.
Yeah, this Ubermensch.
Yeah.
There's something else that I also think that I wrote down similar to you that I also think brings the same point, which is the judge looks at the owner of the idiot and he says, has he always been like that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. He was born that way.
And then what does he say?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't write it down.
Well, the best bit of that bit.
Did he?
Yeah. So he says, was he always born that way? And then he walks out and the judge says, were you? It's a very provoking line, and there is something about the judge that he wants to have the last say within things, but his idea of the last say is something that guides you on this wounding principle that he tends to stick by, this idea that he plants something in your mind which is only there to wound you.
I think it's no mistake that he places those things together in the chapter. The dogs for Glanton, but also for us, the idiot to examine, the phrenology, as you mentioned, this incessant trying to control things, but also, I mean, in the same chapter we have this idea, like there's no coincidence between that. That's something weird, something almost supernatural about those beings, but in reality they are just mundane. They are just flaws of nature. And I think the judge is also that. Yeah. He's an albino. There's something that would have been quite unnatural about his presence, specifically at the time that people didn't really understood that well, like, those markers, those different markers in a world full of otherness as well. Yeah. But the difference between him and the idiot, and also the dogs, is that he has control over his own mutation, I suppose. He has some control over himself because he's so imposing, he's so big. As those other ones that McCarthy is presenting, the dogs and the idiot, they are quite vulnerable to their own quote-unquote mutations, to their own otherness. The judge can impose his otherness, his strength into others, and in that way make it so that his quote mutation unquote, it's a bit less real and more supernatural. Just to finish that point, it's like he cancels his otherness by dominance. And maybe there's a chip on his shoulder there. I mean, that's what I wrote it down.
Well, it's interesting that you speak of otherness, because the thing that we've glossed over in this chapter is there's one other thing that occurs in this chapter. So they're in a cantina and the gang sit down and they're drinking when a man called Owens, who's the bar owner, he tells them that coloured people must sit in a designated location, and he's referring to Jackson. So this takes the gang a short while to understand what he means, although we do know inevitably that violence is going to ensue. I find it interesting that he's talking about the otherness of Jackson in relation to his skin colour, and the gang take a little second to try and figure out what he's talking about. Interestingly, they don't see the colour of Jackson. They are bonded by something deeper than that. They're bonded by violence. And there is this uncomforting fact, and it is, like you say, the idea of using the term idiot. It's also very uncomfortable to use the term nigger. But I think that within the framework of this novel, it's very important, and it's the reason why it's in the novel. Everything in the novel is there to make you feel uncomfortable, but to address it to you directly. Like, in the same way that we think, why does this violence happen? You have to use that with the language. Like, why is this language used? It does feel like such an affront, but the way that it's used is that Owens, the bar owner, is referring to Jackson. He calls him coloured. And the rest of the gang don't see it. And then the gang says about the bar owner, they say, he thinks we're niggers. What does that necessarily mean? Because then what happens after that is Brown says to the bar owner, he says, essentially, do something about it then. And he gives him a gun. He gives him a gun and he wants him to kill and shoot Jackson. The suggestion is that violence is something a person must commit to. And the reason why they don't see the colour of Jackson immediately is because they have been bonded through violence. And then someone at some point says, after Jackson kills the man, someone says, most terrible nigger I ever seen. Does that mean that this is simply the terminology for everyone other than them? This comes at the end because the last word that Glanton says just before he's murdered is nigger. And there is this idea of Glanton, we find in an upcoming chapter, that he is a soul in which he embodies everything of the judge. His world is completely myopic. His view is that he wants command over everything. And the idea that his last word would be that, and the idea that the gang wouldn't even recognize after going on this tirade of violence for supposed racial purity, that they wouldn't even see it in Jackson right next to them. The only thing that bonds them is violence, and anyone who isn't of that race, of their race, of violence, they perceive as nigger. Continuing on from we were discussing otherness, the chapter actually opens with Glanton, and this is the chapter where the perspective of the novel goes inside Glanton, and it's the only real time that it does. He's sat by the fire and he's watching it, and this is where we learn that he has a wife and child somewhere in the east, alive or dead, we're not sure. And I'd like to read a descriptor. He long forsworn all weighing of consequence, and allowing as he did that men's destinies are given, yet usurped all that he would ever be in the world, and all the world would be to him. The latter half of this description would adequately describe the judge. He chooses to evoke power over nature, yet the only difference is that Glanton doesn't seek the order that the judge claims to see. It's the only difference between the two. And I find that after looking through it, there's a reason why Glanton, the only reason that we can actually humanize Glanton more than we can the judge is this element, is that because the judge has a definitive answer to the way that the world works, whenever you come across anyone like that, they do come across as these mythological beings. But as we discussed previously, the struggle with the rejection of certain things, this moment of introspection, there is a human within that, and that's why Glanton isn't as mysterious as the judge, but he still comes across as this dangerous being.
There's something I wrote down as well in this chapter that I thought it was a brilliant way of describing Glanton, but also not only him as a person, but his chaotic nature, who he was, and even the past that he left behind. He was equal to whatever might follow, for he was complete at every hour. I really like that. He was complete at every hour. there's so much potential in someone like that is so willing to change, that has a chaotic energy about them.
Yeah.
But there's also so much destruction, because if you always complete and every hour, it means that you also have to fall apart to complete again.
Yeah.
And I wrote that down because I thought it was a very, very strong way. And there's something about McCarthy's way of writing that is so... We haven't really spoke that much about this, but like, he's so precise in his words. He's choosing the right... I mean, that's so perfect.
Well, interesting that you say that, actually, because in this chapter, this is another famous chapter, because they're all sat around the campfire again, and the judge is about to speak about war. But something happens just prior to this, in which they're speaking about... they start to all speak about the metaphysical. They've all kind of been inadvertently drawn into talking about the metaphysical. And then... out of the blue, I believe it's Tobin and someone else, they're speaking about how this idea that there used to be two moons. And McCarthy, you mentioned that he writes specifically. I actually made a little note about this, because in this chapter, it says that God witnessed the lunacy on earth and pinched a moon out of existence. And what's interesting about that is that McCarthy uses the term lunacy for God to wipe out a moon. The etymology of lunacy coming from luna also. And I think that there's something incredibly sinister of God's creation has grown out of control of its creator. That it's using the tools against its creator. That he sees lunacy and thus destroys a moon. There's something that God did, that God made a mistake, that there was something about the moon there that he had to remove, that he didn't foresee, that his creation would perceive his grand creation in that way.
I like that. It also implies a bit, like almost like the Freemasons' God, like as the great architect. That is constantly designing, redesigning the world.
Yeah.
I like that as well, because the moon, a lot of the mythology around the moon throughout like paganism and ancient religiosity is also a lot to do with the feminine. Yeah. And the feminine is definitely scarce in the novel as well. And the fact that he would, and is also oftentimes a companion to the subconscious life, you know. And of course, lunacy, it makes total sense, because the edge of the subconscious is also lunatic, I suppose. Yeah.
So as they're speaking on these metaphysics, they begin to explore more, and they're asking, you know, does anyone live beyond Earth? To which the judge assures them that there are no men beyond Earth. The only order is that which we imprint on it. And this idea that if we could see the history of the world, we would see that it's pure chaos. And we wouldn't see anything other than that. The idea that there is no grand story. The only grand story to exist is the one that we craft ourselves. And the judge is absolutely certain of this. At this point, to try and elucidate his point, he performs a coin trick, or whatever you would like to call it, in which he speaks of tethers. He has this coin tied to a tether and starts to rotate it before he severs the tether, and the coin flies into darkness, but then it re-emerges in his hand. This idea of the gravity of the more powerful celestial bodies, suggesting that without the judge, then there's nothing that they're tethered to. They're all lost in the dark, as the kid was some chapters before. And he speaks of these real and fake coins, and we don't know if they're real or fake. He tells them, you know, if anyone can go find that coin that's there in the dark, go and find it. But again, elucidating this idea, alluding to this notion that the judge is supernatural, that he does have control, that he is this grand puppet master over all of them. Although he may not be supernatural, he carries a mythos and a magnetism that keeps the people there, particularly the kid who severed his tether with his father, now has to be tethered to something, and the most natural father figure that he has at the moment is the judge.
Yeah, I also wrote bits about the coin tricks particularly, and I'm going to actually read from my notes. I think the coin trick relates to the judge's remarks that we impose order on the universe with our own minds, the universe being far more chaotic and mysterious than we want to realize. In the sense, the quote, all coins are false coins, comes from the idea of value materiality. There's many moments that we see that the judge is not bothered by money, but also the idea that coins symbolize bearing witness of God and divinity in the Bible, coins as a symbol of witnessing. And then coins being false is also the value attributed to things that are material. He's basically saying that it's new. It doesn't really exist. Because when he says all coins are false coins, they are also a replacement for something else. Even if you think of money, like in contemporary society, like a $5 bill is a replacement for value that we say, this in front of me could be a $5 bill, and that could be replaced with a $5 bill if that breaks. But the judge doesn't want that. Doesn't want things to replace each other. He doesn't want things to have true value. You know, that's something interesting that I kind of didn't really figure out. But about the father connection between the judge and the kid, I have an interesting remark, and that's about the idiot. I think there's something about the camaraderie that happens between the judge and the idiot, even if it is an imposed camaraderie that the judge is now using him as some...
That he perceives it as such.
Yeah, but there's also almost like... Hear me out. Remember that image that we referred to very early about that little boy guiding his blind father? We also see, I'm not sure if it's in this chapter or soon, the judge guiding...
Yes, later, yeah.
The idiot, right? It's like a subversion of that image. And the idiot is almost the subversion of this ideal son that the kid could never be, because the kid has free will.
Yeah.
The kid has his morality. And the idiot, because of his limitations, he doesn't... And it's interesting because I wrote down something also about Moby Dick. Because I don't know if you remember the character of Pippin. Ahab takes a liking of him because he awakens a level of humanity within Ahab, even though Ahab refers to Pippin in Moby Dick as the insignificant. And I think there's a parallel between the idiot and the insignificant Pippin here. Even it's a very brief moment in Moby Dick, but I think that Pippin awakens humanity within Ahab, but I think the idiot doesn't awake humanity within the judge, you know?
Yeah.
He awakens something else within the judge. I'm not sure what it is.
It kind of validates his pre-existing worldview. I think it strengthens it. I think it's almost like an ecstatic encounter that he has with him when he really gazes at him. He's kind of obsessed with him in many ways. I think that in this chapter there is another giant monologue, which is a very important one, which is
another one of the famous monologues of the book.
The Judge on War. We can discuss it if you want. The thing is, I know that a lot of the points we've discussed.
Let's just free flow into it.
I mean, yeah, I can read my notes on it because I think that we've discussed a lot of the ideas, but a lot of them have come to fruition at this point. Mm-hmm. But I can just speak on my summary, and if you want to say anything, you can as well. The ultimate conclusion that the judge says is that war is God. Yeah. The Judge on War is one of the most fundamental moments in the novel. He claims that it's his trade, but he also claims that it's everyone else's trade there, which a lot of people gloss over. And that there's no other way for man to exist beyond war. War supersedes any moral law because it forces existence to occur. And this is what I was mentioning earlier, where it is an almost satanic view of the world, but adverse to Milton's Satan, destruction is a form of creation because it's the creation of the remainder of what will become history. The only men that can continue to exist, the only men that even exist now, are those descendants of the victors of war. Morality and spirituality obtain no absolutes. When measured against an absolute, they are trivialized. And so even if a God were to exist, what kind of God would allow this? And more so, what could he offer that war could not?
I didn't write out anything about this. What I did do is I got sections of it that I think will be interesting for us to read out loud. And I think the first thing about the notes that you made, that for me is related to it, to the point in time, like the actual quote that he says. It says, "What about all them notebooks and bones and stuff?" Someone asks the judge when he's speaking, and he says, "All other trades are contained in that of war." So this idea of the Luciferian intellect again, the dominion over things, which is also a form of war, a form of possession, a form of control. And then fast forward a little bit in the speech, he says, "It makes no difference what men think of war. War endures."
Yeah. And I think this is the one aspect of the judge which, in many ways, he is a complete pragmatist, and with complete pragmatic views, there is a lot of truth in them, is that an absolute finality that you can apply to life is life and death. And we see time and time again that when this is confronted, everything else does become trivialized. Nothing else ultimately does matter. It's all wiped away. And you can extinguish a worldview, you can extinguish a people and wipe it from history. And then there is a legitimate answer. If no one knows, if you are dead in the memory of everyone, did you even exist?
And I think it calls to mind, little bits of the story up until that point. You just said the hieroglyphs again. Him destroying the whole idea of a civilization, the whole morality of a civilization, just wiped away like that. Again, you have him, like just the previous chapter, him holding this meteorite on top of his head, almost like a whole creature, like something so extraordinary. And, and this image of violence and war as this conflict that permeates and endures. The thing that reminds me of, and this book really rings home something that we both love, which is From Hell. And this idea of war, violence, and evil being this manifest thing that will always happen.
Yeah.
And in here he says, as well ask men what they think of stone. War was always here. Before man was, war waited for him.
Yeah.
The ultimate trait awaiting its ultimate practitioner. That is the way it was, and it will be that way and not some other way. Moral law, I'm skipping through like some of the notes. Moral law is an invention of mankind for the disenfranchisement of the powerful in favor of the weak. Historical law subverts it at every turn. War is the truest form of divination. Again, it goes to the many points of the story that we see divination, that we see destiny. It is the testing of one's will and the will of another within the larger will, which because it binds them, is therefore forced to select. War is the ultimate game because war is at last a forcing of the unit of existence. A forcing of the unit of existence is the key here, I think. And he says war is God. It really reminds me of the ending on From Hell, when we see this manifest of violence, that it will always exist. It will always be testimony of the truth of evil. It will always come.
It will be there, and there will be no other way.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing that we can do about it. And what I like about this, or in many ways what I hate about this, is what the judge also represents, because in the final bit of this chapter, he's described as a hoodwinker, which is someone who is not a charlatan, but he commits acts of mischief. And we've seen that in chapter 10, where just instead of killing the people and defending, he goes down to fly the white flag to pretend that he's surrendering. Time and time, like with the kid, he does a small coin trick and then throws the puppies in front of him. He gives people a glimmer of hope before destroying it. And in many ways, this is what he's doing to us as also the listener to his tale, to also the listeners of his philosophy. Because at the end, don't forget, he wants to be suzerain, which is not just a leader, but a leader amongst other leaders. But can we really believe that? Can we really believe anything that he says? If everything that he is about being this ultimate leader, do we really believe that he wants to be a suzerain, or is the very, very definition of a suzerain means that he wants this chaos and this carnage to continue forever, that he doesn't want there to be an end of it, is why he's dancing all the time. He revels in this chaos, because after all of this elucidation of everything that is material, that is real in the world, we find a fossilized bone. And for the first time throughout the entire novel, after the gang have sat there and listened to him, they finally become intrigued. They're finally on the same level as him, and they want to look over and they want to see the secrets that lie in this bone. And then he says, the mystery is that there is no mystery. This is the shortest chapter in the novel, in which only one thing happens, but it's very, very distinct from the rest of the novel. And it's one of the few instances in which a female character really makes herself present within the framework of the novel. So the idiot is taken to the river. The gang at this point have made their way to the Colorado River. And he's taken by a woman called Susan. And she sees him, and she's not put off by him. She doesn't reject him. She offers him this caring nature, which we've mentioned, this idea of the feminine being caring in this incredibly destructive masculine world, this fatherless world. And what happens is a quasi-baptism. And in this, we learn that the idiot has a name, and his name is James, in the same way that, because she calls him James. And that's what happens when you are baptized. You're given a Christian name, you're welcomed to the family. And then something happens and he sinks beneath the water and the judge snatches him out. It relates back to that chapter where we speak of he threw the dogs in which Bathcat shot the dogs. And in this instance, in which the one time that we see the idiot, probably in his entire life, have some recognition as a human being, and as he's drowning in these waters, the judge, quote, saves him. I don't think that the judge has saved him at all, in the same way that, there's the question of, did Bathcat commit a mercy killing on the dogs? It's still a killing. And the idea that the judge showed mercy and saved the idiot, James, he didn't really save him, just as Bathcat wasn't really saving those dogs either. There was something greater going on from the judge's intentions.
Yeah, and there's also that, like, at that point, just like things shouldn't exist without his consent, things shouldn't be destroyed or die without his consent.
So we are reaching the final throes of the novel, and the gang leave downriver, and they have with them this giant howitzer, this giant gun that requires 2 men to carry it. And just before they leave, they were trading with the peaceful Yumas, which was another tribe with them. They fire it at them, and then they scalp them. But at this point, you think, what is the point? Who is going to take these scalps from them? Who are they going to sell them to? We know that they're still being pursued by not only the Apaches at this point, they're being pursued by the law. And what's interesting at this point is that they've gone to Colorado and they're still moving, and they're still moving, and they're still moving. If you look at the map of the journey of Blood Meridian from when Glanton's gang take over, it's such a mishmash. It's such that there is no trajectory from Chihuahua. You start in Nacogdoches, which is where the kid is, but when you go to Chihuahua and then they're going up through Texas and they're going to California through it's all over the place. They are so aimless, and all that's happening now is they're just leaving this wake of destruction. And the fact that this peaceful tribe were there, and they were so out of the way, they even were helping them. But just before they left, they just had to annihilate them, and they had to scalp them for some unknown purpose. this, as you compared with From Hell, just this persistent evil that will always be. But they finally get on this ferry and they move downriver, and there are some people on the ferry and they rinse them for everything that they're worth, and they murder as many people as they can. And even when they're not on land, they will just murder indiscriminately and take things that they don't need. On this day, it's Easter, and they see children on the side of the river that are hanging a burned Judas. And it's funny because you mentioned right at the beginning of this conversation the image of Jesus, which is this an image of the West is an image of violence. And it's funny that even in the celebration of the resurrection of Jesus, the people pay more attention to the punishment of the traitor. And it's funny because Judas is also the one who abandoned his gang. And we will see here that those that abandon the gang are also going to meet equal fates. And the burning returning to the fire is something within the end of this chapter that comes full circle. It's playing with the prophecy of what will occur to Glanton as well as everyone else that in one way or another betrays the judge. And I think that act of betrayal is shown as simply showing one's agency.
Yeah, and it definitely foreshadows the end of the chapter itself,
Yeah.
I mean, and the destiny of a lot of the gang members. But there's something interesting, which is we know Judas as the ultimate betrayal as well. And McCarthy places the scene here where there's a betrayal after the other. There's so many betrayals. I literally wrote it here. This is the betrayal chapter,
Yeah.
Judas. And again, he has this image of the kids making this Judas out of rags, with anything that they can grab, anything from the earth, really. Again, like almost like this betrayal is also going to rise from the earth. There's another foreshadowing there, I think.
Well, as we're still on the ferry, the gang, it's similar to when they were in the towns of Chihuahua and when they were going to village. The only difference now is that they've almost run out of country, so now they're just on the waters and they're trying to forge new lands of which to destroy. And so Brown is on the ferry, and Brown is a character that, again, we've gone through this novel. Ultimately, even though we've been speaking for many hours now, we've gone over this novel quite casually for the level of insight that you could go through. I mean, we spoke about this. We could do, 2 hours on every chapter. There is a lot. But the character of Brown, he's actually a real person, as most people are. And the final scene that we see him in, his actual fate is how he also died in real life.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. And it's the same. It's the same with a lot of the characters.
Interesting.
So while Brown is on the ferry, he is a character that, again, he harbours a lot of the same sentiments and a lot of the same characteristics as Glanton. He is a psychopath. And as he's on the ferry, he meets the farrier and he asks him to cut the barrels of his gun to make it like a sawn-off shotgun. And the farrier refuses because the gun is a work of art. And we've never seen something described in such detail. It talks about, it's got this this mahogany stock. It's in this beautiful case. It's got gold plating. It's got platinum rings around it. And what is it then? If they're still going around scalping people, if they still care about coins and the monetary things, why is there such lack of value for things, for actual monetary things which are beautiful? The novel takes the point, McCarthy takes the point to describe this gun in a lot of detail in a way that he hasn't really beautified anything. It's just an object, which is a very, very beautifully constructed thing. And
But still a gun.
It is still a gun.
Yeah.
But it is still a tool, a very beautiful tool. But Brown still wants to desecrate it and he doesn't care about it. I think that it's telling of his personality, but it's also just a grander thing to speak about what it is that they value or don't value. What ends up happening is that Brown starts to leave and go off on his own. And we follow him briefly. He's trying to make his own way away from all this. Whether it's because he can see that this is a futile endeavor. But he departs from them, and he finds himself in this small little village again. And what he ends up doing is burning a soldier and fighting people. He ends up in a cell himself. When he's in the cell, he convinces a soldier to free him. And he tells them about the ferry and about Glanton's gang and about money that's buried in the desert. So he convinces the soldier to come out with him. And on the ride out, the soldier called Petit, he shoots him indiscriminately in the back of the head. And then he cuts off his ear. Whether this is to indicate that whoever finds the soldier to try and pass off that he was a horse thief, or whether it's a collection of a trophy, the same way that one would collect a scalp.
Or both, I mean, to deceive the story of the witness as well.
Yeah. But as we can, just from this action, the differences between the individual gang members and the judge is becoming smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
I think that they are becoming closer and closer to the judge. Ironically, we see the most of Brown at the apex of this, as he's also left the gang.
To skip a little bit in the story, but we can also just about what you just said. I also noted that the idiot ends up mirroring the judge also here, because there's a point in the story when they give them a little whiskey mixed with something. Sarsaparilla, I don't know how to... Sarsaparilla, yeah. And then he starts to dance. And this thing which could little more than walk had commenced to dance before the fire. So I think I also note that they are all kind of starting to mirror the judge in a way or the other. And I think here you really see the toll that the judge is taking in every single character, but specifically in the idiot, because dancing is associated with the judge, and we have a subversion of that here.
I think this still comes back to the relation between the fool as the journey of the tarot, that this is where man begins. And it's almost like, can you imagine the euphoria of the judge of seeing this thing which has an inability to do anything at all, and the first thing that he's chosen to do is mimic the judge in one way, as though the judge has molded him. And it's almost like a eureka moment that man can be molded in his image, as God would hope to have molded humanity in his image and failed to see what his creation would have done.
There's also a point here in the story that we see a little Mexican girl crouched naked. And then she points at the judge. I mean, they point at the judge and they say, that man.
Yeah.
You know, and that's something quite sinister about this idea of, again, desecration of innocence. And I think in a way, what he's doing to the idiot, it is a mirroring, but it's also a desecration as well, just like he's doing with a child, because that's something we see those people that are mentally impaired. We also see innocence in them, a lot like we see innocence in a child.
Yeah. There is also the possibility that this child has seen the judge before, and a recurrent theme that we see is that people who have seen the judge before also see him just before they die. There's speaking of just before they die, the finale of the chapter, we reach the end of the Glanton gang. Glanton was also separated from the gang for a while and trying to find his way back. And then he reunites with them on the ferry with the leftovers of his crew. There's not many left now. Black Jackson is on there and he's walking along and he's shot by an arrow. But do you remember what he's doing just before he's shot by an arrow? He's bending down to pick up a coin. And then he's dead. I still don't know what it means, but I know subconsciously, I know it's very, very important. I'm not going to pretend that I know exactly what it means, but there's something about the idea that the moment that Black Jackson is on his own, when he got the Fool card, and then he chose to pick up a coin of his own volition, and at that moment, that was what killed him.
It's interesting because the Fool is a card of a spiritual path, and the coin at that moment there, that still has that double meaning of like the witness of divinity in the Bible, but also just the materiality of a coin in the normal world.
Yeah, exactly.
Being like, he bends down to get a coin.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
There's also the vulnerability of a situation in itself.
Yeah, there's also, going back to what the judge said, the mystery is there is no mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, but again, you just know that ultimately it has to mean something. Even the meaninglessness of it, if that were the case, if the meaninglessness of Black Jackson, who we glossed over another line earlier, which when Jackson takes the card, the judge says, in his fate lie the fate of us all.
Yeah.
And he's not specifically speaking about Jackson, he is speaking about the fool, and not the fool, the character, the fool, the card, the archetype.
Yeah, and the journey of the fool, the tarot journey.
Yeah. I don't think that he's speaking about Jackson at that point, that specifically in Jackson lie the fate of us all. I think that...
No, I don't think... I think he's talking about the fool's journey.
Yeah, I think that fortuitously, Jackson took that card, and he's speaking of that card.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, during the siege on the ferry, Jackson is killed, and the doctor, who was also been with them, is decapitated, and the leader of the Yumas, who the Glanton's gang betrayed, although they've betrayed nearly everyone they've encountered, they betrayed the Yumas. The leader of the Yumas actually is the one that goes into Glanton's quarters, and he cleaves him. And again, I mentioned it before, Glanton speaking of the idea that the moment before he dies, that he still is objectionable towards these people because of their otherness, that is the last thing in his heart and in his mind. I think it's very, very powerful to show that about this character. There's something innately complete, I find, about the character of Glanton in his evil, in that he's accepted and embraced it so much, and yet not on the level that the judge has, because the judge has clarity and Glanton has none.
He just has chaos. I think it's interesting as well, because the moment that you choose to highlight the otherness in someone else, you also choosing to highlight the otherness in you.
Oh yeah.
Because you're saying, I am different from you, therefore I'm your other too. There's always a flip side to that coin.
Well, this is what brings me back to the second chapter when we speak of the hermit, when he has this obsession with otherness, that he has the heart of his enemy. But what comes with that of what is it that's so easy to dehumanize those that are, quote, other to you? And in this we talk about, the otherness of race, but it's deeper than that. It's the recognition that there is a human being within that. And is it a commentary on the darkness of humanity, that we simply, in our violent nature, in our civilized and developed mind, the mind of a machine, as the hermit described, is it just in our nature that we don't want anyone else to exist because it's too much on our spirit to have this idea that someone else could make us other, that they could dehumanize us, that they could have power over us?
But there's something interesting here that McCarthy does, is that he poses those questions, that is this in our nature? But then a lot of the members are now dead.
Oh,
I mean, if this is in our nature, then again, it goes back to the death wish that I was saying right in the beginning, like of chasing our own death, right? Like the kid going through the oblique fires, like them always going towards what's obviously been said to not do.
But I think that it's not. We inevitably put ourselves in the face of death, but I don't think we have a death wish. I think that we wish to come out of it victorious.
Yeah.
I mean,
but I suppose that he's saying, I mean, there's an indictment here, very brief indictment, I think, from McCarthy, that's saying maybe that is human nature, but that will inevitably lead us to our downfall, because that's what happens to the gang. I mean, that's what happens to Glanton specifically as well.
But what the judge would say is this idea that is what makes war the absolute truth, because the only people the only reason you and I and everyone hearing this and everyone that's alive now, they are only alive because at some point they're the descendants of the victors of war.
Yeah.
So regardless of whether we want it or not, it won't lead to our downfall. It will lead to the downfall of someone, but not us, because we're alive.
we're victorious over death.
Which is the uncomfortable truth, which is why I think that when McCarthy describes the landscape of the world, it is about death, because the only reason that we can be here now is because we or our ancestors or our bloodline or somewhere along the line, there was someone that was subjugated to our will or the will of our forefathers or whomever it was that we were able to enact that upon. And so I don't think that the uncomfortable thing is the truth that comes from the judge, is that it won't lead to our downfall. The only people that will be impacted by this negatively are those that we may not even remember.
And it's interesting because they make a bonfire with their corpse.
Yes.
Towards the end, and then we see obviously Glanton being dragged on and put in that fire. And there's a little passage that right at the end that he's talking and describing these flames that rose like the sun and glisten, right, on the Yuma Indian's face. But then he goes on to end the sentence with the prefiguration of their own ends, the carbonized skulls of their enemies, incandescing before them bright as blood among the coals.
We're now at the climax of the novel, and what I find interesting at this point is that the prose of McCarthy takes a subtle shift. He starts to dispense more with many of the great descriptions, as much as what is left are final confrontations. The absolutism that the judge professes almost in a way starts to seep into the actual prose of the novel, because McCarthy may be able to describe or he may be able to ponder and whatnot, but ultimately we're still awaiting some kind of final confrontation, some kind of resolution to all of this. And ultimately that is going to make nothing else matter. What happened prior to this was that the kid and Toadvine escaped together. The kid's been shot by an arrow. They meet with Tobin, who encourages the kid to shoot the Indians, and we find that the kid is actually very adept at it. Tobin constantly throughout this point speaks into the ear of the kid, encouraging him. But we have to remember, even though he might be the voice of God, Tobin didn't become a priest. He didn't commit to that lifestyle. Something that we neglected to mention in the previous chapter was what happened to the judge. So the judge, as the leader of the Yumas, and the Yumas were on the ferry, the judge was waiting in his quarters. And as they entered, it's almost as if the judge was waiting for them. And that giant howitzer that required two men to move, the judge has a cigar in his mouth and he has the howitzer held underneath him with one arm, and he fires it at the door as they come through, as if he was waiting for them. And in there, he still has the idiot, and he has the naked girl, the 12-year-old girl who is in the room with him. Yeah. The implications are very obvious, but this giant grinning monolith of a man, it's just, as the novel keeps going and going, we've mentioned it about the violence, but you need something to happen to the judge, because you just feel he can't keep doing this. He can't keep committing these acts of violence, and this, he revels so much in it. And just this idea is the desecration of a little girl, that he would smile and kill people at the same time. And he's dragging around this idiot. It's just the absurdity of the levels of violence now. Like, there's not even anywhere to hide for them. It's not even symbolic. From the point that we saw those mutant dogs and whatnot, the landscape of everything has just changed so much.
I find it interesting that you mentioned how much the prose changes too, because I think as the story grows more delirious in the sense of like the violence and the haziness of that comes with that adrenaline of the violence, McCarthy's prose becomes more precise, more historical, less symbolic, less fluff. I mean, with less fluff, very straight to the point, more and more straight to the point. It's almost like he's becoming more and more succinct, because the aesthetic is already in the action. Yeah. You know?
Well, I also think because, you know, when they're wandering and whatnot, they do that. They wander around, and he speaks about the shadows and he speaks about the stars above. But he's describing the totality. You know how the judge describes all of history to get across a simple point, but it makes sense. It's that thing that he's tying from history still makes sense in the point that he's making. That's what McCarthy is doing as he's describing the Scalp Hunters and Glanton's gang on their journey through the desert. it's necessary that he describes how the stars are looking over them, how their shadows are elongated. But as of right now, he's still using that same methodology. The only difference is that it's as though the totality of the universe is contained here. Nothing else matters outside of it.
Yeah.
Like it's like that we are witnessing at this point the battle for the soul of the universe is taking place between the judge and the kid, and everything is within this small section.
Yeah, it's a very small circle. It's like the infinite, and I mean, he uses the number 8 a lot as well throughout the book, like in elements that appear and all that. And here we have the opposite, like all this expansion now is completely tucked in into this
and it's really the first time, even though because a lot of stuff happens throughout the novel, and as we said, a paragraph will emerge, we'll be in a new place in one paragraph and then we'll skip through it and we're in a new town, whereas here it's as that we're just seeing things develop, we're not missing anything, we're not glossing over anything. So in turn, the injured kid alongside Toadvine and Tobin are walking along. They've kind of killed the rest of their pursuers, the Yumas, and then they find the judge and the idiot naked, and they're confronting them. Now, I have something which I haven't seen encountered before, is that where's the girl? I have a theory.
Go on. The meat.
They're most likely eating her.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that too. And they have some drapery of meat around them too. And I always thought it was human flesh. Like I wasn't expecting to be a horse flesh or anything else. I thought that too.
I think the drapery of the meat, in the same way that we hear about, there's so much that we haven't even had the opportunity to mention, of the necklace of ears and whatnot, and just the idea of scalps and taking trophies. I think the meat of that young girl for the judge is also some kind of trophy. But going to this idea of the judge being this sinister Machiavellian hoodwinker, is that without telling them, he encourages Toadvine to eat it as well. And again, it's looking like sharing in the body and blood of Christ. Mm-hmm. This idea this idea that we've seen him baptize Bathcat by getting him to kill the dogs. He's removed the idiot from the river, from death, from escaping this fate, and now he's welcomed Toadvine into his congregation by having him feast on his communion, which is the murdered little girl.
And in the previous chapter, I think McCarthy, I wrote that down here really briefly, he refers to the judge as an archimandrite, meaning the superior of a large monastery, like the superior bishop of a large monastery in Eastern Christianity. So that's his congregation.
Something interesting happens that, I caught that word, but I didn't make the connection. I didn't know the connection. But something else happens at that point, funnily enough, which actually relates to what you just said, was that they're there and they decide to trade wares. The judge is completely naked. He has nothing except the idiot with him. And again, Tobin is whispering in the ear of the kid during all of this. And he urges him to kill the judge now. But his mercy means, by the kid showing mercy, that means that the judge only lives because of the kid. And he can't allow that, because the kid is free to choose. And he allows the judge to live, which means that the judge has been subjugated. The judge cannot exist in that. But relating to the point that you just said, we can speak about that. Relating to the point that you just said, they all start to trade. There's no reason for them at all to trade with the judge, other than they are connected, they are tethered to the judge in some way. Whether knowingly or not, Toadvine, he gives him his wares for money. We see after David Brown will come back, they give him things that they don't need to. And one of the things that they give him is a hat. But because the judge is this giant, the hat doesn't fit him. And the image that I got out of this, because he talks about him, he has to modify himself. He has to stick a knife in it because it won't fit him. But Toadvine trades the hat for money. He gives it to him. And he manufactures it in a way the only way I could see it is that he would put the hat on and the crown would be pierced so that the top of his head would go through it. And the closest image that I can get to that is like some kind of Benedictine monk with the shaved head and the crown exposed to God.
Yeah.
There's some strange parallel that in the final exchange of goods between people, because don't forget, they're trading with one another, and the judge is the one that succeeds in that trade at that moment. But what is the judge's trade? Is war. And he also tells Toadvine that his is also war. So in that final trade, the judge reigns supreme. And at that moment that he reigns supreme, the image that he takes is this Benedictine monk, and the crown, the top of his head, is completely exposed to God.
I also think it's quite interesting how much the judge overpays for the hat.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's almost like, I mean, he's someone that, there's a level of hedonism into that. Like, I will have that no matter what. And like the price is it's so absurd.
But it's because his trade is war. It like the materiality of money, it doesn't matter to him. What matters to him is winning this trade, because if he wins this, then he will win Toadvine entire.
Yeah.
There's but after that, Tobin urges the kid to kill the judge. He doesn't, and then they leave him. And after all of this, they finally encounter Brown again, who's wandering back. He's on a horseback, and what's funny is that the kid is injured in the same way that Brown was injured when the kid helped him, and Brown doesn't even think twice to help the kid. And it's just this for me affirms this idea that even someone like Toadvine, who you want to be good, there's something about it which you just have to believe that there is no one good in this gang. There's not a good person in it. And we've been following them for the entire thing. He's told of the location of a well that he's going to find, and that the judge is around there, but he's unarmed.
Yeah, and he almost gets relieved that he knows the judge is unarmed.
Because there's something about all of them, in the same way that Tobin didn't want the kid to know that the judge was talking about them. There is still this fear about the judge. There can't not be. There has to be.
And I think what you said about the kid choosing not to kill the judge and in some way having possession over his destiny at that moment, I think is one of the reasons that the judge becomes this incessant search for them in the next chapter. I think it stems from that point. Like, more than anything else, from that point. And I think, if anything, is a very irrational decision. Someone that tries to have such control over everything. I think at that point, he is a victim of his own delirium. He's a victim of his own contradictions.
Well, it's funny because you spoke about the death wish, and I still don't believe that, they don't want to die. But again, in the rationality of the decisions that the characters make, why are they around the judge? Why are they so willing to give him their things? It reminds me of those people at chapter 1 that meet the judge. They hear him say, "I've never met that man before in my life." They've just probably killed the reverend, and their initial reaction is to laugh about it. It's as though this power process, the same way that people are drawn to religious figures, people are still drawn to the judge. And there's something about this innate power that he's able to enact, even if it is pure evil. We still want to be a part of that. What reason do they have to give this beast of a man who could crush them at any point, but just chooses not to, but could at any single moment? Mm-hmm. They give him everything that he needs. Why?
I wondered sometimes as well, because I don't think it's fair.
I think
there's a level of an allowance that the judge allowed. Hear me out in here. I'm going to espouse on something. There's an allowance. The judge gives them an allowance for evil, but he's always more evil than them. So they still can keep themselves in the limits of morality.
as though at least I'm not that evil in a simplified way.
In a very simplified way.
Yeah.
I'm not that. It gives them an allowance to be evil, knowing there is something else. It's like how everyone loves watching horror films, or like Stephen King has a great essay on that. How we love to watch horror movies, how we love true crime, because there's always an allowance for otherness, an allowance for suffering. And it's like, at least my life's not like that kind of thing. But this is in a very, simplified way. But I think there is also that draws those characters that are broken, really vagabonds. They're broken people. It draws them to the judge because it gives that space. Do you know what I mean? What do you think?
I'm inclined to agree with you. I think that the mystery of why the judge persists in the gang, as to why he allows Glanton to be, as to why Toadvine allows him to live after killing the first child, after why he gives him the gun, after why there is this hesitation around him but nothing done. People barely even question him. The gang barely even questions his existence, and yet at the same time he's so elusive and mysterious and threatening. I think there is this metaphysical layer to it, but I think it's also the idea of, I think on an also simplifying it, but I think it is also the truth. I think it's the act of being able to vicariously be the judge. So after leaving the judge, the kid and Tobin venture off together. Toadvine has actually left them and gone on his own path. As they venture on their own, they are pursued unknowingly by the judge, who is behind them and shoots Tobin. The kid shoots the judge's horses after Tobin has fashioned a crucifix out of bone. As he's pursuing them, the judge is speaking to the kid. At the end of the final chapter, he began to pursue them, and we just see the silhouette of the judge and the idiot on this hill being tethered along. It reminds me of that scene in Night of the Hunter, where you see Charles Lawton on the horse singing, and you just see him passing as a silhouette, just this almost, funnily enough, it's also a kid that looks at him, this child witnessing the silhouette of a monster, this archetypal monster that's pursuing him, because we have to remember the kid is 14 years old, and sometimes we forget.
That's true, isn't it? Oh my God.
Yeah, which, he's been through so much, and sometimes you have to visualize that he is a literal child.
Do you know how I imagine the kid throughout the whole book? Like the little boy from Come and See.
All right, yeah.
Like literally the image I have in my head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as they're constantly moving away from the judge, he's in endless pursuit of them, to the point that it is irrational. Why would he have such determination to annihilate the kid? And it's interesting that Tobin, he manufactures this makeshift crucifix from animal bone, as though he's reached a point where he believes that the judge is some supernatural force, that only some kind of divine intervention, or only with the help of a god, could he be stopped. Because he said time and time again that, if you don't take your chance, you'll never get it. He has implied that the judge is not human many, many times. And again, the rational decision was to say that, yeah, he's not, but I will still maintain that no, he is simply a man with just an incredibly malevolent will and an inhuman willpower.
There's something to be said as well when you watch, say, documentaries on serial killers and all things of the sort. And a lot of people that have survived those situations of extreme violence, they tend to speak back on the trauma, but oftentimes they will talk about their eyes.
Yeah.
Almost like they become completely blackened. So there is an element of supernatural that in the way that we describe violence, even in colloquial, even in the way of things that we know exist outside of fiction.
But that's why I think that is the rational explanation, is because a normal human being doesn't harbor that level of evil, or you would assume that a normal human being does. And if they aren't supernatural, or if something doesn't take over, then we have to rationalize that we probably have more in common with this figurative monster than we would like to admit.
It's a bit comforting.
Yeah.
And to stay
Otherness.
on the, exactly, to stay on the novel's theme, there's an otherness to someone. Oh, he is an archon, he is a demiurge or whatever. There's a comforting aspect. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I feel like enough is said here that McCarthy does allow for the ambiguity, though. He allows for this ambiguity. And I think it is, in some level, that makeshift cross, which is very primal and primitive in some way, is also helping them.
Well, as they're moving along, McCarthy describes where they're walking. He says, the desert upon which they walked was desert absolute. And even after everything that they've done, there's no remnant that they were ever there. After all of the chaos and all of the violence that we've seen throughout the novel, it's as though the desert has wiped them clean, as though the nature's taken over, and the only people that will be able to recount them are whoever survives, because the land won't do it. The land will allow it to sit dormant like it was before they arrived. The only thing that happens is what the Mennonite says. You go to these foreign lands and you will awaken things. You'll awaken more than dogs there. Things will come out, but then they will return again from whence they came. And all we have left are these murmurings, are these spirits, like when he's in that hollowed out church. There is something within there, but unless there's someone to witness it, we'll never know. It will just be this ancient mystical murmuring that exists. But as we mentioned about, or as we have mentioned multiple times about this, the decision as to whether the judge is supernatural or not, something happens with this. Actually, just before I say that, is that this idea of the desert absolute, that the desert has wiped them clean, that there's literally no more tracks to where they are. And so the kid actually believes that the judge won't be able to trace where they are. There's no tracks. There's no evidence that we even hear. Tobin simply shakes his head at that.
Yeah.
He knows that is not sufficient. The judge will find us. And it's little elements like that put a seed of doubt in your head.
Yeah, but whether if that's ingenuity as well, you know?
Yeah, but then something happens immediately after that.
Yeah, go on, I know.
So the judge is still pursuing them. And the kid has a gun, and we've seen clearly that the kid he was adept in shooting the Apaches that were around them, the remnant of the Yumas that were around them. And, you know, there's a reason as to why he was able to stick with the group, is because clearly the kid was born, as it said in the beginning, he was born with a thirst for mindless violence. And I'm sure that in the massacres, I'm sure that he displayed some skill and some dexterity in doing it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have kept him around.
Yeah, we don't really see a lot of the kid in relation to the violence that he commits, but I think we can easily infer that there's no way that he would have survived otherwise. He
couldn't have just been around.
Yeah.
He couldn't have been. But what ends up happening is that the judge is within the judge is within the eyesights of the kid who's far away, and he keeps passing on this promontory. And he's passing back and forth, and the judge at this point has a parasol, like some Victorian lady. Yeah. You don't have to specifically describe it, but you just know that he's doing these things for a reason. It is an act of provocation that he's doing. And it's all the way through the novel, and it makes him a hateful character because he's too at bliss, he's too at ease in this debauched life that he lives. And he does, as you've said multiple times, the hedonism and the enjoyment that he gets out of it. You know, sometimes you do question, is he just doing things because he enjoys them? And that's enough of an absolute truth for him, if he is just a man.
You asked me that question earlier, and I said dance. And maybe dance wasn't the right answer. I think the parasol is something that he did just for pleasure. Yeah. I think the parasol, that's nothing else but pleasure.
Yeah.
There's nothing else but pleasure in the parasol.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's something about him walking the idiot in the leash with a little parasol, like a bit of a...
It's how you would imagine like a Victorian Parisian woman walking her dog along the Champs-Élysées.
Yeah.
He's toying with him. But then return it to the conversation about this idea of if he has some divine ability, he says something. This entire time, he hasn't been able to see him, but he says out loud, and he's been speaking out loud to the kid this entire time as he's been pursuing him. He says he's talking to him about how they can be friends and whatnot, when he knows he's not going to convince him with it. But then he says, I've passed your gun sights twice this hour and will pass a third time. This, for me, is a direct reference, again, to the Bible. This to me is a direct reference to Jesus telling Peter that he will deny him 3 times. I can't see it as anything other than that. And because of that, this is Jesus with prophesizing what will happen. And I struggle to come to terms with the idea that he isn't prophesizing that this will happen.
See, there's also an element that is also of Satan tempting Jesus in the desert, in this desert absolute that they're in.
Yes.
And the judge also being that, the temptation, because in that point now, I mean, just like Jesus had to resist the temptations from Satan, the kid does resist the temptation to kill the judge. He's tempting him. He passes his gun sight 3 times. You know? I
wonder if this would be a symbolic allusion to the 4 of Cups.
Yeah, because
if he passes 3 times, the 4th is the 4th and final one.
The 4 in the 4 of Cups.
And it would be the final offering from the judge, in the sense that perhaps the offering is the opportunity to kill the judge.
Well, the reality as well, in the image of, okay, hear me out. In the image of the card, you have 3 cups that are material, meaning the 3 choices.
Yes.
And then you have a hand.
Disembodied hand.
A disembodied hand from the narrator, the disembodied narrator, or from God.
Something else.
Well, something else that is outside of that materiality of those 3 cups, offering him another cup, another opportunity, another choice that is out of the materiality, that is out of that choice that the judge is giving him. Maybe the judge is the 3 cups. Maybe the judge is giving the material option of violence and evil. And that some divine cup is saying, you don't have to choose those 3 cups. Here's another one. Here's another option.
Interesting.
And I think it's a foreshadowing after of the kid carrying the Bible after.
Interesting.
I mean, this is my read, but this is something interesting. Just to continue where you stopped. He passed a 3rd time, and then he says, why not show yourself? No assassin called the judge, and no partisan either. There's a flaw placed in the fabric of your heart. Do you think I could not know? You alone were mutinous. You alone reserve in your soul some corner of clemency for the heathen. And that's why I think it ties to what we just said about the temptation. You would deny me 3 times. The cups, I think maybe all of those things are in play, interplay here.
Yeah. He's speaking about his heart, but also at the same time, you know, we've seen the idea of murder from the perspective of the kid, of being some kind of mercy or being some kind of savior for the world, perhaps, to wipe out this evil. But again, where does that leave the kid? Let's say he kills the judge. Where does that leave him? Then what? Then where is he? He's still lost in the desert completely. Again, who does it, like Tobin? He's probably superseded Tobin. Every time that we hear Tobin, he's behind him. He's whispering in his ear. Tobin is defined as the ex-priest, and yet never even managed to join the clergy. Tobin has been along with them this entire ride, throughout all of the slaughtering that's gone on.
You could even argue that Tobin, it's a false morality, just like the coin is a false coin, a false value.
Well, I wonder, because why is it that Tobin is constantly telling him to do it? I mean, I'm saying he's the voice of God, but there may be a subversion to that. He's telling them to kill the Yumas when they're in pursuit of him. He's telling them to kill the judge. He's telling him not to help David Brown when he has the arrow in him. And his reasoning is that God won't love you forever.
Well, in essence, here again, God won't love you forever. Is it also to do with mercy? With like, God won't have mercy on you forever. God might not even intervene in your destiny. Your destiny is written.
It's worth thinking about.
I wrote something down about them reaching the edge of the American territory, after in this quest. Do you have anything between those two? Because a couple of things happen, but I do...
No, I know. But I think that a lot of the themes that are raised, we've discussed throughout, and especially because we're about to reach the penultimate chapter and the ending, which I think anything that's left over will attempt to tie in to the remainder, but you can take it to the end here.
Yeah, so I wrote down, Toby and the kid reach the edge of American territory, the Pacific Ocean. There's an eerie sense of a quiet morality. It represents the end of the land these men have fought over, a place beyond human ownership. Unlike the Gans chaotic exploitation, there's a whale peacefully ferrying its own soul across the ocean. The colt stood against the horse with its head down. The horse was watching out there past men's knowing where the stars are drowning and whales ferry their vast souls through the black and seamless sea. It reminded me so much of the Castaway chapter, Moby Dick. I checked this chapter 93. There's a boy that gets cast away stranded in the sea in the Pequod, and the wording is so similar. And there's a part that in Moby Dick that reads, he saw God's foot upon the treadle of the loom and spoke it, and therefore his shipmates call him mad. So man's insanity is heaven's sense, and wandering from all mortal reason, man comes at last to that celestial thought, which to reason is absurd and frantic, and weal or woe feels then uncompromised, indifferent as his God. And that is in Moby Dick. And you just imagine this kid completely at bay, like stranded in the sea with this vastness around him, And it really remind me of like this formless void that we know exists before creation. I mean, we don't really know what happens before Genesis. We have the idea of the Big Bang in science. We have the Ungrund by Jacob Boehm, which is this primordial soup that includes God. God would emerge also from that formless void. And I think it's very telling and also a lovely message to the history of literature. And again, to that thing that books are made of many books, that they see a whale.
So here in the penultimate chapter, the kid manages to escape, seemingly, the pursuit of the judge. And he finds himself wandering into this town alone. Everyone that we know of from the Glanton gang is dead, and Tobin is about to leave. We're not going to be certain of his fate. And as he wanders into this town, he's at first confused for a man, and then he's arrested. When he's in jail, the kid wakes up, and who else would be there on the other side of the bars other than the judge? And the judge starts to speak to him, and he uses this opportunity to expose some final truths to the kid about what his intentions were and whatnot. And there's a moment where he's reaching through the bars, and I just imagine this shadowy figure with, when I envision it, I just imagine his eyes glowing red. And as he's reaching through these bars, and he just says that he wants to touch him, as though he's like some prized canary in a cage, like he's some plaything for him that he just will never let go. And he needs to touch him. And you know what's interesting? Is that we're about to reach the final chapter in which an embrace occurs. And nowhere throughout the entire novel has the judge touched the kid at any point. And there's something about it here, when he's behind the bars, at the opportunity that he might lose him, he needs to reach through and he needs to touch him. He needs to grab him. He needs to feel him. There's something about his materiality. There's something about him existing that he needs to touch, as though he needs to bring him into his reality. But the judge is in there, and as he starts to speak to him, he essentially espouses that everything that the judge has said, he's only said it to the kid. Every time that we've heard him speak, every monologue that he's gone on, everything that he said was for the kid's ears and the kid's ears only. Everyone else was just there fortuitously, or was there not for the benefit of him, but for the benefit of growth of the kid. And this is why we said this like hours ago, however long we started this conversation, hours ago of, are these people recruited for the judge? And I said no. And the reason was because of this, and I didn't want to raise it earlier, but everything that the judge says, I do believe this aspect is true, that everything he says, people are allowed to hear it because he knows at some point that they'll be done with anyway. But they were all said for the kid, and only the kid.
I'm interested in that. And then he goes to say, don't you know that I've loved you like a son?
I'd have loved you like a son.
I'd have loved you like a son.
I mean, again, we return to this theme of paternity and this idea of the kid has been formless, that he had no father. He was the child, the father of the man. And we've seen parasites, and we've seen these images of fatherlessness and a blind man being led by his child. And then all of a sudden, as is this an act of temptation? Is this something that the judge is doing for his own gain because he knows how to target people, because he knows everything about people? He knows in totality the kid, because the kid ultimately emerges from the fire of that building. That is when he truly begins.
To the judge.
But then to the world, because the judge is the only witness left.
Yeah.
No one else on this earth knows that the kid exists right now except the judge.
But it's interesting because I think the kid also bears witness to himself, because right in the beginning of the chapter, he starts talking about everything that happened. McCarthy says, in his cell, he began to speak with a strange urgency of things few men have seen in a lifetime. And his jailer said that his mind had come uncluttered by the acts of blood in which he had participated. So it's almost like he wants to take that from his system just by saying it. And I feel like it's a good contrast because the kid is very quiet. I mean, for all we know, because we don't really have many accounts of the kids speaking, very little accounts of the kids speaking.
Yeah, very rarely, only in select moments when he becomes the pure focus of the chapter and of he's still the focus of the novel. It begins and it ends with him. But there is a lot where he is not even a bystander, he's just not referenced, but we either assume that he's somewhere on the outskirts of things or whether he's within the milieu partaking in all this chaos that's going on. We don't know. And it's completely up to us to assume, but it's something that we'll never know. But when the judge is speaking to him, he says, men don't bond over bread, but enemies. Who could the kid have chosen as an enemy to the judge? Who was it that the kid could ultimately have found camaraderie in? Because as we saw throughout as the novel progressed, Toadvine was not going to kill the judge, and he was accepting, he was ingratiated to him. Glanton obviously was. Bathcat ultimately was. We see time and time again. And we saw David Brown when he wandered off. We learned about him. We learned that more and more the characteristics of all of the people, of the scalp hunters, they were all closer to that of the judge than they were the kid. This entire time, they all left him when he was alone. And put it this way, when David Brown left the gang, he had some idea of a purpose, even if it was pure chaos, even if he was setting fire to a soldier and getting in jail and shooting people. He still had some idea of who he was. Glanton did when he was separated. When the kid was separated, he was alone and he found this burning bush and he couldn't see. It was complete dark. And the only other light that emerged was the judge and the rest of the gang. None of those ultimately cared for him. And I say cared for him in the sense that they recognized him. They knew who he was. The judge, to some degree, still recognized who he was. And he says that, Glanton would have killed the kid if it weren't for the judge, which suggests that the judge has been whispering in the ear of Glanton. Again, manipulating and conjuring this entire thing into existence.
I don't know who would have been the commonality, and I think maybe this is all also. I feel like the judge infers a law into the kid more than the kid ever gave it him. And this is also another aspect in which I think is the humanity within the judge. And he's let it slide, he let it fall through the cracks, And then the kid, at some point before, he asked about Tobin, and I mean, we don't really know what happens to Tobin.
No.
And I think if there's any father figure that the kid might have seen, maybe that's Tobin.
It's likely that it's Tobin, but Tobin also cowers so much in front of the judge, and he constantly encourages the kid to play by the judge's rules. And the kid refuses time and time again, even in the sense where, he's supposed to be fearful of offering the horse to the judge for him to kill. And he says, I'm not scared of him. And he confronts him on his level. And even though he knows the horse is going to die, the point there is that he's supposed to feel fear, and he refuses to. He rejects the judge. He
rejects him again. He says, come here if you're not afraid, whisper the judge.
Yeah.
I ain't afraid of you.
Yeah.
And the judge smiles. And then he speaks softly to the kid. You came forward, he said, to take part in a work, but you were a witness against yourself. You sat in judgment on your own deeds. Again, is morality. This defiant nature of the judge, like being naked. He's against civilization. He's against the nature of human himself, shame. There's something so defiant about him. And when you see the kid sitting in judgment on his own deeds, is also sitting in reflection in a way, in understanding of the morality of the situation, and moralizing yourself. You put your own allowances before the judgments of history, and you broke with the body of which you were pledged apart and poisoned it in all its enterprise. He says that he spoke to him in the desert, and he turned a deaf ear to him. Again, this idea of temptation.
Yeah.
This idea of...
I like that there's a moment in this... in many ways, when the judge speaks, it's almost always a monologue, because he's declaring absolutes. There's no room for discourse, because he already knows. He says that if war is not holy, then man is but antic clay. But the thing is, maybe war is not holy in the reality of this world. And if that is the case, then man is clay, and man can be moulded. And it's why so many of the scalp hunters are formed in the judge's image, because war is not holy. It doesn't have this divine element to it. It just, the part that is correct that he says is that it is this way and it will not be another way. But the idea that war is God, it's not true, but that's not to take away the power of what it does. Even within the materiality of it world, that it may be a more powerful entity in the world's reality than God.
That's interesting as well, because as mysteriously as the judge appears in the cell to try to talk to the kid, he also disappears.
Yeah, he goes.
Yeah. I think we can assume that the kid is in some form of like delirium, tiredness, because he is also injured.
Yeah.
And then under the influence of ether, because he is sick, he has a dream. And he dreams, of course, no other than the judge. And I have a couple of notes about this dream, specifically about the idea of a forger within fire, and the kid being born from fire, and the judge seeing the kid as born from fire too, and him trying to forge that flame, I suppose, in a way that is beyond just an imprint of a paternal figure, but trying to mold him at his image. But what you wrote down about the dream,
well, that's interesting, because I've never seen the kid in that being perceived. I've never saw the kid as perceiving himself within the dream. I've seen the kid as...
Almost like floating, seeing the dream from afar?
Well, I've just seen the kid as not being present within the dream. I've just seen it as a dream that the kid has about the judge, about ultimately this not a fear of the judge, but what the judge is and what he represents as an evil force.
What do you think then about you see them? Okay, so you see him as almost like a misshapen thing, like kind of seeing from outside the dream, like imagining the dream. But how do you think about the engraving of the coin with Judge's face? I mean, I don't want to skip through so much.
No. What I think about the dream, so he has a dream of the judge with a metal worker forging coins by this kiln, and the man is rendering images of the judge on a coin as a supreme leader, but the night doesn't end, it says. And because of that, I mean, what is this idea of someone on a coin? They are the leader. You think of a Julius Caesar is the first one that we think of. But that is not what a suzerain is. And this is what the judge wanted. And this is why I think that his choice of language is incredibly telling. He doesn't want to be a supreme leader because that is an absolute which a supreme leader it's someone who is around during peacetime.
Oh, yes, of course.
It's someone who is victorious in the war completely. The judge doesn't want that. He wants to be a leader, but he wants to be suzerain. He wants other leaders around because it's man's will to wage war on other leaders, to take other lands. And it's why he's imprinted his face on this coin as a supreme leader, but the night never ends. So what that means is that the coins that are to be exchanged, they never enter circulation. They're just going to be made forever and ever, just like the judge wants war to go on forever and ever.
And I think it's also telling that, as I was saying, like the forging with the fire that he wanted to forge the kid by claiming that he is born in flames. In this dream, the forge is working without fire.
There's it's interesting that fire is mentioned. We passed over a little bit actually before, wherein the kid leaves the prison and he's baptized. He's baptized in a river.
Yes.
But even at this point, is that when we saw the idiot go in the river, the woman was saying, and she was calling him James, the kid is baptized and he's not given a name. He's still just the kid, which would suggest that he's still not, just like after chapter 2 when he wandered through the river as a baptismal candidate, he's still not spiritually cleansed. There is still something of evil in this soul which hasn't quite been utterly expunged yet. And I'm not sure what it is, but it would have been more telling if all of a sudden we learn this boy's name, we find that there is a human, or he is reborn, but he's reborn momentarily in another way.
Do you also think that maybe through this baptism is also not necessarily the kid telling in witness of his own crimes, literally by saying out loud to the other prisoners in the jail that he committed those crimes, but the baptism is what the judge would mention when he's saying you sat in judgment of your own deeds, that you will witness against yourself, in the form that he baptized himself. He got himself baptized. He got himself, and if there's nothing more holy than war is God. But then you deny the the God that I see as God.
Well, I think that it's he's merely talking about the kid's spirit. Mm-hmm. I think that the fact that the spirit itself had the potentiality to be able to baptize himself, to yearn for something more, that is what the judge is talking about in judgment of himself.
There's a wording on the dream particularly that I want to go through. It's very quick. It's just a side note, because it says, who would come other after he falls asleep and he starts to dream? A great shambling mutant, silent and serene. So even in the dream, we have again inferring that the judge is this great big mutant, but now the kid dreams of him silent and serene.
Because the judge, we've spoken about this novel for, how long? We've been here for like 6 hours or something, and we've only scratched the surface of it. And the essence of the judge, and it comes with McCarthy's writing style of leaving out, being incredibly specific about the things that, quote, don't matter, And when the simplistic things of who is speaking to who, he leaves out, there is a necessity for this novel to exist of mystery and enigma, and the judge is the apotheosis of that. He's something that no matter what we do, he cannot be defined. He is endlessly a paradox. He is contradictory, and it's his nature to be that because he represents this eternal nature of war, that it is one way and it won't be another way. He is something that will never die. So as we reach the finale of this penultimate chapter, we find that the kid is in Los Angeles, and he finds that Toadvine, as he arrives there, Toadvine and Brown are hanged. Brown actually was hanged in Los Angeles, the real David Brown. And Tobin at this point is presumed dead. So everyone of the Glanton gang, aside from the judge and the kid, are the only ones left.
So we have the judge, the idiot, and the kid.
But by the time that we see the judge again in the final chapter, the idiot is nowhere to be seen. And we have no idea what's happened. Oh, well, to be honest, the idiot wasn't with him when he went to see the kid in jail.
Yeah.
So we don't know what happened to the idiot.
But just like Tobin, I have the hunch that he's still alive.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know exactly why.
They would have to have a reason, because anyone that's been in the presence of the judge has died or been killed. And I can't foresee why, unless he does a Reverend Green on Tobin and arrives at him many years later when he's finally in a congregation and declares him a charlatan. And at the moment that he least suspects it, because that's what he does, he allows people a glimmer of hope before he snatches everything away from them, unless that was to be what he does. But if he's alive right now, I would comfortably say that he won't be the next time he sees the judge. But in the finale of the chapter, we see the kid carrying a Bible. It's a Bible that he can't read. And at the hanging, he buys Brown's scapular of ears that he had with him. And it's as though he's mounting a collage of what he knew to be the humanity of his gang, even if he didn't completely understand it. There was something about, because Toadvine had those ears at one point, he takes those. The ex-priest had that Bible at one point. He's dressing himself anew with this lack of knowledge of the world that he has. This is the only world that he knows, and he's trying to create himself a new person because something in his spirit told him that even within all of this evil, these minute elements of these people was what made a human being. And it's at this point, after he does that, that 14 more years passed, and the kid is now 28, and he's now called the man. And in his ride through some isolated part of some unknown area, he finds a troupe depicting this like warped procession of Christ, of people flailing themselves, of people in skeleton costumes. We don't quite know what they are, but the next day he awakes and they're all murdered. And the exact same amount of time has passed from when we're introduced to the kid to now. And it's as though there's been a complete 50-50 dissection of the kid's life at the point that he met the judge. And now, almost mathematically, we're seeing like a mirror image of there were 14 years up to that point, there are now 14 years after that, as though we're caught in some cycle. And he's found himself so far away from this entire story that we've told, and he's seen that murder and violence is something that is with him. And for some reason, he feels it necessary to go over, because he sees an old woman that's still there. He goes over to this old woman that's amongst all of these corpses, and he has a rifle, and he quietly goes to her and he whispers to her so that only she can hear. He goes to speak to her to help her, but it's also in a way to repent for his sins, to confess to nature for the crimes that he commits. But he finds out that she's a husk. Only the dead are still listening to him, because these victors of war, people like the kid, now the man, forged the land that we're in today. And although he may not directly have caused this murder and this violence that occurred right next to him, there must be something about the fact that he is still alive and he had to figure out a way to live, to maneuver in these lands where the only people that can maneuver the lands are the ones who can maneuver through violence. And so we reach the final chapter of Blood Meridian. And this final chapter is split into two separate sequences. Now, the first sequence is the kid, now the man. I suppose we would still call him the kid, really, because that's what we've known him as, and that's what we see him as, even though he's referred to as the man now. But in the mind of the reader, I suppose he's always the kid. He's a hunter on the prairie, and he encounters children who inquire about the scapular of ears that he still has, that he got from David Brown, that he bought. And the kids come up to him, and they're very rambunctious children. One of them's called Elrod, and he's kind of provoking the kid. He's kind of very aggressive, and he's asking where he got the ears, and he's telling him that he got them from Injuns. Elrod is very similar to the kid. He tells him that he's 15 years old, that he's also orphaned. And the obvious parallel comes with this being a reflection of what the kid was. The kid stares at Elrod, and there is some kind of recognition of him within there. But he even says at one point, "I ain't your son," when he tries to impose to him. He sees all these children, and they're obsessed with the scapular of ears because it's like this trophy of violence, and they want to hear these violent stories that he has. And the kid doesn't want to tell it to them. He brushes it off. He's trying to tell them the truth of where they came from, that they belong to a friend of his, essentially. And the kids don't want to hear it. They want to hear about the murders and everything. And as soon as he's not telling them about that, they feel a bit let down by it. They want to hear the macabre things, like we see Judas being burnt. We want to hear about the punishment of the traitors. That's just what we do as human beings. Even the children want to hear about the death and the gore, and they want to be part of it. They want to be the laughing men with the judge at the beginning of the novel. But Elrod doesn't want to take this. He takes this as an affront, as a challenge from the kid. And so he returns later, and the kid shoots this boy and he kills him. And there is a cathartic element to it, in that symbolically the kid now has killed the kid from before. Yeah,
the man has killed the kid.
Yeah.
It's almost like he's a mirror to his childhood. Yeah.
And the kid's brother, Elrod's brother. Yeah, he now has no family, and you see all the other kids carrying this young boy off over the horizon. And the young boy, who is orphaned and now has no family, he looks over at the kid over his shoulder one last time, and then walks over the horizon. So he goes off into the world as a witness to the kid, now the man, and he's able to tell this story of him. I don't know if this is redemptive of the kid, or if this is a testament that his soul has been tarnished, because at the end of the last chapter, he wasn't able to apologize to the world for the sins that he committed. The only ones there were the dead. So is it too late for him to redeem himself? Was this an idea of the severing, of the letting go of that element of him, or was this committing himself to hell? Because at this point, the judge shows up again in the kid's life for the last time, and that's the second scenario of this, of which there's no point even looking at notes, because I have none for this section, because there's too much to even talk about and discuss. Feel free.
I have no notes too. and I've been wrestling with the thoughts about the ending for the longest time. And in every read, there's another struggle. And this time is no different. So I also see it as at that moment when he kills, what's his name? Elrod. When he kills Elrod and he leaves his brother to go into the horizon. I see there is a redemption of who the man was. I mean, in the sense of like he redeems the kid that he sees in Elrod, who he was. Yeah, I see that. But I also see as a fragmentation, a total fragmentation of himself. And that's why I also think that that's by design that the judge would arise predestination again one more time in that specific time of his life.
I mean, again, we often think about this because we've encountered so much carnage, but think as well of the reality of the situation. It's a man shooting a child.
Yeah.
And we're arguing as to whether this is redemptive for the kid. Like, I mean, Cormac McCarthy, I think it's kind of a genius thing that he's doing with this, because only in a world this violent where the default, the equilibrium, is that a man shooting a child to death can be seen as redemptive. How evil must that make this world? That is seen as even the possibility of a redemptive act.
Mm. And the fact that the judge would appear at that moment is also another indictment from McCarthy about the reader, you know?
Let's not forget, his name is the judge.
Yeah.
And we speak about earlier, we talk about terra damnata, a condemned land. Someone is judging these things. There's so many readings at this point. You could even argue, I don't believe it, but you could even argue that the judge is a judge of evil. Mm. Think of the people that ultimately he's been around. Ultimately, he's only been around evil people.
And everyone that wasn't, he completely desecrated.
Yeah. But at the same time, he is the judge of evil people also.
Mm-hmm. Would he be? Yeah. What do you think about the fact that the judge feels like the kid wouldn't have recognized him? Or that he wouldn't have recognized the kid? He says, the judge watched him. Was it always your idea that if you did not speak, you would not be recognized?
Yeah.
You seen me. The judge ignored this. I recognized when I first saw you, and yet you were a disappointment to me. Then and now, even so, at the last I find you here with me, I ain't with you. Mm. I just have passages from this part.
But, because there's so much, and you reach this point in the novel that there's so many interpretations of it, because the entire finale is a confrontation. I really struggle with this because it's so ambiguous, and there's an infinite amount of ways I can take it. He's rejecting the judge, yeah? Up to a certain point, we can all agree that he's rejecting the judge. Yeah, when he says, I ain't with you. But in the same way, we've seen Toadvine and Bathcat and Tobin and David Brown reject the judge, but they're still brought into him at the end. There is still an element, there's still a core of their humanity that they're brought to follow the judge, to be around the judge.
And that's the thing as well, because there's a point that the kid goes to a prostitute, yeah? And then he goes after, and we see him. We don't see him. We have this weird description of him in the outhouse with the judge. Why would he be in that place with the judge again?
Listen. The way that this chapter plays out, it's unnerving.
Yeah.
Because so much happens. Once the kid has killed Elrod, he goes to the bar, and then do you know what's interesting? Is that he gets a whiskey from the bar, and then he recognizes that the judge is there, and he doesn't even have a reaction.
Yeah.
Do you know what I always felt? Imagine that for the past 14 years, the judge has been following the kid. And he's just always been there. And that's why he doesn't even bother to look at him. Because every time he goes in a bar, the judge is always sat there. He's always over his shoulder.
Mm. Or, what I thought as well, I like this idea that he would be always there or always in the ether around in some way or another, judging him. But I also like the idea that the kid always knew that point would come. that would happen.
Yeah, of course.
That eventually they would find each other
Of course,
again.
because again, it's like the reality of the kid. The first 14 years of his life, we know he's born and then he meets the judge. And then nothing happens for another 14 years and then he meets the judge.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that matters in the kid's life. But coming to this thing, I mean, the judge speaks so much to the boy, and it's incredibly direct that there's no room for interpretation, really. He speaks about the dance that we are all going to be part of. And again, I'll read a bit here. He's speaking about the reason that a dance is occurring. He says, and what reason is that? That these men are here. They come here to have a good time. The judge watched him. He began to point out various men in the room and to ask if these men were here for a good time, or if needed they knew why they were here at all. Everybody don't have to have a reason to be someplace. That's so, said the judge. They do not have to have a reason, but order is not set aside because of their indifference. He regarded the judge warily. Let me put it this way, said the judge. If it is so that they themselves have no reason, and yet are indeed here, must they not be here by reason of some other? And if this is so, can you guess who that other might be? No. Can you? I know him well. He's alluding that he's in cahoots with some divine being, or that
some cosmic force.
With something that understands the order of the universe, and the judge too knows him well. There is too much depth to this that he's either completely lying, or he has the ear of some divine mystical entity.
There's also that little bit. He looked at the judge. I've been everywhere, he said. This is just one more place. The judge arched his brows. Did you post witnesses, he said, to report to you on the continuing existence of those places you'd quit them, once you quit them? That's crazy, is it? Where is yesterday? Where is yesterday? There's a level of, I think he's playing with like, that's, okay, my first reading of this, the first time I read Blood Meridian, I saw this almost like a dance macabre that was happening, like, you know, this like cosmic fair, you know, something
that can't be explained.
Yeah, but now I also see it as playing with time and space, something beyond transcendent. Like, I mean, yeah.
Well, if the judge is to reign suzerain over everyone, then he ultimately has to have complete knowledge of everything that goes around him. So at the same time, we're simply getting a glimpse into what his worldview is. He has to understand all this. There can't be a corner of a shadow of a room that he doesn't understand in its totality. And I'm inclined to believe that he does understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Look at them now. I'll read another small passage. Pick a man, any man. That man there. See him, that man hatless. You know his opinion of the world. You can read it in his face, in his stance. Yet his complaint that a man's life is no bargain masks the actual case with him, which is that men will not do as he wishes them to, have never done, will never do. That's the way of things with him. And his life is so balked about by difficulty and becomes so altered of its intended architecture that he's little more than a walking hovel, hardly fit to house the human spirit at all. Can he say, such a man, that there is no malign thing set against him? That there is no power and no force and no cause? What manner of heretic could doubt agency and claimant alike? Can he believe that the wreckage of his existence is untailed? No liens, no creditors? That gods of vengeance and of compassion alike lie sleeping in their crypt, and whether our cries are for an accounting or for the destruction of the ledgers altogether, they must evoke only the same silence, and that is the silence which will prevail. To whom is he talking, man? Can't you see him? And then there's the suggestion that the man is muttering to himself, and that it's like the culmination again of the universe, as though destiny has drawn us to some place, and regardless of whether the judge is correct or not, the way he describes war, it will be this way. It will not be another. It's the same as the outcome to all of this has to be something. We just happen now to be living in the result.
You know how in Moby Dick, right at the end, you also have this sense, this enormous sense that you don't know what's going on. There's so much being drawn to that space. There's almost like this black hole, this vastness, you know, there's something so utterly dark about the ending of Moby Dick. It's so enthralling. There's a storm.
Would you know, I think the parallel with the climaxes of the book is that similar to Moby Dick, I mean, Moby Dick in an even more elongated version, is that the story of Moby Dick narratively is more finite, that we know that there's a specific end goal. Mm-hmm. And throughout the novel, we know that it has to end at a certain point and we're just anticipating it. Blood Meridian doesn't have that. We don't know where we're going. But with Moby Dick, we have a very precise path. With Moby Dick, we hear these constant descriptors. The parallel, the similarities between them is that Moby Dick has these very specific details about whaling, and we understand the world and the universe of all that to the point where we have chapters which are almost just like
encyclopedic,
excerpts from encyclopedias and dictionaries and whatnot. And similarly in Blood Meridian, the journey is also described in that way, but it uses nature, it uses this cosmic watch, it uses these much more esoteric things. But in both, we use all that. We have been prepared for this climax to occur, and both McCarthy and Melville still do the same thing, that even with all of that preparation that we've had, it still doesn't do justice to what this finale means on this metaphysical level, on this complete encapsulation of all of this knowledge brought to a single point like a neutron star.
Yeah, and just like Moby Dick, the character himself, like the whale, in all his whiteness, the sinister level to that. Then you have the judge also as this human Moby Dick. I think the embrace is almost like the bow sinking into the vastness of the sea, because when you also complete submerge, it also feels like embraced by the waters, right?
So let's then speak about the reality of the ending. Let's speak about let's speak about what happens. So after this giant monologue, which again, I mean, we've scratched the surface of, because within 2 pages, the judge speaks about every facet of the human condition. And it's honestly, it's just a testament to McCarthy's understanding of people. I
have so many quotes here, but in reality, if we were to read all the quotes, we end up reading the whole chapter.
We'd be reading the book, and the point of this conversation was just to talk about these elements that we can bounce back and forth of and keep it casual. I mean, I know we're probably 7 hours in now.
Very casual for us, though.
But the judge leaves. He leaves, and now the kid is alone on his own. And we see, for the first time in, I can't remember how long, we see the kid enact some manner of agency that isn't related to the glancing gang or anything like that. It's just an innocuous thing of taking this prostitute upstairs. He takes a prostitute upstairs, and meanwhile, there's this show going on downstairs of this bear and this dance and this troupe. And then things move so fast. He's bedded this prostitute, and then all of a sudden, a young girl goes missing. And we don't know where, and we don't know why. And then the kid goes downstairs, and he goes to the Jakes, the outhouse. And as he opens the outhouse, the judge is in there naked. And then he hugs and embraces the kid, brings him in, and locks the door behind him. People are then still looking for the girl. We follow this man outside who is also approaching the Jakes. And there's another man outside drunk, pissing by it. And he says, "I wouldn't go in there if I were you." And then the last thing that we know of where the kid has been is a man opening the door. and then saying Mother of God. And we don't know what. What happened?
I still don't know. I think a part of me is saying, a part of me is saying, I mean, I kept referring to this part throughout the conversation as a cosmic embrace. I have
flip-flopped about this ending, even just since reading it again, and even since this conversation, just mulling it over, knowing that this part is coming. I still can't decide, and I don't know. Any ending that I can foresee from it opens up an entirely new avenue of meaning in every possibility. The one option, okay, here's what I do know. I do know that by the end, the judge reigns victorious and evil wins. I know that.
Yeah.
I know that that's what happens.
Yeah. Is the kid dead? Was the kid sexually violated?
Well,
probably everything.
Put it this way.
I keep saying kid, but he's a man now, but yeah.
The judge embracing him, I mean, there's this contradiction between this violent embrace of a father with a son. It's the embrace, it's the nurturing aspect with intense violence. The judge makes him his own in one way or another.
Yeah.
Whether that means that he decides at that final moment of hope to murder or rape and murder and desecrate the kid in the middle of an outhouse. I mean, it would make sense. It would also go with the theme that I mentioned earlier of this relation between human waste and warfare and carnage, that even like there's a man outside pissing, it's just the dregs of humanity coexist with one another. There's no reason as to why that wouldn't be the case. But I am left perplexed as to why we see the kid with this prostitute, and then we hear this girl missing, and then for some reason the judge is waiting for him in the outhouse. There is another element of me that believes that in the final chapter, the way that we see the kid kill Elrod, I don't want to believe it, but the kid is also responsible for the missing girl. And that the embrace of the judge is the kind of genuinely loving embrace that the judge would give to someone that has given their soul to him.
That has accepted his way of life. That he finally managed to mold the kid, now the man. He finally managed to mold him as his own.
Yeah.
As his image.
Yeah. I don't know which is worse. I suppose the second would be worse because I've proclaimed that the kid is the one virtuous soul left in the world. And with that ending, McCarthy would essentially be saying that all purity will be devoured by evil.
Well, I think it ties very well to the epilogue.
Well,
but let's not jump that further.
But I also think something else. I thought something else, which is, again, a controversial thing in and of itself of how I perceive the novel. In the final chapter, meteors are flying overhead. Now, if we're talking metaphysics, this only works if you believe that the judge is purely conceptual. There is the idea of the embrace of the kid to the judge is a purely symbolic one. And the judge that reemerges and dances with everyone is the kid.
I thought that.
And the only other reason I think that is because meteor showers are flying overhead in the final chapter. And there is an idea, a subtle idea, I'm not saying it's definitive, but that the novel is a palindrome.
That another kid is just born.
That on these meteor showers, I mean, it wouldn't be so alien to me because we see the cycle of the kid meeting the judge again. It's 14 years and then another 14 years. It's almost mathematical. And funny that you raised From Hell earlier, because that also raises that Jack the Ripper emerges as well as the Yorkshire Ripper. And we see them like every few years that they emerge, this concept of evil. And, you know, we know that there's Hermeticism in a lot of Alan Moore's work, and we can see the Gnostic Bibles in this are plastered all over it. And Cormac McCarthy is himself very intrigued by mathematics.
Yeah, mathematics and science. He was.
It wouldn't shock me if that was an intentional, definitive way of looking at the book. Not the only way, but a very specific way that he actually wanted to craft the book.
I also think the epilogue hints at the mathematic of the novel as well. This relentless logic.
Yeah, of course, because in the epilogue we have people that are almost like creating this border.
Yeah.
And you know, when you're constructing something, when you are an architect of something, you have to be specific, you have to be mathematical. And again, it's this kind of disturbing of the ground that we've said throughout that like ancient souls lie in, but we're seeing this disturbing of the ground in this mathematical, invisible modern way that we can build things on top of, that we can create a new civilization on top of the other one. It's just through different means. It's the same thing that we've seen, civilizations on top of civilizations.
Progressing over the plains by means of holes, means of disruption, right? I mean, can we do the epilogue in chapter 20? Can we bridge the barriers here between those two? Because I think the symbolism of the epilogue is very sparse, very dry. You have this dance that just appeared, and I also saw that in a way as the judge and the boy, almost the embrace is almost that they're becoming one conceptually, or even if in the reality the judge was never there, and then the kid, the man becomes something like the judge, and in the Meteor Charles is, as you said, as a palindrome. I also see it like that, and then I think the epilogue is quite interesting because I think it taps into this thematic of transition, civilization, the looming presence of something primordial beneath the surface, the man digging post holes and striking sparks in the ground can be understood as a metaphor for the delicate boundaries between order and chaos, but also the boundaries between civilization and barbarism, evil and goodness, divine and the grotesque.
Well, it's interesting as well that you said this, that they become one, because in the scene inside that we haven't mentioned as much, which is the bear show that's occurring, the judge says there that there's only room for one beast.
Yeah.
And it is still that. It's that the judge wants to be suzerain. He claims to want other leaders, but it's an impossibility. The very world that he wants to craft stems from chapter 1, from this idea of the otherness, that when you stand over your enemy who's bloodied, you feel mankind itself vindicated. The otherness of this novel is what the judge purports. It's the destruction of everything that is other to you, and that is everything in existence. I'm still drawn to this inevitability that the judge must kill the kid, because the judge must kill everyone.
Absorbing, embracing, making it close to your body is also almost like a way of digesting, of bringing close, of destroying. And that's why there's always this ambiguity, because we think that could have been a cosmic embrace. Could that be an embrace that shattered his bones even, that dematerialized him, that killed him? Or they absorbed him, that possessed him, that in essence, I think that also the implication of a sexual assault, also as in the animal world, this idea of the alpha, as well.
Yeah.
There's something to that, definitely.
So can I ask, just in relation to the kid then, so if you had to give an answer, if you had to say what happened within this world, the reality of the world, why was it announced that a girl went missing? Did the kid succumb to evil? And did he live? I also think it's a palindrome. I also think that that's a cycle. And I think especially because McCarthy is talking about history so much, and especially after I read and reread the epilogue, I think that
even the action of man hitting the earth and creating holes is almost like it's also creating this space that chaos can come through, you know, from can come from beneath the surface, you know. It's always present, and it's almost like we're creating channels to make that possible to come up again.
Yeah.
And because of it, I think that his dialogue with that, and I think he's talking about the fall of the Western civilization. I think he's talking about the end of culture, the end of morality,
I think
the Ubermensch, the death of God, everything.
I think that it all can be summarized in entropy.
Yeah.
I think that McCarthy's vision, whether you agree with it or not, I think the vision of this ultimately is entropic. It's not that it's nihilistic, because he's not desiring for these things to occur, but he's approaching them in a very dispassionate, mathematical way of the end of whatever civilization will be here. There will be something that will follow. It just may be incredibly callous and incredibly evil, but that doesn't mean that things will end. They will just continue, because, I mean, the very, very last line of the epilogue, the way that they're describing it, I mean, you have this image of holes in a desert. How many holes can you make in a desert?
I know.
It can go on forever and ever and ever. And the final line is, he strikes fire in the hole and draws out his steel. Then they all move on again. I mean, you could just keep saying those lines forever
and ever.
Yeah.
That's why I said ultimately it's the man's repetitive action of digging holes could also symbolize the relentless logic of modernity, the idea of cause and effects, the creation of boundaries, this idea of a sequence of causality, things that can just repeat after the other, the essence of this modern world that could have been molded in the image of the judge, this Luciferian intellect, this essence of law, order. We try to understand, to create geometry over everything, to possess, to control, to have dominion over nature. But at the same time, we can never, ever ignore that underneath it all, there's this fire of chaos that will always burn.
We have now been here for around 7 hours speaking about this, and I still don't think we could speak for another 7 hours and reach a definitive conclusion about this. I have thoroughly enjoyed this conversation, and it's funny because, you know, there is still so much to be said about this. There's still so much that we can say. There's still so much that we've both clearly wanted to say that we just haven't got around to, that we just left out. But at some point, these conversations need to end.
The good thing is that I know we skip loads through our notes, but the good thing is that we're going to be going to another discussion with our patrons on Discord next week.
Yes, I'm sure that it won't be as long as this one. We'll try and keep it a bit more concise.
Yeah.
We hope that this has intrigued or elucidated you in some way. Thank you all for listening, and we hope to see you all again soon.